Mad shout out to our board members. We've got 4 of you up there, and without your support, we couldn't have had the initial start we did. After that, though, we got to give a shout out to the regulars. You guys are here to learn about the game, and you're interested in the pick priorities. So as we mentioned, Apollo, used by Europe. Is he going to be rocked by NA once again? Let's see the pick priority. DDK, what would be your first pick tonight? I heard you and Jason talking about some drafts earlier.
I mean, Mirage did get some tweaks, but he's still really, really good. So I could see that Mirage might still be targeted. Celeste hasn't been touched as well, and still is in pretty good form. Venator is still, I think, really highly desirable as that like M1 carries. Mina's still up there as well. So I don't know that there's going to be necessarily anything that's too different in terms of the top shelf picks. I wouldn't expect to see any changes this week. Graves, maybe. Graves, was really, really strong in the M1 role. I don't really know how the adjustments, the recent patch that happened, that was just for Graves, how much that's going to change things, though.
Kappa, do you think anyone moves up on this leaderboard?
I'm kind of torn because we do have Michaelis back, and I almost want to see him play Pocket, but he's got Tass on his team, so who would really take it? Sorry, Paradox, not Pocket. But Pocket for me is the one I want to see keep going up in the picks. Like I was streaming today talking about, look at some of the scrims that FPS Lounge was playing against no earnings and eventually against melee creeps. And Pocket is so damn strong. That Affliction max rank shuts down all healing you can do. And considering Kelvin's moved up the priority, you've had Rem pick quite a bit. It's such a good counter to any sustain, any long-term fight you want to take, that a team can completely walk over you, especially if you get like the double Affliction. And hell, we even did see Letha playing Glocket with Refresher in some of those scrims. So I'm really hoping to see Pocket move up the list, but I'm also sad to see my boy Abrams, one pick, that was it. It was Listic last week out of Loki W. What the hell did he fall off from?
Falling down. He's getting blasted by Silver, it looks like. Let's take a look here at our item prioritization. If you're looking to invest at home, DDK, what are you buying?
I guess it depends on what we're playing, but
Healing Bane, that's always number one every single night shift, right?
Yeah, you get the golden egg. Get the golden egg, and then get your just rush your first 3200 item. But yeah, like the very spirit dominant meta means the spirit resilience is at the top, and I think since that's one of the biggest patches we had recently, Great Expansion just goes so hard on everything that it's not too surprising to see it there as well. And with that as well, like all these items make so much sense at this point in time. Healbane is still there. Having that anti-heal is always going to be very, very key, especially winning these 1v1s, having more sustain in these fights, especially for ganking and so on. But the stamina mastery, I think, is something I could even expect to get a little bit higher, especially at the pro level.
More movement. Let's see it in these games. It's time to get into our matchup. As we mentioned, we have your two teams. It's Loki W facing off against Abrahams. We gave you a short little look at the squads. Kaplan, can you give me the lore, though, on Abrahams? Because I feel like we were looking at the leaderboard in the last 30 episodes. They've been involved in almost every single show.
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair. There's really not many great teams outside of the 3 we have playing in EU. The thing is, there are other teams, but none of these teams hold a candle to how good Abraham's, Loki W, and Leviathan are. They might be up there when it comes to like Infernus 6 and leaderboards, but when it comes to team play and how organized they are, it's very tough to topple one of these 3 kings, if I'm honest. So I think that's why we're seeing Abraham's, so consistently, Loki W as well. We need to see more teams out there because NA, I think they have like 5 teams who could all be playing in Night Shift any given week. So we need to see a little bit of love when it comes to that over in EU. Maybe with the fact that Deadlock got the official Twitter handle of Deadlock, might be an inclination to open beta coming soon. Knock on wood.
I saw that pop up on like Reddit's main feed, DDK. There's a little hype around this, and I was actually just at DreamHack in Birmingham this past weekend working on Call of Duty. Every day I walk through the Dota Lounge, and this was one of the coolest crowds. They had one of the sickest main stages. I'm like, when Valve is ready to do this right, we are going to have one of the grossest sets with the best merch. They were doing the Peaky Blinders themed. It was like by the order of Pudge the Butcher, and it was one of the sickest sweatshirts of all time. It was already sold out in XLs, but I'm going to track it down. Anyway, there's been a lot of buzz about the game recently. Is that why Mikhail S is coming back right now?
He went away for studying, right? He's like a university, so that means he must be, maybe he is feeling it and wants to have his foot in the door before it's too late. I mean, I could see that being the case because he already has that high level of skill. Jumping back into with a lot of these players, I think it makes a lot of sense to not, miss out on that early wave. Hey, in Counter-Strike, Carrigan was getting his masters when he was on a tier 1 like top 8 team, so it's possible.
Was he in a phase back then? Anyway.
Yeah, I think it was Astralis when he was on Astralis. This was a very long time ago.
You know, he's getting his master so long ago, we can't remember. Kaplan, we talked about Loki W, but what is their lore? What's the story for this team in Europe?
Honestly, it's very weird because I feel like the lore of the team. So like you have to go back to even before them. You had to go back to Buff Enjoyers when some of the players didn't necessarily want to continue to compete as heavily, and some of them wanted to like focus on streaming a little bit more. So you saw the team eventually break up. Obviously, a lot of other reasons out there. And talking to Listic about like when do you get back into a new team, he says, "No, I'm really feeling just being able to stream." But something about this roster, something about this team, even with recent changes, has been able to pull him back in. It pulled Shark in initially, and then I think he came out and Obi Kim came in. Now you got Hoot back on the team. This potentially could be like the version 2 of Buff Enjoyers, especially if we can get maybe like one more old Buff Enjoyer player on this roster. But the team, like they have Lightbringer behind them coaching. We see them have crazy step ups in skill. They've definitely filled some of the gaps that they were lacking in knowledge and team play. And they've been on that upward trajectory. How long it's going to last, I really don't know. I don't know if they plan to stay together as a full 6. I don't know if like streaming is going to take over as a priority yet again, but this team has proven in a very short amount of time that they can compete against the best of the best in EU, which makes them a very deadly team with so much history behind a lot of individual players.
Now, which one of these logos is the Buff Enjoyers?
The number 2, 3,
the
4,
greenish,
6,
purplish
5,
rock
6, yeah.
thing?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
and
one
then
of us.
if you're looking at the Abrams, that's Abraham's. And if you're looking at the Viscous, who was that?
Goo Balls. That was Goo
The
Balls.
Goo
Fearless
Balls.
Furies are the dragons.
Now, if you've noticed here, guys, we've got some Lowkey W's, that LKW, but right beneath it, you got a lot of Vipers. Now, who could this Viper team be, Jason?
Well, it's a team that never gave us a logo, and I don't know how exactly he goes into this one, but it is Leviathan, man. And this team has been grind. I think they're the epitome of grinders. Looking back to Night Shift 16, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-1 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-0 loss, 2-1 loss.
They held some L's.
Somehow, a lot of L's, man. But somewhere, something clicked for them around maybe Night Shift 27. And from there, they have been winning nonstop, which we didn't really ever expect to see a team take down Abrahams like they've been able to do. But to do it consistently, doing it once was like, okay, that could just be a fluke because they brought out Mo and Krill against Celeste when Celeste was really strong and no one knew about picking Mo into that. But then they did it the week after and the week after and the week after yet again, proving that they are a very solid team, a team to be respected. But they don't have Psy playing today because D-Mob is subbing in for him. And Psy has had some crazy impact for him the last week. So I don't know how they're going to feel today.
That's a great call out. We are going to see Leviathan in your championship match. Our EU Challenger match is ready, and we'll be jumping into the 1v1 when we can. This, of course, is going to help us decide who is going to go first or second in the draft, and DDK will explain all the rules for you there. Before we jump into it, DDK, is there a best player in Europe right now, and is his name still Dimov?
You know, it's really, really hard. I mean, probably Dimov, I think, just because of the sheer impact he can have across the variety of roles that he can have. I mean, because for me, I would always want to have Hoot in that argument, but I do think Dimov edges him out. I don't know if you were on the same page there still, Jason. I feel like ZP, I can hear him in the distance, definitely agreeing with the Dimov pick. But where are you at?
I don't know. I had a chat with AVG today, and he described that everyone in EU on these teams can be like a rank 1 player. They could be rank 1 if they ever just grind it. When it comes to like best, there's always so much you can learn when it comes to an individual player that the only way you get better is playing around a team and the team playing better. And I find that really interesting because Dimov single-handedly might be like really good individually, but Abrahams haven't been winning. So is it realistic to call him one of the best or the best player in EU? I really don't know. I think you might have to start looking towards the Leviathan crew and how well they've been playing because OCs is really getting up there as a name that's been recognized.
True. OCs is incredible.
Making some strong claims, some great aim, and whatever happened to Zergy, my trackball hero? He used to be one of the greats. Zergy, I miss you on the show. We'll be talking about you in a little bit. Right now, though, we got to talk about some Mo and Krill. We've got 2 names. Let's zoom in and try and read them. DDK, get your binoculars out. Who's on the left? It looks like Saint. Who's on the right? Is that the Hoot Daddy?
It is Hoot.
I don't know, man. I can't.
No, guys, look under Puckett and look under me. You have the teams, their colors, and who's playing. So production.
Guys, I use binoculars instead of using that tool. I worked way harder than needed. In the meantime, Hoot is looking exhausted, boys.
Are those your real
You guys
glasses?
cast.
I just got
There
distracted.
they are, yeah. They are real glasses, yeah.
I mean, who's probably going to
deteriorating. I need that white therapy. Saint, he's gonna beat who out? To be honest, I'm kind of surprised. Like, whose outplays is pretty next level, but.
You know what you should be surprised about, though? Looking at Lightbringer's streams when they were watching the scrims versus Abrahams, you know what Hoot was playing for the team? Kelvin.
What was he playing?
He was playing
Support?
a support.
Is there an aggressive Kelvin build we don't know about?
There is. Well, yes and no. You get, was it 2 points in your ice path, which means it has a really low cooldown, so you can basically have it every wave. You get the bullet resist from tier 1 ice path. You buy monster rounds. You go high in the sky, and the Guardian just does 0 damage to you because you have monster rounds. Oh my. What the hell is that? What is that?
That's gonna be Celeste, right?
Is that Celeste gone, the unicorn princess?
Did our production like hand draw and paint all of our pictures today?
I think this is Solomon's personal artwork.
Dude, that's pretty dope. I mean, I immediately knew what it was. So, you know, good job. Oh, wow.
Abrams?
Okay.
I need to hear it.
No, Mirage. That's Mirage Band.
Okay. Oh my God. There's no way that we have 38 of these. It's got to be, right?
I'm waiting to see first pick to see what's going to happen. But I mean, so Venator, very high prio pick when it comes to having Mirage Band away, Celeste Band away. Oh my God.
Nice. Oh, wow.
That's a strong painting.
Actually. That's good.
I think Nock made these. This is way too good for Solomon's hand.
Just the vest ripping, the howling. They even colored in like the inside of the mouth. That is
so dope.
That is amazing.
I agree.
What else are we gonna get? I got you.
Infernus. Interesting. This is really interesting.
Infernus, I've been seeing him a ton, man. Left has been playing him a ton over in NA. We've seen it a couple of times over in EU as well. I think Vraic was playing it for Lowkey W in some of the scrims. Very good into brawly hero compositions because you do a lot of zone denial. You just do a lot of pure damage with your flame dash. You're very slippery as well. And also you reduce a lot of spirit power when you are able to get your like afterburn up on people. So it's very strong to deal with what is in meta right now of like high spirit damage in that mid game to get tempo.
Okay, you were talking about your Apollo play, DDK. Who do you feel this character fits best on the Abrahams? We got to call out that Captain and Mikhail S are back in the lineup tonight.
You know, I actually have no idea because I don't know because it probably kind of fits into the spirit nuka kind of flex category. Okay, that is my favorite one.
That's a pretty strong, Kelvin. That's really strong. Ren was good too.
I think it's maybe going to be Captain playing the Apollo in like a position like 4 kind of role. Where he's doing a little bit of the jungle, then obviously gets involved in a lot of these fights. Venator, that's amazing. Like
Can we pay for these? These are way too good for anyone on our team to have produced.
So I'd expect Loki, or rather, Abrahams might ban Mina here potentially, right? Yeah, okay, so Mina gets banned. That's another one of those like top tier like M1 carries, which currently Loki W doesn't actually have. So speaking of what Abrahams doesn't have right now, and what would be a high priority ban, they don't have any front lines. So like maybe like a pocket makes sense actually as a counter for the Kelvin and the Ram. That's true. Sinclair, okay.
Sinclair ban. All right.
Makes sense.
What ultimate are you protecting?
Well,
the Kelvin?
Yeah, I mean Kelvin, but also if you did pick Pocket into Sinclair, you're running into a Pocket who can take 2 big ultimates away from you, or Sinclair who can do that. So I think Abrahams, you need to pick Pocket here, give it over to Mikhail S. That looks like Graves. I kind of dig the redesign. So for me, this kind of says that Loki W is going to be picking Pocket. There's just I see no world you let Pocket get through this when you or through this far when you have 2 healing supports.
What's really interesting too is that you know, Geist and Venator you kind of play as like the carry-off carry, and so then you know the Infernus. It's gonna be really interesting to see how Infernus just like operates in the game. I'm gonna be super interested in following kind of just the kind of timings and plays, rotations we'll see out of the Infernus. Okay, there's a
Billy.
I just want to see the pictures.
Whoa, that's a lash. Is that Disguised Toast? Who did they draw?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That looks like Rock Lee from Naruto.
Is that Super?
Oh, it's supposed to be Super. Okay.
Okay. Vindicta. I was expecting just a blue foot, but shout out to you guys drawing her face.
Yeah. So Saint could be Vindicta, but also Michaelis could be Vindicta. but I'm still looking at like, bro, there's a pocket available. How does pocket make it to a 6-pick? They don't even go pocket.
Oh,
what is happening here?
Look at that chin. Look at that jawline.
This is Chad.
We were just complaining that Abrams was gone last week, Kaplan. He's back in for the Abrahams. Yeah. Who plays it?
I'm assuming it has to be together. Actually, I don't know. I can't lock it down if it's together or captain because I don't.
Right? Oh, you were right about the Lady Geist and Graves. They just flipped her. Lady Geist gave birth to Graves. Now you know the Deadlock lore. Well done, artist. Bringing it all together, simplifying it for those dumb casters. DDK, let's rank that, ignoring the profile. Actually, let's start there. Who has the better profiles set up here? If you had to display one of these on a wall, which one goes behind you?
I like the chat energy from Abrams. I feel like that's pretty strong.
It's pretty
he's definitely got some aura going on there. I'm gonna go with Abrams.
I think so.
I'm stuck between Geist and Graves because it looks like the same portrait, but it's just so slightly changed and different between the two. Because Graves has like the spiky hair on her left side, our right side, and then Geist has like the earring. And like the gown, very tricky. For me, Venator. It's like, look at him, man.
Is the silver not the best drawn of all the creatures?
You know what?
The silver or the Celeste? The Celeste originally kind of looked like Patrick from SpongeBob. It caught me off guard. I didn't know what was going on.
I didn't know Harley Quinn is in this game. I thought that was a different game.
Shout out to everyone here. Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. We're going to be jumping into the games, and I'm told our players are just about ready. We do these drafts in the advance. So Jason Kaplan, on a real grade, who do you think won this draft?
So I'm looking at Loki W, and I think one thing they're going to have to worry about is maybe the Infernus, and even technically the Venator a bit. Like, the thing is, they have a lot of healing. Like, Rem has the highest single target burst healing out of anyone else in the game. You can do upwards of like 1,000 healing instantly when you do a tag along. You have Kelvin with Dome and healing, and I know Hoot's going to be on the Kelvin most likely, so he's going to be very annoying when it comes to the laning phase. They have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of damage as well, especially if Lash can open things up with a good Death Slam. But on the other side, I mean, if you get domed for them, it's not necessarily the worst case scenario because the Dome acts as walls for Venator. Infernus is just going to dash around the entire time and become a pain. When it comes to like who I think can win this one, I don't know. I'm leaning slightly towards Abrahams, to be honest. Like, I'm not necessarily a big fan of like double support like this, but I'm also not a big fan of like not picking pocket into it, man.
Yeah, is it possible to go full screen on that Lash icon? I saw that request over on YouTube. Go ahead, DDK.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm kind of with Abrahams as well. I feel like the roster is just a little bit more balanced overall. Even though they didn't pick up like the maybe what would have been the obvious anti-heal solution with Pocket, I still feel like they've got like two really, really strong carries. They've got good utility with the Vindicta, good front line, good pick. But
this is so good. It's so good. The neck is so strong.
It is, yeah. It is pretty strong, man. Wait, what's it is like? What's that say on the hand there?
S-Fam.
The super fam, S-Fam.
Mm-hmm. When did we decide that's what Super's eyes looked like?
What do you mean, like determined?
Yeah. It's like, is he wearing glasses or has he just not slept in a few weeks?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They're bulging a little bit. I like them.
Bit of column A, bit of column B there.
Shout out to Super, one of the OGs. He's into Deadlock. 100%. You should be into Deadlock. Tell your friends to get into Deadlock. We're already over 7,000 people watching on the YouTubes and Twitch combined. Here is a much better photo of the Super. This is incredible artwork, guys.
I'm scared that we actually have some skins modded in game now when we hop in. I didn't think about this.
Didn't even think about that.
Did you see the Red Bull on his hip, by the way?
I did.
That was so sick. Are we getting a Red Bull sponsor on this show, DDK? We got to talk to the boss. We're drinking water tonight, clearly, Kaplan. It's going to be about 16 more minutes till the players are ready, said Solomon, who has not talked to me at all during the show. I'm just assuming we're waiting on players at this point because ZP is normally on the show at this point in time, and he's like, hey, guys, ready for you to get in the lobby. But he went, and he's just been AFK since the start of the show. So we don't know if they're in the lobby or not, Kaplan.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I honestly, I think there's a lot to talk about here because of Abraham's losing two players, man. I'm gonna chew on it, I'm gonna digest it, and I'm gonna spit it out the other end with a good answer of who's gonna win this one. Abraham's having to swap 2 players. I think right there is already extremely difficult. I think if Abraham's don't have a strong early game, which is probably the only point that they're going to have a chance to win this game just based off of roster swaps, it has to be that. I don't really foresee their team fighting to be exceptional when having to replace those 2 players who played like the jungle roles for the team. But then Loki W side, man, you're gonna, if we watch through the beginning, he's gonna do some dirty things when it comes to the laning phase, and that's typically where Abraham's looks to get their lead to carry games through. Is that or like a really risky mid boss take that surprised the other team? I'm gonna have to in the end just lean to Loki W on this one.
So it's interesting because I go Abraham's a little bit, because for Loki W, I feel like there's some awkwardness in terms of like maybe how they'll play some of the macro, because you've got you've got Graves that is being played right now. We saw it with OCs to really good effect last week, even though we've had some of the changes. But Graves it can be like a hard carry, but there's no, I mean, Silver is not necessarily like a hard carry per se. You kind of want Silver to be usually kind of moving around quite a lot, and you don't usually, I think, keep Silver just like farming a lane. But that's the second player that makes the most sense to do that. So it kind of feels a little bit awkward with the double support. So the Kelvin kind of has to be played like pretty aggressively, I guess. And so it feels a little bit awkward, but here we go. We're going to be getting into it. The game will reveal the answers.
I think what we're going to see here, Dan, out of the Kelvin in particular, with played by Hoot most likely, is it's not going to be like a full-on Saya level of support or Saint. He's not going to be sitting back as like a position 6, sitting there spam healing the entire time. I think he's going to let Rem do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to that. I think what you're going to look for him to do is how fast he can get around the map and how annoying he can be to like assist other players inside the jungle, which I think is going to be over towards Silver, looking to capitalize on taking away a lot of these enemy camps. The Graves for sure going to be the M1 carry for the team here with how things played out in the draft. The Graves isn't really going to come online until like 20k. She's pretty much going to amount to almost nothing until that point in the game. So if Loki W make it like maybe even on souls up to that 20-minute mark when Graves can power up, I think they have this game, honestly.
Yeah, I'm going to be super curious to kind of keep an eye on sort of those dynamics with like what lane and where. But for now we got the lane matchups. So we've got Kelvin with Graves on the right lane against Vindicta and Abrams. That's such a classic combo. I love to see that now that we have Abrams back in, and also Vindicta back in as well, because I haven't had too much Vindicta in the last couple of months.
Yeah, we've seen like, a little bit here or there, but not to the extent we saw back when Michaelis was so heavily played. I mean, that was all about the shred build that you would go with Crows with her and like Mystic Vulnerability, stuff like that. You would just really be a pain. But looking at Geist here, so it's going to be Michaelis actually going to be on the Geist, and it will indeed be Saint over on the Vindicta. That's a lot of pressure to put onto Michaelis here, because he is basically playing like a secondary carry for the team, even though together it's going to be on the Infernus. And then Sonya, of course, being that main carry for the roster, but he's going to go on that left-hand side paired with together, looking for some like early control to have a strong start.
This is a very rough lane, isn't it, for Loki W to deal with? The Geist and Apollo, like capacity to nuke you down is going to be pretty nasty. Very hard lane.
I wonder if Michaelis is going to be going like the Drain build, because it gives you, I think it's around like a net 500 in trade, because the amount of healing that you do from yourself and also the damage you do to your opponent makes it very hard to deal with a Geist in general when it comes to the game. And remember, I talked about in like prior night shifts, we had a very heavy like bomb build investment, but it's really switched over to the Drain build, being able to combat quite heavily. But also, I don't expect Michaelis to be going for bomb build, considering he's probably not going to be looking for just solo farm the entire time. That's probably going over to Sonya for the most part.
Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely, I think that makes a lot of sense, and getting those good trades in lane is really important. And another question that's going to be super interesting is this Infernus we're seeing, paired up with the Venator. How Infernus is going to play is going to be really, really cool to see. I've been such a big fan of Infernus, and like the Dash Infernus especially. And so I imagine we'll probably see maybe some version of that. Is that kind of the build you're expecting to see, like a dash-oriented build?
100%. I mean, Together likes playing like a rule that can play like somewhat frontline, though obviously Infernus doesn't do so, but to be kind of a nuisance in these fights, I 100% expect him to go that dash build, go for like Warpstone, Counterspell, go for something that has high survivability instead of necessarily high damage, because the longer the fights go, the more damage you're going to put out once you get rapid recharge online, and you're just flame dashing the entire time through the enemy team. But if they can have a strong start in this lane as well, it gets him going extremely strong. There's nothing I want to touch on really quickly. You see another gank come through here, this time out of Hoot, rotating from the right lane to mid. So as you talked about before, having a really hard time with Lash and Silver against this Geist combo with an Apollo, it actually helps alleviate that pressure, because Break's already rotated to the left, look for a kill. He's doing it yet again, and now Hoot helping to elevate this middle lane for him.
maybe a little punish on here as he returns to the lane. And it was a good detail that we didn't catch, actually, because you know, the 2-minute timing when all the boxes spawn, you can just do some box running, get back to the lane around like 320 to catch them that next wave, or you can go and gank in that same time as well. So the box running route can you know, open up gank opportunities at those timings. So it's a kind of a nice way to like help out a lane if a lane is kind of struggling a little bit, which the mid lane I think absolutely was. So actually getting the value there with the converting on the kill in mid is definitely a good way for I think Loki W to stay competitive in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's kind of a win-win situation because you're getting boxes, you're still keeping your souls up, and then you have the ability to potentially go for a gank. And that was a really good read by Right to go for the counter gank onto Task, more importantly, in that situation on the left-hand side. But also, Rake's been kind of out of lane quite a bit, feeding a lot of farm over to Cosmetical. I mean, typically a player they like to feed a lot of farm to. Empty Dreams is already struggling on this right-hand side, even though he has the support of Hoot on the Kelvin. But so far, I mean, you're seeing Abrahams, they want to apply pressure. You can see on the map alone, they're trying to push in towards middle, though it gets actually punished quite heavily as Michaelis goes down here. Even on the right-hand side, they're keeping that aggression on.
Yeah, it's good timing too. You know, this is that really key timing for the 430 timing where everybody's trying to get priority on their lane so that they can get the bridge buffs. And so, like, obviously at this level of play, it's really interesting how good teams are and how they'll prioritize that. But there you go. That mid lane got priority because of that kill for Loki W. They're onto the bridge pretty early here on the left side. And it looks like Abraham's, you know, they got the priority on the right side lane. So they're going to get the right side bridge buff. So it's going to be a split apiece. Silver getting the spirit buff, not really the best one. I think, you know, you would rather have gun for sure, or maybe vitality over that if you're playing the Silver.
I did hear about like a spirit build apparently for Silver that Lightbringer was talking about, and Cosmetical might actually be going towards that route.
No way.
See his build as it, you know, transgresses later on. We did see Vrake go for a gank on the left hand side while the buff was being taken. It didn't net into anything and actually ended up being listic to fall on this left lane. Now the pressure's really going to be on here because they have access to not only like their tier 1 camp here on the left hand side by keeping this pressure, which they're going to steal, netting them a big lead in this lane more importantly, but also a lot of damage onto this Guardian too.
Yeah, it definitely worked out quite nicely for Loki W on the right side, especially after losing the buff there. Hollow up to the usual shenanigans, you know, rushing the spirit investment. Hollow's burst damage is really nice.
It's not nice when you're on the other end of it. Receiving end of the burst.
Oh, wow.
Coming in from Saint. He's got Healbane picked up, extra charge, high velocity rounds too. It looks like he's still going to be going towards like a similar Crow max, currently at tier 2 on this one. Not going for the heavy investment to assassinate for the weapon damage, but that's not surprising because it's Saint playing the support. Playing the Vindicta as support. Here we go. Our first Death Slam coming on through. Just connect onto Task, and Cosmetical finishes that one up as well. And now Vrake needs to keep his distance as rotations coming out together to kind of capitalize on this gank on mid.
Yeah, great movement there, but I don't know that it will be enough. Chase down coming on through. And Infernus already causing some problems here. Nice cut off of line of sight there from Cosmetical.
I see the enemy.
But after all said and done, we're about a minute away from the Sinners spawning, the next sort of big objective, I suppose. And all the tier 1 towers are actually up. Even though we're getting so much action, I feel like no one has dropped a single tier 1 just yet.
Yeah, it's been a lot of like fighting in the middle parts of the lane, but that tower actually might come into fruition to be killed off in the mid lane as Hoots rotate on the right hand side looking for a kill. Michaelis does have swap up, and Task does have a tiny Losando escape as well. Not to mention Together's going to be here very low and help force back. A quick parry comes through. Look at this monster rounds. Look how much damage he's taking. It is so slow, so minimal, and he can just full nuke this Guardian on down. That will be the first one of the game taken here on a Loki W.
And again, it's really nice to have the priority at 7:30 there. You got the Sinners coming up. You want to get that tower down. And especially, you know, you got Rem on your team as well. You want Rem to be able to sack all those Sinners.
Chain didn't really net much into anything here as a parry comes through as well, connecting onto quite a few. Oh my god, did that really hit the gut shot into the box? That's such a weird angle. Listic, I have to get parried this time, but he will fall either way to Sonya Sniper. It's a big kill coming on through. Maybe another, but that's a good parry coming out of Obikim as he retreats back towards his own Guardian. But very skirmish heavy here so far in this game as we do pass that 8-minute mark as the Sinners have spawned on in.
Yeah, lots of brawling. And now some Sinners will be collected. Cosmetical with a good lead on the Silver, which is really, really nice. Because obviously Silver has insane burst damage, and if you can get that edge and get the power spike really early on, it's gonna be pretty nasty. You know, the Express Shot, probably that first power spike, and then maybe next one being the Hunter's Aura is the next one you'd be looking for.
Well, so Silence Wave as well, we've seen a massive uptick on. When we're looking at like item priority from last week, that's something I wanted to touch on, just didn't have time to. That Silence Wave is just, we've seen teams pick up 2, 3, sometimes even 4 of these just because of how good they are. And talking to AVG, because Torment Pulse got nerfed, Silence Wave kind of indirectly became better because it has an AoE around like 300 damage cone in front of you, plus it silences, and it's a really good spirit pickup anyways if you're just trying to get your investment. Just all in all, like a really strong item right now, and I'm not too surprised to see it. But Cosmetical, he needs to be this beast for them because he needs to buy time for Empty Dreams, I'd say, to get farmed. So for him having a strong start, which I think was the emphasis for Loki W, it's going to net them a very strong mid game.
You can see Cosmetical very, very threatening here in the werewolf form. Lycan Curso is about to fall. However, the chase is still on, it seems, and I think those cooldowns are going to be good to go to try to keep that pursuit on, and they will get out of there. And, you know, to your point about the Silence Wave, you know, a nice one to get that 4,800 investment a little bit later would be the Cold Front. I think works really nice on Silver as well, to really make things like very hard for the opponent once you're on top of them. British buffs coming up in the urn as well. Fight over the high grounds. Really important positioning to win out on, and looks like Loki W are going to be able to claim this forward space towards the urn for the time being. However, Kelvin Dome still a potential threat here on Hoot. He's got to reposition though. He's getting chased down and just, I think, sectioned away from the urn. So Abraham's able to take control of that, and there's going to be, I think, Vindicta that grabbed it.
Still an opportunity for a pretty big win though here for Loki W with the urn being taken. You have a left lane guardian to take, you have a right lane guardian to take as well. You just have the ability to go towards mid if you want to let the urn get dunked for free. It's a task to actually shove out this left hand side to make sure they can't shove that guardian down. That's like the typical pull that you see. You pull them one direction, you push somewhere else. As, oh my god, Empty Dreams almost gets completely nuked on down. The Iridomini can be coming in. He needs to hit these shots though if he wants to finish off the Graves. And Listic comes in at just the right time to save him. Oh my god, Listic, the perfect timing. Keeps Empty Dreams alive. Well, not for much longer. Stain closes it on out with the snipe.
I see silver.
I can't believe he didn't connect the Iridomini there. That was kind of wild. But hey, Vindicta's there to save the day. And now Cosmetical's arrived on the scene. The burst damage goes crazy into the werewolf form as well. Everybody bunching up for the swipes. The Lycan swipes is a problem. Right now, Cosmetical is tearing everybody to shreds. This is a great look now for Loki W, as they will win this battle around the urn drop-off. And at the same time, there's a lot of pressure on the left side coming in from Abrahams. The Venator Apollo combo is definitely threatening, but looks like they can't go really all that much deeper. Yeah. And so as we take stock of things here, Jason, you know, Abrahams, they've got 2 tier 1s up still. So despite losing maybe the ground there in the end, they still have somewhat of a macro advantage.
I think they kind of do for now, but I think the problem for them is that they only have a 2k lead and they have 2 additional tier 1 guardians up, so that lead doesn't really mean anything, you know, kind of at the moment. I think the real problem for them is the fact that Cosmetical, they don't really have a solid answer for him at the moment. Listic has also been getting a lot of farm, and we've talked so many times about, you know, Billies in particular, when they fall behind in farm, they seem to not have as much impact, but Listic's been keeping the farm up. I think it's kind of in partly due to the fact that Hoot's not going to take that much farm, Obakim's not going to take that much farm, and neither will Wraith necessarily. But one thing I did want to touch on was I think Hoot using Kelvin to its maximum potential there. The fact that he like just ran across the map to defend that walker, knowing that that was one of their weak points, that if they did try to contest the urn, they could lose a walk right off the bat, which would give so much more control to Abrahams and also weaken the control they have on their own left side jungle. I think was a very important little macro play out of Hoot.
Yeah, it's a great point. And speaking of the macro, the right side, Abraham's Tower's under threat. Ooh, the live swap really problematic, especially with Vindicta over the top here. You've got to imagine the snipers being lined up here. Lots of teammates coming in from Loki W to try to keep the action right at the tower here and provide the coverage for Cosmetical to escape, which he's still looking to do so as Billy gets in on the action. Listic really doing a great job taking all the attention away. It still seems like Cosmetical might be in some trouble. There is a pursuit coming in from Together on the Infernus, but I think Infernus has lost Cosmetical at this point. So looks like Cosmetical actually lives, and that's a huge win for Loki W.
Yeah, I really expected Obi-Kim to like tag along to Cosmetical so he can maybe turn around and get back in the fight, but he lets him go for free. They take a walker on the right-hand side, but just continue to shove this on down. Realize Abrahams don't have the manpower here to defend against this. And a great gut shot once again on Entry puts him into the wall and into the grave. That's going to be a big kill coming through, and it should be a walker unlock now for Abrahams.
One thing I love about Apollo that he's so good at doing, as we see the mid walker getting chunked down actually by Lady Geist. Okay, Michaelis is going to get out of there, but Billy Listic coming on through. It's going to make it very painful to escape, and I don't think Life Drain is available here. Yeah, or rather Life Swap. It is not, but either way, I was just going to mention that one of the cool things about Apollo, Jason, is that Apollo has the ability to be really high pressure on a walker defender, because you can riposte the stun, and so it just allows you to just absolutely blast people you think they may be safe there. But as I say that, no safety here when you're up against Listic. Doing such a good job here on the Billy.
Lasan coming on through, connects on a Cosmetical, but again, they just can't seem to kill him. And you know what? Part of that's due to the fact that there's a Rem, there's a Kelvin, there's so much raw healing. I also do want to take a look at items when we do have time. This is going to be very important. Even a Soundwave picked up here for a Rem, which is so important. There's going to be the combustion coming on through. The Frozen Shelter as well to help mitigate a lot of this damage being done. And Tass is able to pick up the initial kill on the Listic, but can they get much more than this, or are they forced to retreat right away?
Yeah, some trades coming on through. Once again, Cosmetic one. Literally like 1 HP, it seems like. I'm not sure if he'll survive, but the fight will continue regardless as his teammates keep it going. Break there on the Lash, doing really good work. We'll be escaping with Obi-Kim on the Rem. And in the meantime, you've got Empty Dreams doing a really good job pressuring that left side walker, continuing to get farmed up there. Very important to stay ahead of the game in the hard carry position on the team. And in the meantime, the urn has been collected on the Abraham side. Sanya Sniper is running that on the Venator. Speaking of, M1 carries.
They're really committing for this. They really don't want to let this urn go this far deep in the enemy jungle, and they're not really able to take any macro plays around the map, because you do see, of course, Tass on the left-hand side prevent that walker from taking much more damage. But you can see everyone on Loki W on the minimap. They're all teleporting over. They want to contest this one, or at least look like they were. Maybe they go for a mid-boss instead here. Did they feel that confident to do so with no ultimates up? Or they're just looking for like a raw fight down on mid lane?
It is possible, because they don't have the left lane control. So Abrahams might look at that and think, okay, well, we need a lot of players to contest this, which would create opportunity for Loki W. I mean, do they really have the... No, they're not going to go for that. They're going to challenge this directly, the urn. And who's going to try to get the pick here? That's the question, because we can get into the stalemate situation. Who's going to try to get the initial initiation? Well, it's going to be Listic to find it on the Billy, at least, as Together was peeking around the corner. The attempt at the dunk is looking like it's going to be coming through here. They're going to just try to dive on top of this one. But again, the presence from Loki W looks quite strong. Over the top comes Captain on the Abrahams with a seismic slam, trying to provide some level of disruption. But it still looks like Loki W are looking very good in this fight at the moment. Who's very low. He doesn't have the Frozen Shelter up just yet. So there might be opportunity still for Abrahams here. It's some sort of strong presence. They still have control of the urn, Abrahams. Looking to go for the dunk here, and there it comes through. Vindicta gets it done. Saints now up in the skies, looking for the snipes, and is now everybody's focus. 200 HP. Is he able to escape? Looks like he's going to be able to pass by unnoticed.
So you get the urn turn in. You get a couple of kills as well, but they got to be very careful here. You don't want to lose too many more players at this point after you got the urn. I mean, the right base Guardian for their team is just under heavy fire here. Finally, it's going to be Together to come back in, actually deal with it. But it took about half HP, and they're still continuing to push on this left-hand side. But Cosmetical's here, and well, you know what? Cosmetical does have a bunch of damage here. Does have support. A Death Slam is available for Vrake if he wants to use it. He has to be so careful of the right post. Repost, damn it. I always get that name completely wrong. And Son is going to be eliminated here from that one. So in the end, I mean, it's not the worst case scenario for Loki W, but Abrahams, they did get the urn, of course.
These fights seem really even. I got to say, Jason, that to me, that's actually somewhat concerning, just due to the fact that Loki W, they've got some really strong team fight ults between the Chain Gang and the Frozen Shelter, and also, of course, Rem's Sleep as well. They've got a lot of really nice ults for team fights, and also, in fact, the zombies for Empty Dreams as well. So I think Abrahams are doing quite well, with all of that taken into account. Not all of it was online for Loki W going into that one, but still, I think we're settling into an interesting game state here. We're getting into close to that 20-minute mark, so almost ready to have another urn fight. And we're kind of even in the game state.
Can we actually take a look at items here? Like with the tab. I'm curious to see what everyone has because we're about a minute 20 out for the next urn, which of course is probably going to be the next bit of skirmish is going to be taking place. You can see we have a knockdown picked up for who. I mean, also one thing you're going to notice on Abraham's side, 5 heal banes. 5 heal banes to deal with the healing that Obi Kim and Hoot can put out. ZP pointed that out to us over in our Discord. But Hoot hasn't hit max rank ultimate yet. So actually, there's a very, very big window here for Abrahams that if you could fight, you actually, those heal banes have full potential. It's only when he gets his next 2 ability points is he'll be able to cleanse all those heal banes and then apply a ton of extra healing to his team in that short window before they get reapplied again. Because the thing is, even if you're stuck inside the dome, you're going to reapply that heal bane. But that like quick second, maybe, second half, 2 seconds you could get from it is going to be quite important for Loki W.
Another thing to note as well is 5 counter spells ready to go for Abrahams to cancel out the Lash ultimate. And they've also got, I think, 4 or 5 rebuttals as well. So, really trying to make sure they've got the counter animation on lock there. And now Loki W looking to get a pick opportunity. The relentless pursuit off of the ice path here to set up the fight. Hoot able to enable that pick there. Cosmetical with the kill onto the Abrams. And that mid boss is a possibility. Maybe we've got the urn coming up as well very, very shortly. So the fight will continue towards the urn pickup spot. A sprawling engagement as each team kind of rush to get position here.
Yeah, I think you're seeing Empty Dreams realize, okay, we need to shove out this right-hand lane to get control of the side when the urn does get picked up. Urn has finally spawned on in. And we're seeing Loki W just fully get position around it. I mean, the Death Slam alone, just Rake, him just being there is kind of like a deterrence for Abrahams to realize, okay, we can't really push into this. We're going to lose too many players. But the kill on Captain was such a perfect timing window for them to actually get control of this urn, but it's about them turning it in. Oh my god, the Fog doing so much damage here to Saint. Forcing it back almost immediately. And honestly, Vrake is buying so much time right now by keeping, was it like 4 or 5 Abrahams members on that left side jungle?
Yeah, it's really good harass coming on through. However, Loki W are still making a lot of progress to the dunk. In fact, not really anybody there except the Abrams at the moment to stop this one, just preparing the seismic slam, but that's going to pause. That buys the time. So now the urn has not made its way across. It gets dropped, and the fight now pursues the team into mid here for Loki W. They're going to take down together, so they are getting the picks, but Apollo, for Abraham's Taz, he's stolen away the urn, and in fact, Abrahams are going to get the dunk here, but as a response to this, Loki W for the quick pivot onto the mid boss, and you know what, Abrahams, they've got no choice there. They're a man down, but they have to take this fight.
Well, if they did have those counter spells you were talking about, they're going to need him here. Break has Death Slam, and that's kind of their one condition paired with the Frozen Shelter to deny them the chance to take these rejuves. Abraham's going in for the contest. Taylor's not going to be here. Going for early knockdown over on a task to keep him away from this fight. Laying down the grasping hands as well, and the nap time comes on through it, as well as the Frozen Shelter locking. I think that's 2 members inside of it. They're going to take away the Venators, so the one rejuve token that they had is now gone. The fight's going to continue to break out thereafter. Cosmetical already in that Lycan form, going for the chase inside the side room. Trying to focus on Asanya once again here to take him out of this fight. But again, fighting areas like this for players like Together on Infernus can be extremely deadly for Loki W. They've lost now Vrake. They have 1 Rejuve Crystal left. But I think that's all they're going to lose here. Everyone else is relatively healthy. And Abrahams are just running out of steam.
Yeah, very tough. I think we're starting to see some limitations of their composition as they are getting kind of bullied in these fights here. And those rebuttals not really doing all that much in that situation. 1 Rejuve Crystal remaining, 4 players down, and it's just the map, the whole map that's now accessible for Loki W to take full advantage of.
Oh, Tass, I think he realizes he needs to die, or was he this? I don't know. Maybe he's DC.
Yeah, not really sure.
Bro, the minions are taking the shrines here. Remember we talked about before, like the minions were pushing on the base guardians, they took them down. Now they're attacking shrines. They're going to get the first shrine basically with no one touching it. The second shrine's going to fall in a few seconds. I mean, these are falling before the other 2 walkers in the game. That is ridiculous how much pressure they've been maintaining on this right-hand side.
Yeah. That is you're right. Very, very good lane pressure. And it really counts when you're doing a lot of stuff on the map and you have the lane prio and then big objectives, then take everybody's attention. I mean, you get really rewarded for it. Only now just getting express shot and slowing bullets. So very late pickups for a silver, I would say. And you know, that's because we got more counter items coming into play. You know, Warp Stone was prioritized pretty quickly. The Cold Front to get the 4800 spike with the Silence Wave, and the Dispel Magic all came ahead of Express Shot and also slowing bullets. So yeah, really, really interesting to see that those choices get made by Cosmetical. And yeah, Jason, I mean, right now I feel like the later this game goes on now, it feels like it's going to get worse and worse for Abraham's chances.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of saying, is that for Abrahams, I think they need to win early on, because I think they're just going to be overpowered by the entire side of Loki W. I mean, those Silence Waves had come in huge. Michaelis, no swap available anymore, and that time had come in with the Death Slam. They threw everything they had to kill Michaelis, and Cosmetics going to continue to dive on deeper, trying to chase down Saint in the air with that Warp Stone that you pointed out before. Is able to force them on back. Captains join the party though, and this is their chance to maybe turn around. There's only one of those Reju crystals left, and honestly, Empty Dreams isn't even there, so this is probably the best fight that they could get.
Yeah, really, really tough here. They can't save the Walker as you know, they'll try. They couldn't even get a Reju crystal out, which would really have been at least something. Oh, Billy was so close to going down there, but Ballistic's going to get healed up by all of the heal that's available here on Loki W. Abraham's really in so much trouble, and again, they already lost a shrine. The last shrine remaining is pretty tagged up as well already. And Loki W have the entire map pushed, every lane deeply pushed at this point.
It's like they have almost like a double win condition here, Dan, because they were shoving into that Walker's 5 and leaving Empty Dreams just to continue to farm away. He's at 32k. Now, he doesn't have necessarily the biggest of leads, you know, compared to his teammates, but Cosmetical was their like mid-game win condition. He's their late-game win condition. So keeping him farm constantly, keeping away from these fights to continue to build up the soul lead that he currently has is so important for the late-game success for Loki W. If they have a misplay somewhere, if they do stumble, they have Empty Dreams to pick them on back up.
Well, right now there's no way to get earn control for Abrahams. It would be a comeback earn, so would have been nice, but again, that's the benefit of all these lanes being so pushed. And hey, they've got every ability to just actually fight for this Loki W, just force another team fight. Especially now with the advantage that they have in souls, 25k. They're probably going to want to take it, but a chase down from Apollo. Some good burst damage coming in. There's the assistance, though. There's other people here, and now the sleep comes through as well from Rem, and the Cosmetical jumps in on the silver, and the burst damage is going to be out of control. Taz goes down, and Loki W just keep the momentum going.
As ZP just pointed out to us, 2 cursed relics picked up for Loki W, and we saw one of them used. One's on Hoot, one's an Obi-Kim. A nap time onto Taz, followed by a cursed relic onto him, means a dead Apollo. Instantly bursted down, no chance. I mean, they even had Silence Wave on top of that too. Like, they have so much control with the pick potential of Obi-Kim with nap time into these curses that you just don't survive. You need to somehow bait out these 2 cursed relics before you actually go for an engage. And this even Earn just dunked in over the heads of Abrahams.
Big damage coming on through, but there's just simply not enough behind this one. Abrahams and Loki W sprinting forward now to the W of the game to get to play against Leviathan. Just have to clean up some of these lanes perhaps, and that's all they really need to do.
Empty Dreams on Ricochet now too. So I think he's gonna start making his presence known in these team fights. Believe it. I mean, that's a big wave on the left-hand side you're gonna see here for Ray to clean up. A lot of extra souls going his way. They're continuing to fight on the right-hand side, but together, pretty much being the only one to defend with him and Tass. And again, cursed relics aplenty here for Loki W, and that's 1 kill. Now Tass, the last left alive, gonna have to go back towards his base, and this should be the shrine and phase 1 patron cleaned up.
And there we go. Like I said, you know, Graves, you have to wait, you know, wait a little bit. But when Graves comes online, it's pretty disgusting. Just trying to dive into this one. Abrahams, there's no rejuice or anything like that, but Calvin Dome comes in for a brief second. Not necessary. Not necessary. 3 players down for Abrahams. Not too much they can do to defend this space at this point. Well, we're going to get ult there from Apollo. It's not going to do too much of anything. You know, they're just trying to throw the kitchen sink at this, but it's too much. too much, Jason.
Mid boss coming up in 10 seconds. I see a rule they take phase or stage 1 page and go back to take mid boss. You know, we had Puckett ask a question earlier on talking about who's the best player in EU right now. I want to revise that answer. I think I have to put Hoot back at best player because not because of like necessarily his individual skill, which he is vastly ahead, I think, of a lot of players in EU, but the fact that he will play support Kelvin, like he will play Kelvin. He doesn't care what he plays. He just wants to win. And I think having a player on a team like that with that drive is insane. But this is gonna be the last fight of the game here, Dan. Abraham's going for the contest. A little bit of a parry comes in on top of the rejuvenator, but Sane's gonna fall. They just go for the kills. They don't even need to take the rejuice right away. With 3 players falling, Loki W should be getting their berth once again here into the finals up against Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, Hoot's always such a good shout because I do think he has he's kind of in a class of his own for what he's able to do on a team, provide on a team. Because he's kind of a wild card. You never know what he might do, what he might play. He can play stuff that's off meta and make it make sense in a way that can catch you off guard. And there's a huge amount of value to that. All right.
To win, man. And that's what it's about here in Deadlock. Doing whatever you have to do. Be selfless on your team. Secure those dubs like Loki W are earning here on their sleeves. Once again, going up against Leviathan, but the question now comes, can they turn their fate around and finally take down the top dogs of EU and become the top dogs that they are destined to be?
Congratulations, Lowkey W featuring Hoot tonight. They're going to get it done very quickly, under 30 minutes for our opening round of action. As we break everything down, I think the first thing that needs to be said, chat, let's chill on the judgment of Mikhail S. He was getting bullied, all right? He was getting picked apart early on in that game. It kind of just got out of hands. But as we're looking at the positives, do you think Fisheye Guy in our Twitch chat is right, DDK? Did Hoot really get tired of losing and is looking for a new team?
It's quite, it's possible for sure. I do think that one of the reasons we see so many switch ups in roster on this in a game like Deadlock is because there are so many roles, and the way that teams could shift over time as to what is working is something that I think is quite different to at least other FPS games that I'm used to, like in a game like Counter-Strike or something. Yeah, there's roles in Counter-Strike, but in this game, there are more roles, and the ways that you might kind of gel with your teammates and the ideas that you might have as to how that should all come together will be different. So, and Hoot is a guy that can fit into any roster and make it better. I do believe that. So yeah, it's cool to see Hoot on the warpath here.
Can we talk about where this game got out of hands for the Abrahams, Kaplan? Because chat said forfeit already after about 18-minute mark. That first mid boss.
You know, I can't remember the timing of where it was, but seeing Cosmetical be this far ahead, I think it was one of their win conditions, honestly, because you need to stall the game long enough for Empty Dreams to come online. And I think the way they empowered Cosmetical and allowed him to become this like mid-game stature for them was so important. The fact that he got so far ahead, Vrake was able to interact with some other lanes as well. We saw him gank the left lane. We saw Hoot gank mid lane. Considering he was in a very tough lane off the get-go against, what was it, Michaelis and Tass. I think he did a phenomenal job of just keeping the team on his back up to that point where he could take a break and let Empty Dreams be the carry.
DK, noob question here. I was playing Street Brawl earlier, and there were 3 Abrams on my team and 3 Silvers on the opposing team. Is Silver the hard counter to the Abrams? Because we got rolled.
Well, I think right now, I think Silver's better for sure. They do a little bit of a different job, I guess you could argue, but yeah, Silver's damage output is really absurd. If you have a Silver that is kind of on par, it's really good. You have a Silver that is ahead of the game on Souls, the burst damage really is crazy, and then also the survivability becomes a really big problem because she gets into Lycan form really quickly, and her ability to escape and be able to just like jump on you is pretty difficult and overwhelming if you don't have the options. And I think with all of the healing that was behind Cosmetical did a great job getting ahead in the early portions of the game, like Jason said, getting the support on the objective play, and being able to be that very high DPS presence that then becomes quite tanky as well. And I think that's, you asked the question, where was the difference made? To me, a lot of it was really how well Loki W played the objectives.
As far as the Graves goes, I've seen people hate on her. Some people seem to defend her in the chat, but most people are not liking the Graves. Is that because she's auto aim? Where is the Graves hate coming from? Because Empty Dreams drops the most souls. He also is going to lead the way in objective damage.
I think it's probably due to the fact that she could be seen as like low skill. She's like
The Moira, the Scarlet Witch of this game.
Yeah, like the Moira of Overwatch, because you don't have to aim, right? But what you do have to do is know positioning, know how to play around your team, and know like what fights you can and cannot take. Is obviously the fact that you don't have to aim is one thing, but you have to be very careful about how you play throughout the entire time, because she is still extremely squishy. If she gets caught out by like a charge, there's a world where she could be bursted down before there's a chance to actually save her. So I think it does take some expertise to play her, though it's not necessarily like the highest of skill caps, but it comes into playing around your team and your team playing around you that really unlocks her at this high level.
If you're looking for most deaths in the game, unfortunately, that belonged to Captain. Michaelis right behind him. And of course, Listic abusing his old buddy on the Billy was one of our top performers in the early game. Graves leads it at the end. And the question I have is, DDK, do you like this combination of Obakim and Hoot on the same squad? Is this a double support meta right now?
I don't know if it's a double support meta. I think it's kind of I think it's like the factor of like having Hoot, like we talked about, who allows you to do stuff that's a little bit off the script, maybe a little bit off meta. I don't think we're in a double support meta, to be honest. I mean, but I think it can work. It just depends on how you're looking to play it. Obviously, in this case, they were able to make it work, but it did come from Hoot, not necessarily going super hardcore on the support. Kind of just Jason highlighted going into it, who had a different kind of role in that early game. Yes, it's supporting, but also tempoing out. I think that was a really key way that Hoot played this that made it work.
And it's also important to note, like, look at his assists and look at Vrake's assists. Lash already has insane speed getting around the jungle because you build into like stand mastery. You can build to grapple off of people. Kelvin can be extremely quick with the ice pass. So like him and Vrake, I think we're really able to pair well together to look for these ganks and to be there to turn a fight that might have been a 2-on-2 into like a 4-on-2. I think the mobility of Kelvin really helps Hoot excel at what he wants to do in this game.
So Vrake is the Lash, which I'm told is super with Faker's face. I'm an unk. I don't understand it. Someone explain it for me in the break. In the meantime, let's take a look at your MVP. It is Vrake. It is the Lash. It is Jason Kaplan's favorite hero. Why did Vrake look so good on this character tonight? What was his impact for the squad?
I mean, I think you see it there on the screen, 53,000 damage, man. Like that, he had the highest damage in that game, put in some serious work. The next closest was 38K from Cosmetical. And Cosmetical, I mean, only had one more kill than him. The fact that he had 5 deaths, but like only 5 deaths, and for the impact he had in that early game to give Loki W the strong start, but more importantly to kind of punish Abrahams with him attacking on this left-hand side, keeping together in check, and keeping, I think that was Saint. No, it wasn't Saint on that side. Who was with him on that side? It was Sonya. Keeping them in check, I think, was really important to kind of limit the power spike and where they could hit it. With his early presence, he had really good death slams. I didn't really see him mess up a single death slam. There's also like no knockdowns, and I didn't really see many like counter spells or anything used to prevent him from being effective. And sometimes you don't need to hit a big 5-man death slam, man. You just get one player. If you take him out like you did to Michaelis a couple of times, that's a big threat you take off the table from the enemy team.
He also shut down that Apollo multiple times, chasing him down for the final kills. Unfortunately for Taz, he was bullied. The Apollo didn't play out the way we thought it might. DDK, we knew we were going to see some similar bans, some similar picks. Anything standing out, though, early in this meta for Europe, DDK?
Well, I want to make actually a really quick point. I think they actually had 5 counter spells, Jason. And I think that makes it more impressive that Vrake was able to have such an insane game on Lash and have such damage output, because there was lots of spots where he didn't even bother to use it. That was really interesting to me. But yeah, I think Lash, it could be something we'll see probably a bit more of. I've seen a lot of games where the Lash does do this like outstanding amount of damage, and I kind of can't work out where it's coming from a lot of the time. So, and I think it's just some of the movement that we see at this top level allows Lash to be able to maneuver around fights, get a lot of damage out over the top, whether it's through the ground strike or otherwise. So I think we could potentially see more Lash, honestly. And I think that will be the surprise for me, because I wasn't pegging him as like a super meta pick in the last couple of weeks.
We're up to 14,000 viewers over on Twitch throughout that game. Shout out to everyone coming over to check out Deadlock for EU. We are not only in the first half of the show, we're just warming up, because that was a best of 1. When we come back, it is a best of 3 grand finals. Leviathan with a new superstar. D-Mob making a move to a top squad, or is it just an April Fool's troll? We'll find out as Hoot's filling in for Loki W. Things are getting spicy in EU. Stay locked. Yes, we are 120 years combined age, but we still look good. We got DDK, Jason Kaplan, Chris Puckett at the helm, ZP's behind the scenes, and we're jumping into game number 2. Kaplan, you're not 40, but you look 37, if not 57. Counting. Where are we at in there?
I was counting in my head. I was like, you're actually, I think, kind of close. I think Dan's the youngest out of us.
Nice.
Where are we at, Dan? You were born before or after 1990?
88.
Oh, bunch of boomers in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get to the Zoomers as we introduce you to your teams. We've got Loki W and Leviathan. Some old guard when it comes to Deadlock, though. A lot of reps between these squads, and you just saw Loki W take a W. What was surprising, though, DDK, was the roster they rolled in with today. Some shakeups in Europe, and we don't know if it's just a special treat here for April Fool's Day or if these are some serious power moves being made by the rosters.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the best of 3 look, because, you know, the drafts will look a bit different. I think against Leviathan, obviously, as you guys mentioned, Sai's not going to be here. It's going to be is going to be standing for that. So we'll see if Leviathan can do it with the stand-in, but you've got to imagine they should have the advantage here, given Loki W has some of the changes. Leviathan are the trophy holders right now.
Let's take a look at Loki W first and remind everyone what we just saw. So Obakim was running the Rem. We saw Hoot switching over to the Kelvin. What do we expect to maintain going into this best of 3, Kaplan? Anyone else you expect to swap up their roles, maybe more silver?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell you what they're going to do with Hoot, because I think the only hero I've seen him on is Kelvin, but Hoot brings that inherent flexibility to the team. I think what we will see him on, though, is like a mobile hero for sure, like a mobile champion, just so he can kind of be around in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these fights, maybe similar to Vrake. I think that's definitely one of like the big factors to their last game, was just how involved Hoot and Vrake were being in every single skirmish around the map, constantly running around, constantly applying pressure to these fights and giving the man advantages.
We're jumping in with Loki W, taking on the returning champions, though. Leviathan have held the spot since, I believe, episode 27. That's when we introduced a bunch of new characters into the game. Why has this team been so good at the meta, DDK?
I think, there's a lot of different reasons for sure. I think one of the things that they really nailed was the how to play Deadlock in the most modern way in terms of how you play the positions, and they really locked in the team play and the macro in a way that was super effective. But then the layers behind that, obviously, is the individuals. And OC's, I think, stands out. He is the position 1 hard carry of the team, and his play on Mina was absolutely like 1 of 1, like incredibly good. And then not just that, we saw Graves coming into the meta. OC's adopted it and also made that look like the best Graves in the world also. So he is a very powerful carry, and there's a lot behind him as well. Obviously, that also works in his favor for the rest of the team here, that allows them to be as strong as they are.
I've really enjoyed the OC's overseas combo, but now that I see OC's and Dimov on the same squad, we had 3 people saying they're the top player in the game: OC's, Dimov, and Hoot. 2 of them on the same team. Is this unfair, Kaplan?
A bit, yeah. I think it's a bit unfair. It's a little overpowered here for Leviathan. Honestly, Dimov, I think he slots decently well into Sai's position too, because Sai was playing the Sinclair last week, if I'm not mistaken. And I think he fits like perfectly into the role that they want to use him as. And I presume he, of course, can be like maintain the support role. I think for them, though, is we've not seen OCs have the same level of success as he has on Mina. So I do wonder, will Loki W maybe want to take away Mina from him? Because we've seen him play the things like Geist and the likes, but he can't apply the same pressure on a Geist like he can do on a Mina because of how mobile she can be as a hero and how slippery. So I think I'm still like looking at him to be big playmaker for them. If they can get him comfortable, then I think they have a very good shot defending this title.
I like that call out. 2 exciting rosters with new players in for the first time. Dimov, of course, filling in for Leviathan. Loki W just had their first game with Hoot. Kaplan, what's going through your brain?
Is it actually 114? I think so. Dan, do you have your birthday already this year, Dan?
No.
Okay, so you and I are the same age. And then I don't know how, I guess I can tell how old Puckett is, but I don't think Puckett's 40.
Not 40 yet.
I don't know. It could be right.
Look at the grays, chat. What are we thinking?
What is this song sitting?
What are we thinking?
Bro, you got the grays up here. I got the grays here. And Dan's got no grays.
Any in the eyebrows yet? Nope, we're under 50, fam. All right, let's get it. That's how you can check out how old men get, if you guys didn't know. In the meantime, we have this match ready. No, we have a head-to-head. Here's how it has gone in the past, going all the way back to Shift 18. That was their first meeting, DDK.
Yeah, and the evolution over time has been pretty awesome to see. I think Loki W honestly have been getting better and better. So we could be in a world where, the rivalries in EU, they're always shifting. It kind of seems like the Loki W and Leviathan rivalry is probably going to be the new rivalry. And, as we go into this next game, this is a good shot for Loki W. They've got the addition of Who. They have a sub coming in for Leviathan, albeit Dimov, of all people. But still, this is a good opportunity for Loki W to at least steal away a map. And I would love to see that, because a 3-mapper between these 2 teams would I think, be super awesome for the nerds out there that love looking at how these teams draft out against each other.
Do you think Dimov is trying out Leviathan, or Leviathan is trying out Dimov, Kaplan?
I want to say neither. Is there a world where Dimov joins Loki W actually?
Ooh,
in like the
with
next
who?
week? I think if you're Leviathan, You're playing already so well. You defended your title 4 times in a row. Why drop Sai, who's been one of the very important factors to doing that? Dude, Dimov? Can we have like Buff and Dress 2.0? Obikim, Listic, Dimov, Hoot. Mikhail S leaves Abrahams. I mean, I would hate to be one of the non-Buff and Drawer players.
I was told Mikhail S is going to start playing 10 hours a day. I don't know if he was filling in tonight because it's spring break over in Russia or what is going on, DDK, but it's about to be summertime and we could get a lot of games in.
I did see him tweet about it, right? That he's like looking to return properly. And then so like, what does he know that we don't know?
That Valve just bought the Deadlock Twitter. It's coming. Everyone felt the wave. We had 14,000 people on Twitch to start the show because the wave is hitting hard over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Nightshift. If you haven't already hit the subscribe button and you have a Prime, please put it to use. Take Amazon's money and put it in our observers' bank accounts. We also have an opportunity to grow the prize pool. If you guys are enjoying the new rosters tonight, if you like the hand-drawn art and you want to help us pay for it, all you got to do is hit the donate button. That goes directly to the players. Any subscriptions go towards some overtime pay. Kaplan, anything else we need to highlight before the EU boys are ready to kick off this best of 3?
No, I don't think so. I think this should have the potential to be a really good match. I think Loki W have made some mistakes in the past meeting up against Leviathan, but I think the more time that Lightbringer's been on the roster, the more time he's been coaching them and helping them figure things out, I think it's helped curve away those mistakes and prevent them from happening again. It's just about Loki W now. Can they perform when they need to? Scrims are one thing, but taking the title is another.
Do I need to ban Graves? She was in MVP form. The Lash was in MVP form, and Cosmetical was also causing problems on Silver. So Leviathan just watched it. What do you get rid of? The Silver.
I think that makes a lot of sense because Silver's kind of interesting because Silver's can be kind of like the frontline carry. I think it kind of was the core that the other whole comp was entirely based around, I think, at least. And I think if you're Loki W, you get rid of Mina. I think that's what I would want to do. But they get rid of Kelvin. All right.
Okay. Hoot's like, I'm not playing him.
Kelvin is like a super high tiered pick again. So,
guys, Mikhail S is not Russian. Guys, he hasn't been on night shift since episode 1. I started working on episode 2. How am I supposed to know where Mikhail S is from? Welcome back, by the way.
He's Finnish.
He's Finnish. Yeah. Officially.
Yeah, he's officially Finnish.
From Finland.
Yeah.
Not done.
Veneta? Question mark.
Can we talk about the Mirage a little bit, honestly, because I've been hearing. Oh my god, that picture! That has to be the best
so
picture
cute.
for sure. Now that we get to see the screen, the head warping into the horn, like it's amazing.
How do you even draw a horn in Microsoft Paint?
I want to know who drew that, and I want to commission them to draw me something.
That's Solomon, 100%. That's more of like Nox artwork there on the rim.
They could have got the Celeste Venator. And you're looking for an M1. I mean, Venator, Mina available still. Leviathan can pick up one of those too now. And so you've kind of decided, Loki are not deciding to kind of value the meta carries here off the bat. Okay, well, they got their carry and their off carry, so now they're set.
I think Puckett saw the exact same thing I did, the recent sub.
Not allowed to say all the things.
Not allowed to say it? All right.
Yep. I'm practicing for sponsored shows, Jason. I'm a professional these days.
So with Mirage picked, I don't 100% know where OCs is going to go at the moment because Overseas has been playing the Geist for the most part, but OCs can play it. But Mirage, I've been hearing like so many crazy things about him. The fact that if you get superior cooldown and you max your Traveler, it's a 36 second cooldown. So you always have this presence ever around the map. You max your Scarabs, you max your ultimate, and then you can go into Jin's Mark or your the Tornado, the Dirt. Oh my god, what's it called? Dirt. Help me out here. Dirt Storm. Dirt. Big mistake. Help me, Dan.
I don't remember. Even though I played Mirage so much, I don't remember what it's called.
They changed it anyways. Yeah. Dust Devil.
Dust Devil. The tornadoes. Yeah.
The fact that you can always be like omnipresent around the entire map makes him so dangerous. But I still feel like his damage has been curved, but also the built-in inhibitor to his one is when he maxed out is like very tough to deal with. But to see, that's interesting. Great Talon, first of all, that is fantastic artwork as well. Whoever did Great Talon for sure did Kelvin, I think.
Well, the The thing too with Grey Talon is that you got the squishies there. I mean, Grey Talon is the number one squishy killer in the game. So, whoa! Hey, like the moon face here. What's happening? It's like that is absolutely the best one.
Did they go back and like, hey, should we add some eyes? Yeah, let's wing it. Let's put some eyeballs on there.
Wow.
It's like the viscous thing that you and I both wore, Pocket, where we had to
right?
like poke our own eyeballs in there.
Yeah, the Shiv is glorious. Mirage and Shiv were created by the same person. Geist and Graves were definitely created by the same person. But who made the turnip on Celeste's head? That was the question from the chat, and I think they nailed it.
Oh,
Mina is here, as you called at the start of this one. DDK, are you surprised to see her coming in at pick number 9?
Not super surprised based off of how the initial priorities went. I think it's Mina and Venator went much later than I think I would have normally expected, but I think both teams have pretty strong lineups right now. I'm just looking at what are we missing. We're missing a support for Leviathan. Ivy is still available, and I don't think we're going to see the double support from Loki W because Kelvin's not available. I think that's the only way it really works. And so Loki W going to finishing off with Lash. So they got a pick, for the final pick there, and this has to be like an Ivy or something, or a Page or an Ivy.
I was thinking
that's gonna be Break on the Lash. Who's playing Billy? Is that Listic?
We don't know. That's the thing. I think it's gonna be Hoot on Celeste.
Sinclair made it through. Okay.
Sinclair.
Now we saw the Sinclair ban, and we thought that might be Pocket related. Is this just a power player for Leviathan? Why is he in the mix here, Kaplan?
I think as I'm looking at this, and what do you realistically have to steal? You have Death Slamp, then you need a Majestic Leap to make it work, and then you have Nap Time.
Chain Gang because Chain Gang's kind of nice because you can always TP away with the assistant to get out of trouble, and then I think the Celeste ult as well is kind of nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say Celeste ult at mid boss. Is that worth going for? When do you use that?
I don't think you'd want to steal necessarily the Celeste ult in this one, because I think it works, but if you think about the way Sinclair naturally builds, you're going to have greater expansion, and great expansion works really well with Lash, Billy, and Rem. It doesn't do anything for Yamato, doesn't do anything for Venator as far as I know. I don't think it makes the bolts bigger, and then for Celeste, I think it maybe affects the bounce range, but I'm looking at like those 3 heroes as like the big playmakers, because the thing is, what do they have to initiate? Nothing. So they're really depending on Sinclair to be the initiate for the team, and I think that's why we saw it come in as a last pick, because of the ways that you can facilitate that with the heroes picked by Loki W.
It's interesting. Who do you think has a stronger front line here? Because Mirage is a bit more brawly. Now with the Scarabs, he has a lot more kind of sustain in more kind of skirmishy situations, whereas before the updates to the Scarabs, he didn't really have any of those survivability options. And now obviously people could also build the Echo Shard to get the double tornado as well. So there's even more ability to be mobile in a fight.
Still you have damage.
Yeah.
What's up, Loki W? You said Bucket?
Yeah, Apollo just got massacred. You got Lady Geist and Apollo back in, and you just took care of business with Loki W last game, but you're using silver, I guess, at the start of the game.
Oh, no.
Put the pressure on Yamato. Look at her eyes. Look at the smirk. Billy's going to close that gap and tickle you with whatever's under that chinny chin chin, and it's going to get weird.
That's way too high-pitched and loud. Give me a second.
No, you're good.
I think that's what she sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Smile. This is you know what this is? This is like what is it, Doug? The TV show Doug.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That is 100% Doug from the TV show called Doug. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I think most of our viewers probably have not, but it is, if we can get a picture of that somehow, it is a one-for-one replica. Yeah, Doug Funny. And then Celeste is, I can see the turnip.
It's the turnip. It's the earthworm from Toe Jam and Earl. Earthworm Jim. Thank you, chat. There we go.
Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I can see it.
And we have some random citizens dropping in some primes. Be like citizen ID 73556 and drop your Amazon Prime. It gives us money and takes it away from Amazon. It's a win-win. Help your mom and pop stores out. Taking out one billionaire at a time. DDK, we've got this match ready. Who had the better draft as we take a look at all the incredible redesigns? We've been waiting for a Paradox. We've been waiting for a Pocket. But how about my McGinnis? That is some incredible art.
Oh my god, some of these are really good.
Page with
The Wraith? Who did the card on the Wraith? That is some detail.
Mina basically looks like identical to the actual Mina. Wow.
I think some of these tried harder than others.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Low-2 drew Doorman for sure. He spent 25 hours on that.
I can see it because there's no one out there that looks as good as Doorman.
And then the Viper is not redrawn at all. Mad respect.
The Great Talon, but the owl on Great Talon's shoulder. Are we ever going to be told where these came from? Lovely drawn by the Night Shift production team.
Oh my god. Did you guys see Holly? Holiday's face.
I didn't know you could have an eye for a nose. I didn't know they put eyes that far
Can
down
we
on your
zoom
face.
in on that, Solomon? Figure it out. Oh, that one's drawn by ZP's toes, I was told. Well done, ZP. Let us know, what is your favorite piece of artwork? Would you like it printed out and sent to your home for $9.99? We can make it happen over here on deadlocknightshift.com. Brought to you by ZP. ZP.
Oh my god, it doesn't get better. It gets only better worse.
Is the ear the nose?
Herself somehow.
You know what's funny? Happening? You could flip the location of the mouth and like flip the eyes and it would still probably work with the way the head is drawn, the shape of the head.
Can you flip it upside down, Solomon? Does it get better upside down? He's working on it, guys. Okay. Give him a second. Give him a second. Let's see if we can flip this. Also, what does Haze look like once we go upside down?
True.
The little bow kind of looks like bunny ears. Oh,
It looks like Billy. Upside down Haze.
Chat, let us know what you see. We'll tell you what mental disease you have. The players need an extra minute. Nervous poops. It always hits them right before a championship match. This is a best of 3. We got some serious money on the line. I'm talking $600. If you want that money to go up, all you got to do, exclamation mark, donate. It'll give you a link. You give them the money. It goes straight to them. It skips ZP's pockets. We don't have to pay taxes on it. It's glorious.
Krill looks pretty good. No way. No way. He drew the holiday.
Loki drew the holiday.
Bro, who did 7? Look at 7.
7's sick.
6, 7.
Oh.
Yeah, that is actually sick. I feel like the 7 one is, I don't know. I think that's the best one, but there's so many good ones here. Honestly, massive shout outs to the production team. Obviously, we don't know who specifically drew each one, but
yeah, I just want to know all the Low-2s. I think Low-2 drew the pocket as well.
Who did
anything
Kelvin?
with the single eye? He had to have done the Gray Owl and the Kelvin too, right?
Kelvin? No way. Kelvin and Talon, I think, for someone else. We're even trying to wait. Look at Dynamo. What? His head's just like floating. It's great.
Mo and Crow is real good. That's the art piece I would be commissioning.
He also did the Dynamo. Okay, I want to know who did Page and then who did like Kelvin Grey Talon, because like the Page buck teeth, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Genius.
Even Pocket's pretty good. I think we need to take can we do polls in Twitch chat? I don't remember if we can or not, because I'd really like to see who everyone out there thinks is the best drawn one.
I would point out Drifter, but I've been told not to talk about him.
6. Wait, what is
the 6-7? That's the best.
That's gonna be a real skin at some point. I think like some modder's gonna make that into a skin. Fantastic stuff, production.
Enough nightmare paralysis done by Low-2. It's time for Leviathan versus Loki W. D-Mov looking for a new team or just collected a check? He's filling in for the lizard people. Let's get it on.
All right. I mean, this should be a great game, Jason. I think there's a lot of cool stuff going on. I really like the drafts of both teams. I'm curious how Shiv's going to perform. Shiv is still really good. Obviously, you have to be more, knife oriented. And I've been seeing a lot of popularity coming behind the approach where you just get the golden egg and you just get decay as quick. Like as soon as the golden egg allows you to buy decay as your first item, which is 3200 item. That's that's how you start off the Shiv build. You're seeing a lot of popularity behind that.
I want to know is D-Mov on Geist, because Overseas is on Mirage, and I thought he would have been on the Geist. And that, I mean, Irazumi most likely then going to be on the Sinclair. Very interesting switch ups. And Leviathan, yeah. Okay, so it is going to be that. And Wang Chung, of course, is going to be on the Shiv. That's going to be Fremok. Yeah, it's his alter ego. But it's interesting to see them. They slot him into a role that forces someone else to switch. Not necessarily roles, but like heroes that we've been seeing them play quite consistently.
It's having that Scarab. I'm telling you, man, Scarabs are dangerous. Such good healing in the lane. Okay, we're getting a swap with the TPs.
I see the enemy.
Wow, lane swaps. Okay, so that means Shiv Geist here for Leviathan up against Billy Rem. That's actually a pretty nasty combo, Shiv and Geist, I gotta say. Wait, okay.
Another swap coming in.
Wait, they're swapping again?
We saw this, I think, quite a bit last week. I think we saw them swap like 3 or 4 times. I know ZP's here, and then he was casting that one. It happened like a ton. It would shove the lane, then they would just swap over and over and over again, just to make sure they get the matchup that they want. But then it was Leviathan the ones to do that then. So we're seeing like Loki W now respond to it. And it does give the opportunity for a potential 3-man surprise gank if you just don't have one person teleport on over.
Yeah, it makes sense in the like as long as you're doing it under 2 minutes and it's back to lane for 2 minutes, where at that point the boxes and the tier 1 camps have spawned. It definitely makes sense as long as you're not missing any creeps, because you don't have anything otherwise to do as well during that downtime between the waves.
Again. So I mean, it's so interesting to see like the consistency of trying to get the right lane matchups that they want, because it kind of shows they want to win in the laning phase instead of maybe just going even. Trying to, you know, I think is I'm trying to like wonder where's the Sinclair going? What is he ideally trying to steal? I think we saw multiple times last week trying to avoid Graves. I think it was the Graves Sinclair. That was the matchup. That was quite
weird. That parry. That's a really big problem as well for Geist. You know, you can't really get active in the lane now. Gives a lot of prio to Billy Rem. And this is really, really awesome as well, because, you know, they can go do some of the boxes. I'm not sure what the state is of the boxes right now. Do have a break going for the boxes on the enemy side. So that's a really nice box invade.
All they'll be able to do is stand there and burn.
And then back into the mid lane.
Trying to wrap my head around some things here in this game about like kind of the positions that Loki W are playing here, and even for Leviathan to some route. Because OC is for sure going to be like the hard carry, the position 1 of the team. And typically it was like overseas to play the like second position. He'd be like kind of like second on farm for the most part. Oh, with now Dimov in the mix, I don't know where you play Dimov. He was typically like one of like the junglers in the past. I guess you technically can do as Geist, but you're not really going to hit like the same level power spikes that you would normally see like a carry Geist have.
Yeah, fellas, we had a lot of questions in the chat as well about the lane swaps. So if you guys can chime in on that as the game progresses, they want to know why are they picking these lanes?
I didn't catch the first swap. I was trying to like understand something about the like who's playing on what necessarily. So I don't know who initiated the swap. Did you catch that, Dan?
No. I didn't catch the first swap.
We both missed the first swap.
Yeah.
Who actually like initiated this?
I want to say it was Leviathan that did the first swap, but I might be wrong. I'm kind of guessing.
Yeah, I
50-50 shot, Dan. That's what I would have done. Well done.
Because I recall it was, you know what? Never mind. To be fair, people on YouTube can scroll back.
Yeah, chat can scroll for us. They can let us know. In the meantime, what's happening to Rem?
I mean, it seems like they're happy with these lane matchups now. I mean, we are hitting the 5-minute mark, so you don't want to swap right now because your buffs are coming up. A little bit of a dive here on the Fremok. Trying to create some space here, even using the chain gang just to confirm the kill. But Rake is coming from the side here on the Apollo. Maybe then a second kill as well as he gets the Italian Lasan onto the Rem play by Obikim. Going back in for the fight here. I mean, he has nowhere to hop to. And he's dead. Big kills for Leviathan, dominating this right-hand side.
Hard to kill Mirage. Overseas though is not having a great time on the farm, so the pressure's been good enough for sure. You want to keep the Mirage in check if you can. I think, Rayek, I think it's going to be really fun to see how his game goes on Apollo. I think Apollo is such a fun hero to play. The amount of activity you can have as a Spirit Nuker, just you can get so many crazy chases because Riposte is always there for you to like get you out of a deep position, as well as the lunges that can also be used for that too. And the cooldowns are pretty low as well. Nice Riposte there on the Flying Strike. Really, really good stuff. They won't have it available now for the escape. So it gets a little bit sketchy here. In come the lunges as well, trying to get some extra burst damage. That does trigger Cosmetical though to get onto the ult. The Flying Strike to finish it off. Great stuff. Good follow up there. And Cosmetical the Spirit Nuker on the other side.
Yeah, he committed for it, going for that kill. A little bit maybe frustration there. He knew he was going to die trying to take down the minions so he can get some extra farm going his way. That's going to be a stolen nap time thrown on over to Hoot. Does get around the corner in time, and this also does have some other players on his team to help deal with this one. Maybe the counter push coming on through, but it's also left Rake alone. I mean, this left lane Guardian had gone down extremely early, and Rake's there to soak up the farm in the meantime, denying potentially a lot of jungle in that lane that OCs is definitely going to be needing if he wants to carry this game later on.
Really nice kill to find there onto Primoc. Right now, Loki W actually definitely gaining some ground. 3k ahead, the 6.5 minute mark. So definitely doing some good work. The teleport coming on through though. Actually, no, it wasn't. The teleport was not used. Just a straight up rotation out of mid. Now we're going to get the Traveler back into mid, looking to jump on top of the Celeste. Shield though will presumably keep Celeste alive. And indeed, we get even some support. And in fact, this could be problematic. The escape does look all right though for overseas here on Mirage. In the meantime, the pressure game from Leviathan is turning up a little bit on the right side as well. They were like pushed close to they're crashing onto the tower, but they've since been pushed back by the Billy Yamato combo of Loki W.
I think with the initial Guardian being taken down too, it's kind of put things a little bit odd in this game, because you typically wouldn't see the carries of both teams going head to head in a lane to fight over farm here. But I'll get back to that in a second. We do see Chengen catch it onto 2 here. You can see Demob on Geist, very low in health, and finished off as well with the help of the Death Slam coming through out of Vrayek. Loki W applying pressure on this right hand side, looking to take a Guardian here. There's no urn to come up for the next 2 minutes of time, so this is definitely a take over towards objectives, and they need to dive through at a Cosmetical. Went for the early Stalker here for the extra damage, not to mention Spirit Strike, melee lifesteal on top of that, so looking for some survivability, some Spirit Shred. But the force that they put out here on this right hand side has been met. Like, Leviathan have reinforced this right hand lane.
But for quite some time, Empty Dreams has been solo farming on the left side lane with no harassment. He's managed to balloon up to 8.1 thousand souls, and the Sinners just came up, and so those are fair game whilst this pressure is happening. And okay, goodbye Cosmetical. Leviathan doing some good work here on this right side, but I fear the lack of pressure on Empty Dreams is going to come back to bite them later.
And they definitely could. We know how strong a Venator can be. That's them coming on through, stolen away by Razumi. The tag along onto Vrayek onto the real Death Slam. Will help them to escape to safety. Gets hexed up as well. As poor Rem can't catch a break, but it doesn't matter because they take down Demob once again. And this pressure, it's still there. And even though Leviathan, they did reinforce it to make sure this Guardian didn't go down, they really want to commit to this. But the thing is, the Urn's on the other side of the map here. So by taking this Guardian down, you potentially could open up a push in towards Walker after turning in the Urn. So there's a lot of potential here for Loki W by keeping so much pressure on this right-hand side.
They're still managing to stay 3-4k ahead here as well. Even throughout all this craziness, this Walker, or rather this Guardian, is going to go down though finally. So Loki W will pick up what they were looking for, and now they'll disengage. Now, what is the decision from Leviathan? They've got 3 players on the right side lane. They could try to just trade out the tier 1 Guardian, and to be honest, it doesn't look too difficult because the defense has largely abandoned this position. They're going to give this one up, it seems.
I think it's not horrible to give this one up, because now there's 3 players on the right hand side, and this Urn could go, like, once you get initial control of the Urn, you can get buffs as well. You're going to have the Urn pick up, and it comes down to how's the fight going to break out, because Death Slam's coming up soon for Vrayek, so you're going to have that to use. Of course, you're going to have audience participation of Irazumi, but he's not going to have like Majestic Leap. So realistically, stealing the Death Slam won't be his priority. It'll be taking away nap time out of Obikin.
So there's the grab. Loki W pick it up. Actually extending their lead slightly down up to about a 5k lead now as well. So they've maintained 3k for quite some time in the early stage. Now we get some nuking on to the Lash. Hard to catch a Lash, but there's enough behind this. Good utility usage, and the lunges, they have been exhausted. And now it's going to have to be the ultimate. It's going to have to do it. And does it catch him? No. Good juking there from Lash. Break barely escaping that.
Where's the counter pressure here? I mean, Break, if they just hold the urn, they pull it back and don't lose it here, he could come in for a massive death slam. He's just tuning up in base. That Iridomini being stolen away. Neptune's just trying to escape it. It looks like he will be fine for the most part here. Even the last stake not going to connect onto him. Instead, going towards the farm. And now here, we have to focus on the right-hand side. So by keeping this left-hand Guardian and keeping them honest at 1-1 in left lane and 1-1 in mid lane, you're forced a 4-on-4 fight here. But that death slam could be huge. You know what? Listen, just gets the straight-up dunk. He forced them to contest him. It opens up a death slam here, but that's a dust up to get away from this one. It's going to be a chain gang to pull in OCs. But the backup, I don't know if they have the ability to chase him down onto this one. If anything, you need to escape this fight with the advantage of taking an urn.
Loki W still maintaining that lead throughout all of this. Again, a lot of that's because of Empty Dreams. You know, Empty Dreams he has not had, I think, the sufficient pressure on him. And so he's still managing to have efficient farm. We know OCs is the farm master in the European region of Deadlock, but in this particular game, it also does come down to the clearance that your team can create for you to have that safety. And Mina OCs is the counterbalance in theory. But Mina also wants to be more active on the map, ultimately, other than just being a hard farmer at this stage. And they're going to clash as the rest of the team fights in mid here. Leviathan looking to try to protect the Mirage. Overseas getting really, really desperate on health. Gets taken down by Hoot finally there. The dive on Celeste proving to be quite valuable. And that should be the mid tower taking a lot of damage as well. I don't know if it's going to be able to be taken down here, but it seems like they'll get it. And they fall back here, and there will be some assistance finally coming across to deal with Empty Dreams on that Venator.
He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to go down right now. With the reinforcement I Rezumi, it might actually happen. Not to mention Fremont coming in on the Shiv. He's going to fall from this one. It's about whether or not he can get a kill or two from it. Got shot up in just 1 second time, but it's not going to be early enough. Fremont will get the kill on Torum, Vraic, and Listic. And Obicam not going to be there in time to save him. That's actually a massive win for the fight here. But if they can actually take down OCs, it would be a decent trade. Keeping him from farming, keeping him from getting powerful, because he's still 2k behind his counterpart on Loki W's side, and that's going to be Fremont falling. The gank does work out for him. The pressure is applied, but here's Overseas. He travels on in. He's deep in enemy territory here with Max Scarabs.
And this is perfect. Mirage able to find any shot you want without any pressure. This is looking good here. Leviathan kind of getting the fights that they want over the last couple of minutes. Started with just a domination of Empty Dreams. Getting ganked by 3 players, so either the call wasn't there or being greedy. And these punishes still not actually bringing Leviathan up to an even footing on the souls. Loki W still operating from an advantage in that respect. 4k, 5k. But at least all the tier 1 towers are down here now.
Yeah, I was looking at the mini map over towards where Vraic is on the left side jungle with Obikim. Like, his presence alone forced OCs out of this position where you have a majority of your jungle farm. That's going to be it. Not to mention you have double centers there. You have like 4 centers in total in that location. So with his presence, he's able to push OCs out to not give them that free farm. And we've been talking about this for weeks, it feels like, Dan, is teams just don't punish OCs from just farming freely. And that's like one reason why he's able to get so far ahead. But you can kind of see the emphasis here out of Loki W on this left-hand side jungle to prevent him from just getting it so freely.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for OCs too, he does want to be more active than a Venator at this stage of the game as well. Trying to, come and use that mobility, use that burst damage to win fights, to help his team out. Whereas Venator's just wanting to just farm as much as possible. And that's exactly what Empty Dreams just went back to doing. Just getting his solo lane away from everything else. In the meantime, his teammates are trying to create reasons for Leviathan to have attention on them as the bridge buffs come up. That's the pick up there, the vitality buff for Listic.
Goodbye, Empty Dreams. It's been nice knowing you. saw Leviathan push up 2 players into the secret shop on the enemy side, and they get a catch on towards him. I don't know if he's actually going to live in this one in a 1-on-2 situation. The rotations aren't going to be there. It's the same 3-man ganking squad to deal with him. Compared to Empty Dreams, though, he's quite tanky. He's actually able to push out OCs quite well. Finally, Hoot's able to join in the party, and I mean, he's been able to create some pretty good distance here. Might be able to finish off actually OCs. He's going to hit this final Era Domini. There's a nice chunky 600 damage here to Overseas, and he's pulled 3 players here and has survived for such a long time. The downside is he eventually does fall, and Leviathan are continuing the pressure out of D-Mob in the right lane. He's creating so much pressure that he's going to get a free walker, and Loki W, if they don't get earned here, it's a massive loss. Okay, they get the that's good.
Somehow they're still gaining advantage on that economy. It feels like they shouldn't be, but they are. And the fight's going to go back over towards the bridge here as the escape is made by Leviathan after the drop-off. Really close game on our hands here at the moment, and it kind of feels like everybody's doing what they need to be doing. I don't think anybody's, behind in a way that's you wouldn't want. I think the only real one I could say for that is maybe Overseas having a. I don't think you'd want your Mirage to be as low farm as Overseas is currently.
I think he has to fight a lot of people for farm, though. Like Rayek typically would be someone who gets farm on their team. D-Mob is someone you want to get farm to because he's on Geist. Overseas needs it himself, but then also OCs. There's a lot of mouths to feed on this team that's hard for him to get this solid farm. And I agree, like you need him to get a little bit more farm, because I think it's like when he gets escalated exposure, that's when he starts to really hit a big power spike because of how the way snares work.
But right now, he's doing some good work on the Celeste here. The assault on this Walker will be successful for Loki W. We'll see if they can escape, disengage effectively. Cosmetical is not able to be as mobile as Celeste, so taking some heat here. One of them's going to go down. I mean, Billy's also here to potentially help Listic. Is he going to be able to do anything? No, he's going to escape. So they get a Walker, they lose 1 player. I think that's worth for them. Still maintaining an advantage for now, but here's the response from Leviathan around their own Walker, trying to keep this pressure off at the moment. See if they can find Empty Dreams. There is a Death Slam, a stolen Death Slam coming on through. The Vexing Bolts and the Hex as a follow-up is kind of nasty. Is there any more follow-up here? In come the lunges. Rie cast a back away. There's no more follow-up. And they'll just scare them off ultimately. And in the meantime, the action is the chase downs on Listic here in mid. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape this one. Hey, Billy, or other Shiv going to have to get away.
I think you have to be very careful if you're Leviathan. Actually, 3 silence waves picked up for Loki W. ZP pointed out. Obikim, Hoot, and Cosmetical. If you're, OC is great. You have Dispel Magic for 1, but he's actually buying Ethereal Shift next as like his next big purchase, just to have the sustainability and survivability more important. That's an audience participation Death Slam being thrown in here. Break now under siege, under fire, and under the ground 6 feet as he does get picked off.
Constant action. This is so skirmishy. This game just doesn't stop here. Another fight breaking out here on the right side lane. Hoot, in the meantime, is just chilling on the left side in that solo lane. Chase down onto Sinclair, and there is the
Flying Strike. He went with them. I don't know if you caught that. He just zipped across the entire minimap there. Maybe we can replay of that.
Missed that. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Flying Strike with the assistant pulls them completely towards the other side of the map. But is there realistically a chance to go for mid boss here? Thing is, with Irizumi not there, they have no Rabbit Hex. They have no way of stealing big ultimates. It's a risky and gutsy call here, but it definitely could actually be quite successful for them because the OCs rejoin the fight here, come in from the base. They're going to be missing Rayek. They're going to be missing Overseas for now, who can just travel on in. But there we go. The mid boss has been taken. Now it's up to Leviathan. Can they contest this? Can they deny these regions from being taken?
3 Rejuve Crystals for Loki W coming on through, and there's the Death Slam. And everybody's going down here for Leviathan. This is not a good fight to be taking right now. Nothing that they can do to survive. This is very limited damage here on the Loki W players. Cosmetical is getting quite weak, but looks like he's going to be able to survive this one. And it's a full cleanup coming in. And Loki W will be, in an insanely strong position now. They're kind of just edging ahead the whole game, but now it's going to get pretty bad for Leviathan.
Pushing into them from the same direction when you have 3 silence waves on the enemy team is just a recipe for disaster, man. Like they got in, but they could not do anything. like heavily prioritized trying to get for the rejuve steal. But when it came down to trying to fight them, you just can't cast any abilities, man. Like that's so rough, and it's such a smart and strong early investment out of all these silence waves to then go for that to be a mid boss. And they have full control of this game. 22k in the lead. They have Earn for a turn on the enemy side of the map. Look how many counter spells we have picked up already too for Leviathan. They have 3 OCs, Overseas, and Demov already securing 1 apiece. And then we have 1 silence wave out of Rake. And honestly, Rake just gets silenced too quickly and dies too easily when he gets into the front line.
Yeah, looking to go for the quick dunk here. Oh, good stop just in the last second. Traveler coming on through with the chain gang. And they got rejuve crystals. This might be absolutely perfect for Loki W. They'd love to force a fight here. And they're going to be able to do just that. Doug comes on through. Empty Dreams capitalizes on that one. And Leviathan, no rejuve crystals taken away from Loki W. So they are not any the better. But at least they didn't lose anyone.
Is this the week, Dan? Is this the week Loki W take the title and dethrone Leviathan? And they do have a good amount of bonus pay attached to this too. So even just winning 1 game, I think nets you about $200. Winning the whole series gets you obviously your portion of the prize pool plus the entirety of the bonus pay. I mean, they haven't used 1 single rejuve just yet. They're looking to push on towards this right-hand walker. Break, he's going to have ultimate up here if he does get engaged on this this right-hand side. And they're also leaving, was that Hoot to just push mid lane? Like they're applying pressure on so many different fronts here, and Leviathan had to choose their fight.
Overwhelming power under the Walker as well. The Walker may as well not even be there. Okay, well, Ray trying to do what he can. Oh, wow, gets a nice chunk of healing there from the 2 healing troopers, but Walker's going down, and the chase coming from Rem. Rem versus Apollo. But Rem's got he's got some friends. Another repose to try to get out, but he's just going to go into the Billy, straight into the club.
You shouldn't play with secrets.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back from this, Dan. This is like a 40k lead already. I don't think you realistically should come back from this, bar a massive misplay out of Loki W. Hoot's at 28,000. He got a solo walker in the mid lane. Empty Dreams at 31k. OC's at 22k. There's no way he's not gonna have any impact in these fights. There's 3 silence waves to deal with them. You have to worry about the lash. You have to worry about Listic. You have so many things to worry about, and you also have the ability for Cosmetical to just straight up dive you because he's equal and actually ahead of you in souls now. OC's there's just no way he can take these fights anymore with the way this game's played out.
Yeah, and you made a point as well that I think is really important that we didn't make earlier about silence wave, where it is such a strong tool to prevent the mid-boss steals, because if you're just looking at the right spots, usually abilities have to get popped after you come through the ceiling, or when you're kind of very proximate to the pit. So you already have been visible. You've already been silenceable.
Oh, here we go. This is the Traveler Flying Strike. Oh no, this is the Interrupt, actually. That was such a sick play, actually, to go for the melee on Listic, trying to go for the turn-in with the Traveler. But they still lost the fight. But that was still sick individual play. Sorry, continue, Dan. Talking about silence wave.
No, that was it. Yeah, no, that was really cool. That was a noble play.
I mean, that's the biggest change in IO priority we've seen from like shift 30 to 31 was just an increase in silence waves. We saw it go up, was it 11 ranks? I think it was. They made it into top 10. It's just such a strong item in its current iteration. The raw damage it does, and the fact that you can hit it on multiple people, it's basically like another Arctic Blast minus the snare. You just get a silence instead.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. There's even one more point I can make about that in a moment here, as we will see another fight. Just looking so easy there. Blinding light coming on through. Everybody getting silenced here. This is a pretty horrible situation for the Leviathan side. Oh my god, so hard to chase Celeste, especially with players that have movement this good.
Movement's dirty.
Oh wow,
that was pretty. You know what? If we just saw 2 of some of the greatest bits of movement ever. Who on the Celeste, and then a Cosmetical using the minions to fly and slash away.
That's awesome. That's a great, honestly, one of the most fun changes to Yamato, and I gotta say, I haven't seen it used too much. Although I think it was last week, Together had, because of his usage of that, I think he flying striked the mid boss, or like he somehow used flying strike, I don't know, to get to the pit quicker for that insane steal. But yeah, the flying strike change is awesome to see.
Yeah. I mean, again, you're seeing like the mastery over the hero. Silence Wave again, directly on Geist. Counterspell use. And just the redive on top of him. Demov's dead. Didn't have a chance to swap. Well, it wasn't up, but just gets completely caught out and killed.
What was interesting about this game as well, Jason, is that OCs didn't really get the opportunity, it feels like, to kind of do his thing on the Mino.
Yeah, no chance. Again, I think it's partly due to the fact that there's just so many mouths to feed on his side, but they also just fell so far behind so quickly. I mean, they did heavy investments. Think back to Empty Dreams in the lane, getting constantly punished with 3-man ganks. But then they also took away a lot of the farm that OCs would typically get in the jungle. Like they were using Vreg to kind of be that human ward, to scout out deep, to just kind of keep him on edge, not give him the freedom, I think is the best way to put it, to just take his jungle, get back to lane, farm up. We've seen no teams punish him, no teams interact with him early on and just let him become this late game force that you just cannot deal with. But Loki W, they put time and investment into denying him a lot of the farm. They also did force a lot of fights here, and of course, like earn turn-ins that evidently gave them this big of a lead. But Leviathan, you go back to the drawing board here. If OCs can't farm, they have no chance. They have to create opportunities for him to farm.
Yeah, and what we're seeing with what he's able to do with the objectives because of the Celeste movements, also that is actually a very, very huge bonus. No one can run objectives like Celeste can, and I gotta say, you brought up another interesting point, Jason, too, about Empty Dreams. I was looking at that as like, oh, maybe Empty Dreams is being too greedy here. But actually, Leviathan were having to send 3 people, which is more than you want. And I think that just allowed... Empty Dreams almost wanted that overreaction, I would imagine, because then the rest of his team was able to tempo out the rest of the map with advantage.
And I think there might have been... It's weird to say like mistakes, but maybe there was like slight mistakes in what they wanted to do, because you have Vreg and Hoot on such highly mobile champions that with Empty Dreams surviving as long as he did multiple times, so Hoot just being BM here, just taking the blades. There was a world that they could have actually just reinforced him and actually protected him, and he would have had nearly as many deaths. But like, I mean, this game is a foregone conclusion. Like, you're approaching 70k lead at some point in the next few moments. It's just a matter of time before Loki W do close this one out. But yeah, I think this is just a very smart, like, understanding of what's the game plan of this game, of preventing OCs from getting farm, using our mobility to our advantage to force fights and to force pressure on the map that they can't really deal with. Like, as we saw before, they couldn't deal with Hoot attacking a walker for free because he just uses his movement to get away. They don't have, I think, any slowing hexes. They don't have any knockdowns or anything to deal with him. And they just use the mastery of their specific champions to create these opportunities.
And it is quite a deadly lineup too in terms of the spirit damage there's output there, as well as the mobility behind it, like the Celeste mobility of spirit damage, Yamato as well with a chase down, and Lash. That's a lot of chase with spirit nuking. It's kind of oppressive once they begin to get a little bit ahead.
And you think about like maybe the combo as well a little bit here for Loki W. Like, they have such a strong team fight. Death Slam, Chain Gang, and you have to pair that in with Nap Time. So you can use Nap Time, Chain Gang, or Death Slam to create these opportunities for fights and to create these opportunities for picks. For Leviathan, you only have Irazumi, man, and there's only so much he can do in those cases. So yeah, Loki W, I think they had a better draft, they had better execution, and they got the better of Leviathan for sure in the first map.
Is Celeste ever going to be seen again, guys?
Yes.
Not
either here or in
yet.
it. I mean, it's such a highly contested pick between these two teams because Reg loves to play Celeste and Hoot loves to play Celeste. It's about who can kind of grab her first, because we did have her first pick, if I'm not mistaken, right, for Loki W.
Right. Flowers with Violet, thank you so much for the $75 tip throughout that. We raised $100 on top of our $600 prize pool. Reminder, !donate. You can join in and add to our player prize pool as they showcase how to play the new meta. Production, I apologize. I was here. I just didn't have my camera on, which then made you think I wasn't here. And then I muted myself at the wrong time. So I enjoyed the highlights and listening to you guys watch the game that you just commentated and then re-commentated. DDK, did you have a favorite player, though, in that game so far? Who is your early MVP if Loki W takes this?
Maybe it's Hoots. I mean, it's just really fun to see Hoots on the Celeste, and it did a great job, obviously. Probably who? I don't know. I think everyone had a good performance there. I think I love some of the flying strikes we saw from Cosmetical. So I don't know, it's hard to pick, Pocket. It's hard to pick.
And Kaplan, does the does the Kelvin ban make more sense now? Was that to counter any of the ultimates that Loki W was going for, or why do you get rid of Kelvin potentially moving forward?
My guess is the early game pressure that Kelvin has, as I was like describing before against Abraham's, the fact that you can buy like monster rounds, take tier 2 ice path, you get like early guarding control, and they can use that to roam around the map and just, more importantly, like again, punish the jungle on the enemy side. I think Leviathan are one of the teams that really relies on taking their own jungle and even sometimes invading the enemy jungle, especially for OCs. The only way he creates leads like that is the amount of jungle that he can eat up while also taking these lanes for free. So I think the hyper mobility to Kelvin was definitely one of the factors when it came to the bans. But again, you do leave open things like Celeste, which is definitely in Hoot's wheelhouse. Also, I mean, who's gonna? I guess Demov is technically would be their pocket player if they wanted to go pocket, but I don't think they want Demov on pocket. Is my guess. I don't know. My voice is getting so high pitched right now.
I don't know. We're just questioning. I don't have the answer to that. DDK, do you?
I don't have the answer to that either.
Yeah, sorry, Jason, you're screwed. In the meantime, can we talk about Sinclair? Did it have the impact they wanted it to?
I think.
What do we switch up?
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting because I was expecting, instead of Sinclair, maybe like an Ivy or a Page, like a more traditional support, which I think would have, helped against some of the burst heavy stuff that we see out of Loki W, and maybe be a little bit more reinforcing for like to keep Freemog a bit stronger on the Shiv, maybe Demov a bit stronger on the Geist in some of these team fights, because I mean there's a lot of extra damage you get from Sinclair. There's some good ults that you can steal that can help you to maybe have some of what you're missing with the nap time, especially. I think can be a really good setup piece, although it can be, if they do get counter spells, it can be kind of easy to deal with. But still, I see the vision, but it just I'm not sure if Sinclair was the problem necessarily in this draft for Leviathan.
Too many mouths, man. Too many mouths to feed.
Yeah.
I thought Ivy actually would have been a decent play because you have so much global presence with overseas on Mirage and I guess Irizumi on Ivy. But the fact is, does that mean your Geist, your Shiv, your Apollo, and your Mina can stack up against the raw engagement power that Loki W has? And I don't think those four could have survived any sort of engagement. So yeah, maybe you applied some pressure on the map. Who quickly could have gotten there. Ray could have quickly gotten there as well, but I don't think you win that foregone 5v4 fight after.
Final question, DDK. Who had the sexiest screen in game number 1?
Sexiest screen.
Yeah, screen. Like visuals, watching their play is entertaining. You enjoyed it.
No, I'm gonna go Hoot. Hoot fan, Hoot stan.
Hoot fan, Hoot stan. Half chubs all around. We're going to a break. When we come back, game number 2. Don't fire me, Solomon. You ever want to be drawn like one of DDK's French girls? Well, Low2, our amazing artist slash producer slash button pusher, is available for commissions. He's going to be tweeting out his personal address. We'll be sending customers his way. In the meantime, DDK, our players are trying to hustle for some money of their own, and we are one game away from Hoot making money once again.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, there's a caveat that there is a sub and we don't have Psy, but hey, they got Demov instead. Shouldn't be that bad, right? But I mean, ultimately, we also have to consider that Hoot's a great player. Like this Loki W lineup does look really, really good. And they played a very efficient game on the macro and the draft, like both games. And it kind of feels like on the challenger match too, they not only out-drafted their opponent, but then just proceeded to out-macro them. So that trend continues here. I mean, I don't even know where to go in the draft for Leviathan to kind of fix this.
Yeah, Kaplan, you've been talking with a lot of the pro players about draft strategy and the thoughts and the positions required. How do you adapt going into this game number 2? What do you do if you're a coach here for Leviathan? Is there a hard pivot you need to do on your side, or do you just hope that they mess up on the other side?
I mean, no, you can never, I don't think, depend on the enemy team to make a mistake. I don't know. It's so weird because you're slotting Demov into size position, which they have a lot of overlap in their hero pools, and they have an overlap in the role that they're supposed to be playing, and yet they put them on a hero that requires like a decent amount of farm. They had way too many mouths to feed to make this work. I think maybe one adaptation they did make is looking at OCs and maybe having someone kind of hover him or apply pressure on his side of the map so you can alleviate the pressure that he's constantly under, allowing Loki W to get in your jungle with the high mobility they had, to act as human ward, to deny away your jungle camps, to try to deny away your sinners. It really just like hamstrung him because he's so used to getting to play the game the way he always wants to.
Right.
And when that gets interrupted, it falls apart.
So Dan, if you are going to try and stick to your bread and butter, which is make OCs our super villain that ends the game later, what are some low resource characters that we could see Demov flexing on? Because I've seen him, just like Hoot, play everything in the game from a Viscus to your top M1s.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because Demov was playing Geist, which, I mean, Geist can be a carry or an off carry.
She's 0 for 2 on the day as well, we should point out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, what would you do? I guess you'd want Demov to play something that's more like low eco friendly flex, maybe. I mean, what do they have for pick? Do they just use Sinclair as their pick? Maybe they could get Mo. We're seeing that EU is not as
Mo
much
last week for Psy.
A fan of Mo. But Mo's really good in that respect because you can be really versatile with Mo. You can be very effective on the low econs, and you get more pick than they had in the previous game, which I think could be pretty useful as well. So something like that could work.
I mean, looking at their games from last week, it seems like they're trying to play around Demov instead of putting Demov into Psy's role completely. Because you had overseas as well on like heroes he typically doesn't play. He plays like Billy and plays Geist, but he's been playing Mirage here, which isn't necessarily like a tanky bruiser. So I don't know. Maybe force Demov to play Psy's position instead of trying to change your team comp around Demov, unless this is a permanent change to the team and this is just one of the steps that they're taking to add him into the roster.
Can't be permanent if you lose. At least don't expect it to be. Let's take a look at what they're playing for. And a reminder, we got some bonus pay up for grabs. This was a concept we put in place back when the Abrahams won 27 episodes in a row. What's going on right now? Where are we at in this whole situation? Kaplan, I know you've been running the books with Jake.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna tell you where all the money's going in those books. So the whole point of this is when you have a team defend their title for more than 1 week, that means we add $100 into the prize pool, or not into the prize pool, into our bonus pay pool that can be taken in multiple ways. It can be taken by taking a map off the defending team where you get half of it, and then if you win the series, you get the whole amount of it as well. So last week, the bonus pay was at $200 because Leviathan had defended 2 weeks in a row. Abrahams wins the map, so they get half that bounty. So it drops back to 100, and then Leviathan once again defended, so it went back up to 200. Now with this win Loki W just had, they took 50% yet again, which means it takes it back down to another 100. However, if they win the series, they get an extra 100 as well now because they claim the rest of the bonus pay pool. So there's a world they could win, whatever half of the donations have been, and the regional prize money plus the 200. But also there's a world if you're one of the teams defending 5 weeks in a row, you can win that 500 bonus paid for yourself. So it's all about streaks and breaking those streaks and combo breakers.
I'm told that this community is good at math. That would never work in the Call of Duty universe. Thank you for breaking it down for the smart kids. We had $200. Now we only have $100. They could take all $200 if they win this. Leviathan, let's get it on, as we're going to be seeing what is banned out first by Lowkey W. Leviathan will be able to answer back and hopefully force a game number 3. DDK, what is the most important first round pick for each team? Do you go frontline? We going damage? What are we thinking?
I think you would probably want to get rid of the Kelvin if you're Leviathan again. I think that's probably a good choice. Don't have to worry about Silver. That's got banned out. One of the big differences I want to see is that maybe OCs gets onto something more like a Graves or a Venator, something that's more static and not as mobile as Amina, to just guarantee that he can stay up on the farm and be a super late game carry. That's what I would be looking to see for them.
Okay.
Celeste, 100%. It has to be Celeste.
Yeah. She's too powerful.
You are about to see something rare
And she's a turnip.
wonderful.
It is the best drawn of all of our characters.
I wonder. So obviously we talked to Low too, and he talked about how he made the holiday, he did like the hat, and then he did like the body, and then he started work on the face and was like, well, crap. I wonder whoever drew the Celeste, what
they did the eyes. They crushed the eyes, and they're like, wait, I got to do a horn. On the other side, Rem may be one of our best drawings. Well done to the Rem drawer. 62% pick rate. And the win rate through the roof right now. Plus 13 after that last dub. He's on a roll today. Now we see a first round pick paired with Amina. DDK, what's the thought here for Leviathan? What?
Yeah, just locking it in for OCs. I'm curious how it's going to work out. I think Jason's right. You know, they need to kind of balance the econ needs of the draft. So we'll see how that looks. But Loki W getting another. So Loki W previously had Yamato, which I think is kind of similar in some respect to Apollo in terms of, okay, Apollo's not as frontliney as Yamato, but they're both like hardcore spirit nuke, and they can kind of chase you down. Yep. So we might not see Yamato, but they're able to get the Venator again. I think this is honestly something that maybe should be getting denied, but too late for that.
Too late. You got it. You gave him Apollo, you gave him Venator. What does that open up for Leviathan though, Kaplan? Because I think Dimov is playing the Rem this game.
Let's have fun.
I don't think I think it's Irizumi.
He did it 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but that was Abraham's. That's a little bit of a different story. I mean, it's possible. It is for sure possible. But I think that's
just saying, crazy call that they gave Dimov his character pick that takes less resources.
I think
dead wrong.
Crazier than
Go
that.
ahead, guys.
You know what's crazier than that though, Puckett? The artist who drew Celeste also drew Rem. His face. I don't know how you get those.
I want them to do my tattoo. I want a whole sleeve. Just give me a Deadlock sleeve.
Okay. I don't think we would have known that was Yamato if we didn't have her pick last game and we actually saw the name with the image. Take away Yamato. So take away. I mean, that's like frontline bursty spirit damage heroes. That's actually a big punishment to Leviathan's side. I don't know if they necessarily would have gone Yamato, because I'm trying to think off the top of my head who would play it for their team. But they do eliminate that potential. So
Leviathan got the big boy, and Silver has been banned. What is the counter to Abrams? Do you need one?
I don't think you necessarily need a counter to Abrams. He's definitely not as strong as he used to be. The great talent comes on through. What? That's a new one.
That's a Hanzo version of Great Talon.
What's happened here? What's the switcheroo?
Are we doing goats right now? No, actually, no. He isn't playing goats. I haven't seen that in a very long time, but I'm sure
you guys have all the Great Talon skins. Let us know.
Yeah. And then Infernus too. Interesting. So again, like Infernus does really well dealing with bruisers, dealing with like frontline, heavy, tanky kind of heroes, which is going to be pretty well to work against Geist, against Abrams. I'm looking though at who's going to be like the Silence Wave carriers. So I would imagine Apollo, Celeste going to for sure be Silence Waves to deal with Geist, to deal with Mina, as well as they can go for the ganks. But the fact is, Leviathan banned Great Talon last game against Hoot, in particular when it came to Loki W. So does that mean someone else is going to be on GT, or is he going to be on GT and someone else on Celeste now?
So you need a monster hunter, huh?
I think you're going to see Cosmetical play GT.
I mean, well, I need to get some clarification something, because apparently Mina wasn't Mina and it was Mirage.
Okay.
Apparently.
That would make sense to me. Dynamo.
Is the Dynamo real, though?
Infernus,
Is the Dynamo real?
Yeah,
he's moving up.
Everything.
He's moving up. By the way, the Dynamo, another one of Loki Dev's creations. He's subscribed to this channel for 8 months, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Ridiculous stuff from our artists behind the scenes. And this is not just our crew. We were told that our production team reached out to all of their favorite production teams. And these were people just excited to draw characters. One of them is from the Overwatch universe because that is 100% Hanzo, chat. Great talent. He's got a bow, just like Hanzo. Launches out a dragon instead of an owl. Kind of similar. Back to you, DDK. What are you seeing here? Who won the draft?
I think Leviathan's draft is balanced better, like much better than the previous game. I think I like the front line a little bit more. Mirage Geist is a carry-off carry as well. Yeah, I think it makes way more sense. Like Vindicta, you can play her like lower econ as well as the Rem. Obviously, Rem gets good money and so on from his abilities. But yeah, I like that. That's better. The Loki W, rocking the Dynamo. I think the Dynamo Infernus, like there's a lot of spirit damage here, firstly. But I'm not entirely sure what to make of this comp. It looks really fun, though. Like, it's going to be very interesting.
Cap?
I just noticed that Dynamo has, like, human ears in this picture. They're quite big. They're bigger than his eyes. Actually, I think that's fair. My ears are bigger than my eyes. Looking at this, though, I'm thinking to myself, who's going to be on the Dynamo? Yeah, I had to think about it. I was like, wait, are my ears bigger than my eyes? Because there's always been like Listic, man. We always talked about like Listic playing Dynamo. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see Listic on Dynamo, though I think I heard he did play it in scrims, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know, this is going to be kind of wild because the Dynamos we've seen have mostly just been out of scout over on melee creeps in NA. We haven't seen too many EU Dynamos lately.
Yeah, totally.
Dynamo in the singularity ready to go. This is game number 2. Leviathan trying to force a game 3. Otherwise, it's Loki W stealing the crown, the $200 bonus, and of course, the prize pool, which you can add to !donate. On the mic, it's Jason Kaplan alongside DDK, the great from Quake that went to Counter-Strike and is now on the mic.
Let's go. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We had a lot of lane swaps. We'll have to keep an eye on that this time, Jason.
Yeah, I got my eyes open this time. I'm definitely paying attention and not sad after you got called great in something and I'm just, I guess, mediocre in every game I've touched. Anyways, yeah, going into this one. So who's going to be on Celeste? So it looks like it would be cosmetical on the Great Town, as you mentioned before. And it looks like we're not having lane swaps happen just yet. So definitely keep my eyes out. We do see Listic. In fact, he is going to be on the Dynamo. It feels like it's been a very long time since we've seen this, dating back to the buff enjoyers times. And OC is going to be on the Mirage. So if you talk about safety and farming, Mirage kind of fits up his alleyway.
I almost feel in some respect that the Grey Talon was a protective pick because you don't want to be playing against Grey Talon if you've got like, all these squishies like Apollo, Celeste, Infernus, these are all heroes that can get busted down very easily by Grey Talon. But either way, it's going to be really interesting to see how this kind of works out. Empty Dreams, we already know that what he's going to be doing. He's going to be the M1 like super hard carry, just going to be getting that safe lane, farming really heavily. And the map presence from Cosmetical on the Talon, obviously that's one of the reasons why he's in the mid lane, because he can more easily bird left or right when he gets the ultimate unlocked. So that's going to be pretty fun. And then, but like imagine being up against the burst damage from both Talon and Apollo in the early to mid game. That's going to be hellish.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of beast, honestly. Looking at how much damage you possibly could take, but also, I mean, the owl, the fact that you can interact in mid, or from mid in the left and the right hand lane too, and with Cosmetical being fed over farm because we see Listic, rotating out, and obviously Obicam doing similar route here on the right hand side. It's gonna allow him the extra farm, but actually everyone's kind of done the same here. So over Fremont to the left hand side, it's a 3-on-2 in both lanes. And looks like the right hand side here for Loki W could potentially net them into a kill with this constant pressure.
Yeah, he's getting kind of low, but really knows how to limit, like where the line is on Celeste with the movement options available. And I mean, Empty Dreams is paired up with, on his Venator, is paired up with Listic on the Dynamo. So that's, I mean, it's very, very nice being able to lane with Dynamo. You can basically just live forever. And looks like he might even get a kill potentially here. Overseas going pretty deep in here with the Abrams. I don't know. He's going to be able to survive this one. Okay, Rem's come forward to help the fight. So having to back away now, Loki W, but you can still see the ever-present danger of Empty Dreams. He's able to shoot the gun a lot here. And there it is, the gut shot straight into the wall, and that's going to finish it off. And that is absolutely what you want. If your hard carry's getting the picks early, that's going to go a long way.
They did trade 1-for-1 though. Arizumi did eventually get the kill on the Listic, but it ended up being a 2-on-1 with Empty Dreams going back to finish off that kill. Now it's going to be Obi Kim just backing with his right-hand side. I mean, they still have 3 players here, and they're still leaving Cosmetical alone to farm at 3.1k souls. I mean, just in 400 more souls now, he's going to have this owl to open up more opportunities for kills. His Singularity is still quite a whiles away. I do wonder, though, if Vreg is going to go the dash build or if he's going to go Afterburn with his 3. Because obviously, the survivability, I think, would be key here, especially when you have to deal with, like, nap time, a potential tether, a charge. I think dash build would definitely be the way to go for him for sure. I don't think Afterburn really works too much anymore. But he hasn't, like, heavily invested points into dash just yet. Just tier 1 on both dash and Afterburn.
I've been a dash furnace since the new updates, and I think I win almost like every game. Like, it's just so awesome.
I heard something about a green Infernus, something about a game night a long time ago, a certain pro playing it, doing some serious work, and then all of a sudden now we're seeing it, man.
Yep.
Ahead of the meta.
Always. That's where we live. Okay, well, there's some fight here from Loki W getting taken directly to Leviathan. And this is like the power of some of these heroes, the dive ability, really, really good. I mean, and it's not just being able to dive, but it's being able to dive with burst damage very quickly. So, you know, maybe not as safe as you might think under that Guardian. And in the meantime, Empty Dreams able to keep his farm going pretty nicely, and Cosmetical on that 4k as well. We'll get challenged here though. No ult unlocked yet for Shiv, but the knives should surely help to finish off Cosmetical. He's very low. It looks like he's managed to make his way out though. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, just barely. The quantum entanglement did save him, I think, about a tick, if I'm not mistaken, in there. But fortunately, that one tick wasn't enough, and he does die. And he heavily committed towards that right-hand side, so giving up a lot of farm in towards mid, which he's going to be the one to clean up on this one, or at least keep that tower alive for now. But what's weird is, though, look on this left-hand side, they've left Vraic alone. And he's kind of just like farming up. It looks like Obi Kim has been roaming like a ton because Vraic is at 4.9, almost 5,000 souls. A little bit different than the players they would normally feed this farm over to, which is Empty Dreams and Cosmetical. But they're investing into the Infernus because they know the power of him in that mid game, and not to mention late game, like the zone control and survivability you can have.
Nice punish there, forcing the cancel of the bird. Freemark getting active. And you know what? Much better opening for OCs on the Mirage. He's having a better time of things compared to last game. Flying Light going out though. Some burn coming onto Vindicta. There's no way to escape that one. Red goes down, and Loki W looking to tempo out this game. They managed to take down that left side Guardian. They've got the first Guardian under their belt, aggressively taking away some of the opponent's camps. So good start from Loki W again.
Oh, Empty Dreams on the right-hand side. He's being dove under a tower from Overseas. Overseas is on 1 health. He's going to regen some of this. I don't know. Is Listic going to turn around and actually go for this kill? No, he actually gets caught on himself too. So that's another 2 kills added to the tally here for Leviathan, though it's felt like they've only really gotten 3 kills. And Cosmetical just going to farm up the wave here. I respect it. Some extra souls for himself. And so we do see, I think, both teams kind of collapse on this middle lane. Honestly, Loki W have been doing a great job of just reading into the rotations out of Leviathan, trying to prevent them from getting a strong start. What's important?
DDK, I saw some questions about mobility. Is there a huge mobility advantage for Loki W? And if so, how does that impact the length of the game? When do they want to finish?
There's definitely some good mobility there, especially, I mean, Hoot is a standout with Celeste because of the floating movement, and it's something that allows you to kind of beat out the other team on end rotations pretty significantly, and also allows him to be everywhere at once, pressuring lanes, ganking constantly. And so that I think is the most sizable mobility diff, I think, of these two teams. And there's the combo. If you want to talk about mobility, that bird goes real fast.
Yeah, I think the fact is, like, they have mobility out of Hoot, they have mobility out of Vraic, and mobility out of Obi Kim, and then Listic can also, like, kind of facilitate too with the quantum entanglement, where you can cleanse off like any of the debuffs once he maxes it out. They have like a lot of mobility and they have a lot of high like burst damage too, which is like very, very deadly. I think Listic, I don't imagine he's gonna invest into ultimate right away. I think he's gonna max his Connect Pulse most likely, because the knockups can be really, really strong to help you kind of break up any sort of combos that come through. But we'll get an idea of like what he's actually building towards in a few seconds here. Yeah, Hoot's sitting on about 2,900 souls, ready to buy up here in just a few moments, but he's having a great time here playing a little bit of a movement map on Deadlock.
Yeah, nice pressure coming through from Leviathan here in mid.
Next owl.
Getting that tower. You've got Dynamo Listic trying to protect the tower here, but he's getting overwhelmed. There's 4 players converging onto this position. So that tower is absolutely gone. They're looking for picks here, though, as well, because, of course, Listic very low. But in the meantime, Listic has some teammates that come into the fight. 3 players here now have turned up for Loki W, looking to try to at least take down somebody. Freemok is going to get targeted. A 2v1 for Freemok there as he's getting chased down. Looks like, it's very hard to catch a Shiv that knows how to use the shotgun movement effectively. Very, very difficult. And I'm certain that Freemok's shotgun movement, based on what we've seen already, is absolutely top tier.
And Listic fell to 17 HP. So low, just like 1 tick of the rejuvenating aura able to keep him alive there. We have Catalyst on tier 2 here, and he hasn't built anything towards charges. Actually went for max Catalyst. Okay, so instead of going for like a dash build right off the bat, he's going max Catalyst because I think he's been specifically being like fed over a lot of farm.
I gotta interject here. Chrysana 14 with 20 gifted just now. That's all.
Hundo! Thank you, brother.
Let's go. And there's that Catalyst.
$5 donation too earlier.
The Catalyst level 3, like big damage amp, percentage amp, as well as the extra lifesteal that you get also. Good for that single target for sure. And this fight here now looks to be disengaged from largely by both teams. You have Hoot causing problems over on the right side of the map here, 1v1ing against OC's on Mirage. He's going to be able to take down that Guardian. There we got the nice picture-in-picture coming in to show that as the Urn is grabbed. And is dropped, and is grabbed. Okay, have to take down Obikin first.
So I was actually just trying to like look into Vrake a little bit more, and it seems like he's going for more of like a 1v1 build too, with the fact that he has the extra damage you take when you get hit with the napalm or catalyst. I can't remember what it's called anymore these days. It kind of got changed a while ago. But as you did point out, OC's, he's not really, again, being gifted really free farm. You have Hoot at 9.2, OC's at 8k, and I believe they're still trying to like keep pressure on this side of the map to not make it so easily for him to soak up a lot of this farm in the jungle. It's like what I'm really looking at towards the mini map. He's been back at his walker for such a long time, trying to look for the urn to turn in, and I think Loki W might get this one up for some pressure onto the walker on the left hand side.
Okay, so it looks like Who is going to get maybe punished here, trying to do everything he can with the movement. I think it's too much of the knives. Going to get him. But you need a lot of players there to be able to do that, and now they're vulnerable. All these players grouped up there, they will get singularity'd, but no follow-up here really, or at least coming a little bit too late. Slice and Dice going to be able to finish off Listic, gets the punish. So great series of punishes coming through there for Leviathan's sake. However, they have given up the urn in the midst of all of that, so that's the trade-off.
Yeah, I think they had to give up the urn because OC's, he ditched the right-hand side to actually go for a counter gank with the left. There was like a 2-man push at a Loki W to try to deal with overseas so they can go for walker pressure while the urn was being ran. But he traveled on over and turned that fight around to alleviate that pressure. So I think it was actually like a honestly pretty smart play to them. You give up the first urn, which is only 3k, but you prevent your walker from going down. I think that's worth it, honestly. That could have been way worse for them.
It's so fun to watch. So just like running around, chasing people. A much more even game though, Jason, overall, because previously we had Loki W maintaining a 4 to 5, 6k lead and that was growing fairly consistently, slowly but consistently, until they eventually managed to get ahead off of a mid boss. And it's much closer here in Empty Dreams, not as far ahead, not as dangerous as he was last game. Gets taken out solo by himself. do have Ray coming in just to see if he could provide support, but he's going to have to get out of there too. So the grouping from Leviathan has been very good so far.
And that's the dead bin. So still going to trade 1 for 1. Upside is, though, Empty Dreams dying is, I think, much more important than Ray dying. So keeping Empty Dreams kind of under control, not allowing him to snowball the lane. Also feeding Listic a decent amount of farm to catch back up here. I actually wonder what items he trying to invest into. Is it like a warp stone to look for these singularities? They already do have 1 silence wave picked up here for Hoot. We saw 1 being used on the other side. I think that was out of Irizumi. Really committing for these, man. They really want to make sure they can take these, and that's actually a parry coming through. Irizumi, I think he takes the sinners on top of this one, but it might cost him his life. Hoot trying to dive in deep. Reinforcement's going to be there out of Overseas, who does hit the charge, but not able to close this one into a wall. Even the sleep being thrown at him, but I think he's created enough distance here. They should be fine, but oh my god, it's a whole party breaking down here for Hoot. Everyone chases him for his life, and he will fall. Reinforcements are just not going to quite be there. We're going to see an owl come in from the right-hand side of Cosmetical. He can thread the needle. It could be some good damage. He connects it onto Vindicta by Rayig. But they're still just ending up these kills, man. This is actually like a pretty big win here for Leviathan, even though they're going to lose a walk on this left-hand side, most likely.
We'll see if that can happen. Lemon 1921 with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much. And yeah, the action is kind of crazy, but it does feel like repeatedly, Jason, Leviathan are just defending. They have very fast reactions to all of the ganking attempts, and they get the numbers in these fights, and they keep winning them. And this is now starting to really bleed, be like a slow but successful bleed out of Loki W that are now 8K souls behind, and Leviathan looking really strong.
You can see him on the right-hand side of the mini-map, though. They're trying to contest these jungle camps. Again, like OC's only at 13k, so he's really not run away with this game that he's looking to. By contesting those jungle camps, that's going to control this urn. Empty Dreams is being left alone on the left-hand side to get some farm, which is going to be very important here. And they're actually going to go for the full-on contest of this urn pickup. Empty Dreams, more importantly, needs to shove out this lane as well, so they can make sure to have like overwhelming pressure on this lane. Thing is, it's like kind of like a win-win right now for Loki W, because both walkers are up, and the left walker is half HP. If you send everyone over to the left-hand side for the urn, you have the potential to backdoor on the right-hand side. But then again, you also have that decision to make here for Leviathan. And if they get this kill, it actually might just be a walker take instead. You might say, just forget going for this urn. Let's just take a walker.
Yeah, and I think that'd be a great decision. There is a potential for Vrake to slow things down there, but he is outnumbered 1v3. And here he goes, who's trying to get the urn turn in. Some harass, though. And you can't be too sure what's behind this, but has enough teammates here now to provide the protection necessary, I think, to go for this one.
Oh, he gets made from behind. Actually, did he Traveler behind him as well, catching Hoot completely off guard? Empty Dreams gets the kill initially onto OCs. The urn, it's still on the ground right now, looking to be picked up by Hoot. Turn this one in. The timeout will eventually fall away, and he's going to be able to pick up this urn and get the dunk. No, he got meleeed off again. Finally, Listic actually is the one to be able to pick it up and dunk it on in. But these are like some big kills coming through. Freemuck dead. OC's dead. Rake's able to return things onto Listic. And a second on Cosmetical at plus 30% weapon damage now from his ultimate. This is... I don't actually even know who wins this trade. I think Leviathan maintained their lead and maintained their pressure. But they also got a walker from all this. So definitely a big win for them.
Yeah, I think Leviathan came out a little bit ahead there. And the other thing, too, is that, Demoff is looking way more competitive on the Geist than he was able to look in the previous map that we played. And I don't know, that delay with just this melee to block the urn, that was a really big problem. It created such an ability for Leviathan to get there with the rest of the team to turn it into a desperate situation for Loki W. So we'll see, what happens next here. A lot of the farm getting cleaned up on both sides of the map. Listic actually getting maybe some love there in the enemy jungle. He's going to have to back away.
Throws a scare about Hoot, and he's like, okay, I missed him out. Tries to back off, not knowing how many players are going to be there. He's only at 16,000 souls. Actually, Demoff at 18k. That's kind of leading the way for the team, but there's really no one behind when it comes to Leviathan, which is kind of crazy. You normally would see like 1 or 2 players lacking because OC's soaking up so much of the farm around the map.
Spell magic, important item this game for Loki W against the ship. All right, there's the nuke getting dropped onto the wave, clearing out these waves. Good burst damage and the power shots coming on through.
I wonder if he's going boundless next. To really just... I mean, the thing is, they have like, so much damage from Cosmetical, who could just sit at the back. Because I think there's going to be so much freedom created by Vrake, like space created by Vrake, Hoot, Obi Kim, and even Listic there. He just goes like full on Spirit. Any of these connections he's going to hit, especially like onto Rake, who's playing Vindicta. Relatively easy for Grey Talon to win that trade. And he hears Vindicta fly and immediately starts to run away. Even dispels magics on the tether. And you can see Leviathan, they really wanted this kill. Even Quantum Entanglement used to get away from the shoulder charge from overseas. Just full on retreat, but well done by Loki W to escape that.
Yeah, really can't get picked right now.
Infernus.
1 minute to the next urns. So we'll start seeing more of a priority from both teams, I think, in creating, you know, the wave priority. You know, pushing the waves out, making sure that especially mid gets really pushed. And then that gives you a little bit more of an advantage playing onto the urn. So it should be that the urn spawns on the left side, I think, now. So that's perhaps why we start to see that both teams starting to have players that can watch enemy movements up on the high grounds, as well as being in position for the urn to come down in 20-30 seconds.
Be a big kill actually if Ray can get this one. Again, still not dash maxing. Going for more of like a typical build, Soul Shredder, Superior Duration, Toxic Bullets. So definitely not going for the disruption play that I was discussing before. And to be honest, I mean, it does a lot of damage. Like he can shred through overseas, shred through Demov, like Freemok as well. You're forcing out those dispelled magics, and when you're doing that, you're still gonna take a lot of extra damage from everyone else. Oh, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, engage off the nap time. And there's that dash coming through as an escape option, but very weak and out the fight now, Infernus for now, at least. And this is an opportunity for Leviathan.
Oh, he's stuck.
Is he stuck in the wall?
Unstuck. He's unstucking right now, yeah.
That sucks for Loki W. That made them really outnumbered there. However, Listic still does actually get onto this urn, so it's going to try make the run across here. And there is priority on the right side lane there, thanks to Empty Dreams on the Venator, who is slightly ahead of the farm of anybody on Leviathan. So Empty Dreams keeping up his souls per minute quite nicely. And a Warp Stone. That's very helpful.
Oh, so we can teleport it over to get behind the enemy team. Gets it actually meleeed off, so doesn't get the dunk. And he has Singularity, though. And again, as you said, the Warp Stone could become, I mean, a huge factor in the success of this fight if Leviathan can't play into it. Urn has been picked up for Leviathan. They get the dunk out of overseas. No contest out of Loki W. Instead, they let it go. And they're like, we're going to push your mid lane Walker. We're going to look for some early damage. And honestly, I think they're going to be able to burst it down in time. I don't really think Leviathan are going to be able to get here to stop this one. We're down below half HP. It's going to be committed. It's going to be finished off. So an Urn for a Walker yet again being traded out. This time in Loki W's favor. Oh my god, please kill it. There you go.
Wow, yeah. Who dies for it? Definitely worth, though, getting rid of that mid Walker, but ooh, is it worth actually? Because now we're going to get the dive onto mid boss, and there's no ults really. I mean, Listic has the Singularity. That's the most dangerous ult, but
yeah,
if Leviathan play this right, they should be fine. And there it is, the setup for the Singularity.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I actually like this out of Leviathan, to be honest. This is so risky to do, go into such a close quarter position where Singularity is going to be there. Again, it's not flashy, but getting that one kill is going to be a massive win because it's going to pull him away from mid-boss. Obi-Kim's even flanking from behind them here. Zemov is still going to have swap, but he's already very low on HP. There's a world that Loki W can actually win this fight right now. Demov gets to come to Obi-Kim. He got swapped. Actually, didn't even get swapped. He just got completely bursted down. Maybe some miscommunication on Loki W's side on when to take this fight. But they're still trying to contest it. I think it's already screamed too. Oh, it's screamed right now.
And they got to keep the pressure on here. Both teams need to kind of take this fight, but both very tentative. And it's 3 kills there. Very fast fashion as well. Who is in there? Blind Light not even used just yet. And this is an explosive victory now for Loki W. And oh man,
pushing the fight to a staircase stand with kinetic pulse out of Dynamo, with power shots out of Cosmetical from Grey Talon. You are just going to get absolutely wasted there. And that's exactly what happened. You're not going to miss any of those abilities, man. That's free damage. And the amount of spirit they have here, I mean, overseas, he's going to pop his ultimate. He doesn't even have max ultimate, so he's not unstoppable. He should not be allowed to get anything here as he does charge away. That was a major misplay to Leviathan here, man. That was a huge turnaround for Loki W. And just like as you pointed out before in the last game, it all came down to mid-boss here, and Loki W might have the opportunity to run away with the game.
Yeah, they're going to get so much value on the map here. All the lanes already pushed, so they don't have to even worry about just fixing the lanes, which allows them way more time before the opponents are fully up to, although most of them up right now, to just steal everything, getting these sinners, getting these creep camps. But yeah, that was quite the turnaround. Leviathan must have felt like they really had a really, really good fight there. I mean, they did have the 6v5 initially. And here we go.
Oh, here we go, bro. You're pushed into a hallway with all this damage being done. We didn't even get to see the power shots coming through, but I mean, you see Tank Buster was already proc, so you know he was connecting on those. And he's gonna have Spirit Burn soon, or he has it now. Like, ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, the damage output is very nasty.
It's so funny too, because I'm pretty sure Loki W lost a match. I don't know if it was this Abraham's or Leviathan by doing something very similar, moving into that staircase against a Venator, and they just got wrecked.
Tiny low side coming on through there. The bird as well. Who's it going to find? Oh, manages to catch 2 players. And that's a disengage. That is a disengage from Leviathan. Would be really nice if they could get out of rejuve, but unable to do that. They don't quite find the fight that they were looking for. And I mean, there was a timing, I feel like, to maybe try to find a fight when everyone's like capturing all the farm on the map. You might be able to find isolated players, but Leviathan, they're just staying out on the map, trying to make sure that there is some pressure. You don't want to just go into insta-turtle mode. But now the urn comes up, the bridge buffs as well, and who has priority on all of that? It's Loki W.
Where's the turn-in, though? I don't quite know the maths here to know if it's a neutral. And from the look of him, as I say, from the look of him not picking up, it is actually going to turn out to be neutral with a 15k lead. I mean, honestly, as you point out, this is your time. Take all those sinners, man. There's a lot of sinners up. There's a lot of jungle up. Leviathan, I don't know. I feel like... I know you're talking about like maybe not wanting to turtle, but I feel like if they don't turtle and they get caught in one bad team fight, I feel like you're almost just losing the game. Like OC is only at 23,000 souls. You need to buy time. Breaks at 32,000. Hoot's at 29,000. Empty Dreams at 30k. Even Listic on the Dynamo is ahead of OCs right now.
Yeah, it's not a good look. 1 rejuve out though. That's something. But one thing also, Talon got the spirit buff, so he's getting an extra 45 spirit off of that. So he's going to be hitting a lot harder for now.
Not to mention the CDR too. The owl was already on a low cooldown before. Imagine it now. Here's take a look at the items, actually. I'm curious, because again, we have Hoot with the Silence Wave. I'm curious if we have any more Silence Waves that are Loki W. Maybe like Listic has built in towards one. Maybe Obikim, I'm expecting. And we're going to see 1, 2... Silence Waves for Loki W, but also we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dispel Magics for them. On the opposing side, we see 1 Silence Wave and a Cursed Relic, but then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dispel Magics. And the reason I want to look at that is because he pointed out we have 10 Dispel Magics in this game right now, out of 12 players in total.
Yeah. It's had quite the glow up. And this Walker will finally get finished off here by the last like 20 seconds of rejuve. Still 2 crystals online at the moment, but it's just about to go away. And this is when you want to start the fight for Leviathan. The crystals are gone. Can Leviathan get any catches here? They are trying to lock down at least one player, but it doesn't seem successful.
And the Resto Locket for Hoot too. Even if you get him all of his stamina gone, he can just pop that and get more stamina back. How does Cosmetical not die, man? He pops the Dispel Magic, gets the extra healing boost from this one. It looks like he gets back to lane, though. I don't think he's going to escape with his life. He does finally fall to free Mock. Richu's no longer there, too, so a good timing window here for Leviathan to force the fight. And a great shoulder charge on a Hoot into the wall. That's one way to deal with the Celeste.
Oh my god. Huge singularity. 4 players get caught by that one. Into the blinding light as well when they're all bunched up. It is disgusting. It's so terrifying. And, I mean, they are struggling to survive, trying to get out of this one now. And the burn comes in as well. It's too much damage here to handle Jason. Demov gets incinerated.
What if all along Lady Geist was actually one of Graves' zombies?
Oh.
That'd be some interesting lore. Nice Iradomini onto the back of Rake. And another on Overseas gets 2 kills with 2 shots. And now it's just on to Fremont left alone. Mid boss at a minute and a half time. There's earn in 2 minutes of time. So if anything, you're just focusing on maybe some farm here, maybe some base guardians too.
I know you don't scope with the Iradomini, but it kind of felt like a no scope from Counter-Strike or something with an AWP.
Yeah.
That second one. And that kind of vibe.
I almost wish we had something equivalent to that, because no scopes or quick scopes in CS, that was like some of the best you could ever feel playing that game. That and like one leagues.
Yeah, it does feel so good. Okay, well, they just snipe a shrine there. They just walk into the base, snipe a shrine, don't even have all the base guardians dealt with yet.
So this is an interesting window, because Urn is going to spawn a few seconds after mid boss spawns. So it comes down to like priority for Loki W. I feel like maybe you give them position around mid boss and you pick up Urn and you just bring Urn to mid boss if you want to force it. I don't know if you want to force a mid boss right now without Singularity up for Listic. So I don't think we're going to see like any sort of mid boss rush, but I think Urn control is something that Leviathan need to get if somehow, because it's going to be a turn on their side of the map.
Headed to yellow.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I like the game plan. We'll see what their interpretation is going to be.
They do lots of things.
Loki W gathering, finding a couple players here. But it's been a hard game to be a Vindictor for Rake, I feel like. Nap time comes on through, sees a couple players. Might be a fight to be had here for Leviathan. Just like you said, the mid boss now has spawned.
Oh, this could be a game-ending fight too. Look at the raw damage he's able to do against Overseas. Force out the Dispel magic. Even tried to use a Warpstone gut shot earlier on against the Vindicta, but with Cosmetica already down, they're fighting at least 5-5 as Rake was traded out as well. But look at this. I mean, Enterdreams just doesn't care. It doesn't matter who he's fighting against. He's just going to take him down. Break gets himself a double kill, and they get almost a full wipe. It's just left to OCs, who's back in his own base, who I think inevitably will be rushed down. And she was Listic trying to go for it. He does actually force the Clone Entanglement to get away from this one, but mid boss is up. Urn is up as well. And Leviathan are down for at least 40 seconds apiece.
Yeah, they can just do whatever they want in the most relaxed fashion ever. Empty Dreams does look just incredibly fearsome at the moment. That fight against Overseas on Abrams was kind of nasty because there's no way to respond to it.
It's you can't throw one person at Empty Dreams and kill him. Yeah. Especially with how far behind they are. Maybe if Overseas and Fremont were there to fight him, they could have been able to do something about it. But again, you're fighting in a room with tons of walls around you that he can knock you back into. And he has Vamp Burst as well to survive and Dispel Magic to get rid of the knives. I just don't think you can. You can't 1v1 him. I think that's just a little bit of a misstep.
Can we get ahead of this one? Production's already asking for our MVP. They think this game's over. Is it Break?
I think it's Puckett. I think, we need to give our host MVP for once in this game.
Ooh. I don't got the moves this man does.
So I was actually curious about what kind of highlight package they were able to put together for you for MVP of this game.
Just staring through my sunglasses. Some other glitches.
Seeing some eyes through the sunglasses.
Hard zooms.
I don't really even know who I would give MVP to in this series. I think Rake had 2 great games so far for sure. I feel like Empty Dreams has just been kind of the anchor of the team. He's been consistent as well in Venator game 1 and 2. I really don't know. I mean, maybe you can talk about who creates space, but Rake created space on the Lash, and now he's just kind of like full on DPS on the Infernus, showing some flexibility in the role he can play within the team.
Yes, it is a good question. It is really interesting. One of the reasons why I would probably make an argument for Hoot is because of how active he has to be on Celeste. Because at every point of the game, pretty much, he was roaming around, taking fights constantly, and being extremely disruptive. And so if I was going to make an argument for Hoot, that's probably where that argument begins.
Doesn't Hoot have like 18 MVPs across all the night shifts, though?
I know.
Chat, let us know who are you liking, who had the biggest impact here for Loki W, because it's looking like Leviathan is out of time.
That's frick doing? He's at the shop while his team's pushing into the base.
Yeah. It's got to do it.
I mean, he's at 47k. I'm sure he's got some deep pockets here. Overseas. Gonna be using the seismic impact to catch on to one. Again, it's Empty Dreams. It's not a bad target. They get a cursed relic onto him in 2. They're investing a lot just to kill him, but guess what? The backup's just not there. They don't have the damage to kill him, and they wasted. I mean, did they even throw a nap time in there too? Irizumi has it on cooldown. Like, that's, you have no ultimates to contest this anymore. You've got nothing to defend your base, and Loki W are just gonna walk all over you.
Yeah, there's really not very much. I mean, again, the damage output, the burst damage especially, is so powerful across a multitude of heroes here on the team now. Oh, nice.
Pulls them under.
That's pretty cool.
Wait, are they gonna forget that he's there too? Oh my god, Empty Dreams again. You see them try to do something about it. The combustion coming through with the singularity on top of it. They get caught onto only Irizumi. Actually, no, it did catch on to quite a few overseas and Hosie's Cosmetical. Closed it out with 2 big kills from the bird from downtown. And GG's being called out, and it's gonna happen here, Dan. We're gonna have new champions on the throne here in the Deadlock Night Shift, and it's gonna be Loki W.
Is the Dynamo Infernus combo the Zarya Diva bomb? Let me know, chat. I see a lot of Overwatch talk. Great Talon looking like Hanzo in this one as he is dominant in the air. Empty Dreams, though, leading the way when it comes to the statistics. We're going to get all the numbers, compile the best highlights, and choose our MVP here for shift number 32. But a new champion. Congratulations to Loki W. Solomon, I know you had the graphic earlier. Can we take a look at the road it has been for Loki W to take the throne? DDK, these guys have been grinding for weeks on weeks. Finally, they add Hoot to the roster, and they walk away with a W. And it also helps that the rest of the teams didn't have a full roster.
Yeah. I mean, they had really interesting drafts that were really effective. Able to bring out a lot of like interesting picks, like Infernus, Dynamo. You know, the great talent always could make an appearance when you're playing against Hoot, so you know, not too surprised about that. But I think the Celeste performance from Hoot was so good, and you know, you're having to ban out, you know, a Kelvin, you're having to ban out Silver, like if you don't allow them to get Silver, so there's all these problems that we saw that teams had to think about when playing Loki W here. So it just ended up being the case that they just got drafts that they absolutely loved, that really worked with their super disruptive playstyle that creates so much space for Empty Dreams to get huge.
Wow. Kaplan, this is incredible because they got in their first championship back in episode, 24, 26? It's been like an 8-week grind to get to this position. Finally, they get the W. Was there anything different in their play tonight, or do they simply have the edge of their opponents in 1v1s?
I think a lot of it obviously is due to Lightbringer and kind of the stability and analytical mind that he brings to the roster, and the fact that he can help him with drafts, help him like figure out what's going right, what's going wrong. But we also can't forget, like this isn't the same team that we saw 8 weeks ago either. We did have like Trax back then, we had Blob back then. The roster's shifted a couple of times now to inevitably get to this point. If they're the new EU super team, I can't really tell you, because I think Dan brought up a good point. I mean, Leviathan were down Sai, Abrahams were down 2 players. It's kind of hard to tell, but they definitely earned this victory for sure. And I don't want to downplay that whatsoever by talking about, you know, roster swaps that did happen. They definitely looked like a much more cohesive team. They played much better together, and everyone on the team had a phenomenal series.
And there is one person we want to give a special shout out to. That is Listic, his first championship since the days of Buff Enjoyers. They haven't been involved in the last 16 episodes. It's been a minute. This one's got to feel good for him, DDK.
Oh yeah, I'm certain. And with Deadlock too, we've noticed that there's definitely this trend that there is the possibility to switch up lineups quite a lot, and there's a lot of, I think, good reasons for that. Everybody has to think about the game in the same way. You know, if you really are playing at this level, you're playing to win, and so you're going to be looking out for the team that suits you the best. And you know, maybe that's what's happening here with Hoot coming onto this lineup. But because honestly, this looks like a super scary lineup of players.
Cosmetical is jumping up my list of favorite players to watch. He pulls out the GT and does not top any stat category. You still get my dub, buddy. The rest of the squad, though, does earn some honors. And as you guys said, the Ven is going to be important. They locked it into the draft. Lightbringer using his big brain. Is there anything that our community should be taking from tonight's pro matches to try and bring into their own game, Kaplan?
It's an interesting question. I'm trying to think about that. Because I think if you try to replicate what they do in your matches, it doesn't work too well, honestly. Yeah. I don't think you get away with playing like Dynamo, like Listic plays Dynamo, or the way Cosmetical plays GT in these games, because it honestly, it comes down to the entire team and how well they play together. I think maybe one takeaway, you see the impact of Celeste, man. You see what you can do single-handedly with good movement and just good understanding of where enemies are going to be. So you can just take so much objective damage. In this series, he was #1 objective damage both games on the Celeste. And I think you see like the pressure that he's applying in these games. And I think you can do that at home as well, because good movement triumphs most things in this game right now.
DDK, around that 19-minute 30 mark, we saw a big change in the game. Was that the mid-boss? Was that the tunnel fight where the GT popped off? Where did you see Lowkey W steal this final game?
Yeah, I think absolutely around the mid-boss. Yet again, that proved to be one of these deciding factors. That was a protracted fight. Leviathan initially going for it, I kind of felt like a good idea, but then I think, Loki W, they were in a position there where they couldn't allow it to go for free, and they had 5 players, so they could continue to pressure it, not to commit to a full fight, but to pressure, and that drew out Leviathan to take a fight with them. But due to the levels of delay that happened, it allowed Loki W to get back online into the fight and get everyone into position, and then they just had a better fight. And that ended up indeed being the point at which Leviathan were not unrecoverably behind, but pretty much there.
Only a 6-kill difference, but 60k souls. Dominant win for Lowkey W. We're going to crown our MVP. Production, it's up to you. We had a war in the chat. We couldn't choose one amongst us casters, so it's up to you. Whoever you had the most clips of, that's what the chat wants to see. I think it's going to be Vrake.
Why do you think it's going to be Vrake, Puckett?
It's going to be empty. Oh, there we go. Hoot.
Oh, it's the hoot. It's the hoot.
April Fool's,
the sparkly horn, baby. Let's take a look at the princess.
I wish we had the drawing of Celeste on the face and then just the regular body that we had earlier. That would have been like the cherry on the cake there. We were just talking about Hoot, man. We were talking about the pressure he applied constantly to Celeste, not allowing Leviathan to get comfortable whatsoever. And I think you really can't underestimate like how much pressure nets you space, nets you control, nets you mistakes the enemy team can make because of what you can do in these lanes, like constantly applying pressure in like some of these off lanes, but also like the mobility around the map to turn these fights around. I think is really important.
I think that's what chat highlighted, was this team has the mobility edge, and Hoot used every bit of it on the Celeste. The floaty gameplay shut down the Mina, causing problems on the other side for Leviathan. Leviathan, after 3 weeks at the top, 4 weeks at the top, now finally dethroned. And we got to wonder, does D-Mob go back to Abraham's after tonight's loss? I think he does, DDK.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. We're going to have to wait and see what happens to Abraham's. But yeah, I think both regions have been shifting, and Lowkey W, I mean, if they keep this roster, this does look awesome. I hope they do, because it's a lot of fun.
I want to see more Dynamo play. Shout out to Listic. Welcome back onto the throne, my guy. We haven't seen a lot of these characters. New ones breaking out, old ones being brought back, and of course, Lady Geist, as good as D-Mob was at this moment in the game, 0-3 on the day. Chat are not the only haters. She steals all of my souls. She steals all of my health. It makes me look bad. Production, I think we can wrap up these highlights. We've seen enough from Hoot and Friends. Well done. NA, ready to go. EU, in the books. And we'll throw on the camera. Kaplan.
I just got word from production, actually, that
I get to go?
No, you have to stay. You're on for North America still. Was it D-Mov is joining the team, and Michaelis is joining the team, and they're renaming Earn Enjoyers. Huh.
Nice.
Interesting. I like it. Hey, there we go.
From Loki W with the proper Celeste logo. Take a screenshot. Make a t-shirt. Is it an earthworm? You tell us. Shout out to the turnip people.
Both one, Jim.
If I'm not mistaken, by the way, Puckett, we've been talking about this man. He was the MVP of this match as well. I think we have an interview.
Bring him in.
Actually,
bring him in. No way. Is Hoot alive? Is he well? Is he with us right now?
Is he in the room with you right now?
In the room with us, yeah.
Do you see him at the moment?
Hoot. I hear now.
Oh,
there he is. Hoot, welcome in. We got your webcam working. Shout out to production for getting you all sorted out. And congratulations on another win, this time with a new squad. Can you first of all tell me about the roster shakeups going on in EU? Was this just an April Fool's fun day for everybody, or are we actually trying to look at new options?
I think I'm more comfortable playing on an European team with all English speakers. I can't speak. I don't know why. I'm just more comfortable with doing that. On Airbrands, we've been getting a lot worse over time because it was so stale. And I think a new start with Loki is pretty nice because I'm already with some old teammates.
You're looking good already. DDK, go ahead.
Yeah, how has the dynamics shifted at all? Are you still kind of playing sort of the same position and roles, or are you adjusting a little bit in this team?
I'm adjusting maybe a little bit. I have a lot of overlap with Cosmetical and Rake, so I get to play a little bit more. I don't play only the same heroes, which I really like. I like playing a lot of different heroes. So yeah.
One thing I noticed after looking at some of the scrims the Lightbringer was streaming, and then of course seeing today, is that you were on Kelvin. Now Kelvin, I don't think it's necessarily difficult to play compared to some of the other heroes that you play, but the takeaway I got from that was that you just want to win. You don't care what you're playing. You don't care what role you're on your team. You just want to win games. Would you say that's true?
Yeah, definitely. I think Kelvin can be pretty difficult. It's okay. I think in the Kelvin game that I played, I don't think I played that well. I think my domes were pretty awful. I kind of killed Listic, I think, twice. So, but I think, yeah, I just want to play good heroes. I just want to win, and I do like Kelvin, how much tempo he can provide.
People were wondering if you're going to try and play an aggressive Kelvin or what the plan was. Do you think that you can up the tempo and force more interactions for your team with those domes? Are they supposed to be used purely defensively? There's a lot of people picking up Deadlock for the first time. So if they're watching you, one of their favorite streamers, and they want to learn to play this hero, what would you say they should focus on?
I think what to focus on should be protecting your teammates. Once you have
actually playing support.
Yeah. Once you have that 5 AP upgrade on Dome, where you start scaling with Spirit, you actually heal someone to full in a couple of seconds. It's very strong.
Gotcha. Well, can we ask right now, what is your favorite character to play in the meta?
It's gotta be Celeste. It's gotta be Celeste. Her movement is too good. It's too fun.
I got one more question.
Ahead, Dan.
I don't know if Dan, you have one or not.
Oh, sure, yeah, I can jump in then. So with Celeste, one of the things that is apparent with how you're playing it is that we talked about is the amount of objective pressure that you can put on. You can move around so fluidly around the map, rotate so quickly. Is there any other hero in the pool that can really have that same level of pressure, or do you think Celeste is unique in that way right now?
Right now, there actually is a few. Celeste is really good because she can play for those objectives, because she can also 1v1 people. But there's like Ivy, who has her flight on a very short cooldown that can rotate a lot and just Kutsu or entangling Forns a wave.
Nice.
And Mirage with max ult on a 40-second cooldown is extremely strong. So there's a few kind of macro heroes right now.
I want to talk to you about your first game against Abrahams here, because you guys showed Kelvin and you showed Rem. Were you guys not worried about Pocket being picked against that at all? Like, what was the game plan with running those two heroes in particular?
We've played with it. We've tried with it in scrims, and we've noticed that Pocket has to start the fight to actually get value of the affliction, because otherwise the dome just comes out first, and Pocket is just stuck outside. So it's not that difficult to play around it, but it can definitely be really scary if he manages to afflict first. but we were willing to take the risk.
Okay, that's really brave in a best of one as well to do that. But maybe final question for me: seeing Michaelis as an enemy, since you did come in to replace him originally in the Virtus Pro roster before you guys came buff enjoyers again, was it interesting to play against him? Like, do you still rate, like, where do you rate him on a scale compared to like other pro players right now?
I think he's really good still, but he just has a problem with hero pool. I'd say that he kind of has a little bit too few heroes to really pick from, so he can kind of get banned out. But other than that, he's playing really well still.
Something a few games can change, I'm sure. Hoot, final question for you. We're not going to officially say this is your new team. Would you like to say this is officially your new team? And if not, where should we watch you to find out when it is official?
You can watch me at HootDL at Twitch. I'm actually streaming right now.
HootDL on twitch.tv. Go follow his channel. We're about to kick off the NA. Congratulations on another tournament win, this time with a new squad.
Thank you.
That is Hoot Deadlock. You're going to love his stream. I guarantee it. One of the best entertainers out there. And as you heard him, he prefers to speak English with his teammates. It's going to be fun, DDK, for a lot of people learning the game at the right time. And we still have plenty of lessons to hand out. What's the second half of the show?
North America. Fuck it.
That's right. And Kaplan, we've got the Floormen, we've got Bird with Clock, and the melee creeps for anyone who's missing the storylines in NA. What are we looking forward to?
You know, not because I just had a chat with AVG earlier on today, but honestly, I think Floormen are going to take night shift today. I think for sure. I think we saw like a little bit unfortunate time happen last week where they had the slight bug on Geist not be able to go up the rope, and it kind of like cost them that game, but they bounced back really hard in the following matches. So I don't know. I'm looking out for Floormen here. Bird with Clock. I think they have a tough match to kick things off with, but honestly, there's so many damn good teams in North America. When is EU going to catch up?
Big shout out to everyone who's been subbing. We are 492 subs away from our new goal, which I'm told will release some new skins. ZP's got all the info he might tell you, but probably not on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. I just crushed some chicken nuggets. I'm ready to party. We got Jake and ZP, the All-American casters, ready to be American for North America's cast. Jake, we got some good names playing, and we just saw some shakeups in EU. Is North America in need of a roster shakeup, or do we have enough good teams right now?
I mean, I think we're at an incredible place. Honestly, probably the most competitive we've ever had, the top of the NA Deadlock scene. I think this is about the healthiest the game has ever been from that competitive perspective. We have 5 teams genuinely competing here for slots in Night Shift. That's not been the case historically for Deadlock Esports, so I think it's a great sign for the community. However, it does prompt some challenges for us in terms of selecting who is actually going to come and compete on a given week here on the Night Shift.
Yeah, but ZP, USA is the greatest at Night Shift is what I heard Jake just say, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's part of that, but also to elaborate a little bit on the team note. Some people saw the team announcement this week and were going,
show the format, show them the bracket.
Where's FPS Lounge? What's going on here? Did they bow out after 1 week? It's like, no. In NA, no. We are just blessed with 5 really good teams right now, and it was time for Bird with Clock to get back in there because they're missing for 2 weeks. We are going to be holding a qualifier in NA from here on out, not a gigantic one, but just enough so the max team will be out is 1. So later in this week, it's going to be no earnings taking on FPS Lounge to see who gets into Shift 33.
So like in North America, we have enough good teams to where we can rotate in our opening match. It's getting fun, Deadlock community. It's getting spicy. Catch up, Europe. Let's get into this matchup and talk about our rosters because the Floormen are fan favorites. Bird with Clock haven't been seen in a week or 2. We got to remind people who's playing for who here in North America. And are these still their best heroes? I don't think there's a better Viscous on the planet than Goober right there, Jake.
Yeah, I feel like that's always going to be a tech pick you're going to have to respect up against the Floormen, but this has proven to be a team that can absolutely contend for championships, being able to defeat melee creeps at times. So while they're still coming in here in the challenger match, they've got a ways to go before they're able to really contend for that title. This is a team full of well-known players in the space, right, who can all compete, who can all hang on that top level. I think a lot comes down to the drafts, their ability to have that hero flexibility, as we've talked about in previous matches. Goober, he's great in the Viscous, but what else can he play? What kind of versatility do they have in the drafting phase to take on their opponent?
We got Goober in the chat right now, chatting it up with everybody. He is a regular. He's also been interviewed by the great Liz. We're going to drop her YouTube channel for you guys to check out later. In the meantime, let's introduce the opponents for the Floormen tonight. Before you get to melee creeps, you got to get through Bird with Clock. Gibbs, Aiden the Destroyer, aka my favorite Vindicta sniper, Tanner, Cool Cheese, Arctic, and Matt. Let's start with you, ZP, most aggressive player on the screen.
Most aggressive player on the screen. I mean, sometimes I'd even argue it's Gibbs. I mean, Gibbs goes super aggro as far as support players go in a good way. But all in all, I'm really curious about this matchup and how it's going to go down because I think Bird with Clock has hero pool preferences that are actually pretty similar to the Floormen. Last week, Floormen were able to run with Billy, Geist, Silver in just about every game. And Billy in particular, I think is going to be under very heavy priority for Bird with Clock on top of the Geist. So I don't think either team is actually going to be able to play the hero pool that they would ideally like because I think both these teams have overlap more so than they do with melee creeps. So I'm really excited to see the draft and how this works out, but also just happy to see Bird with Clock back in it after being gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I gotta know, do you think there's gonna be any Fiki eggs? That's QZ.
Maybe.
The egg is like, it's such a strange item, but it honestly seems playable to me. Like, I feel like there might be room for it. Maybe there's certain strats to get some extra value out of it. Lets you play more like passive stance in the laning phase, which is kind of interesting. However, I think these teams in general and competitive, people are going to be so focused on getting an early game lead, on winning their lanes and being able to spread their influence across the map, right? I think in general, it's gonna behoove these players to like invest early and often be aggressive. You kind of don't want to come into this BO1 with like a wild, crazy cheese. I mean, that would be a very desperate move. And I think both these teams are going to believe in themselves to be able to go into like a stable mid game, stable, even late game and be able to find that advantage.
If you're not going to test cheese in a best of 1, where are you going to test it, Deadlock community? Bring me something to my ranked games. Help me climb faster than I deserve. We got Jake and ZP ready to break down the draft. And of course, before we get into that, we got some Mo v Krill fisticuffs. Whose Krill is going to get punched more? Whose Mo is bigger? It's time to find out. Z Pizzle, real quick, whose idea was it on this night shift to decide who goes first with the Mo v Krill?
So technically, I think I was the one that brought it up, although chat brought up the idea of a Mo and Krill 1v1. I don't really know the entire like ins and outs of like where it went there, but I think chat at least partially inspired. And I said, yeah, let's just do Mo and Krill 1v1 and have them fight it out. Also, it's going to be AVG versus Tanner to see who's going to get the choice of first
going
side
up
here.
against AVG. AVG has at least 5 wins under his belt. We've watched a lot of them. Jake, this is going to be a great 1v1 fight. We've got a whole bunch of new characters in the game, though, 12 since we started the Mo and Krill 1v1s. Who would you like to see cycled into the 1v1 sphere?
I think the Mo and Krill melee only 1v1, it is just iconic, right? It is just, I think the community has rallied behind Mo and Krill. Muhammad and Kareem, as some refer to them,
of course.
for quite some time now, and I just feel like it's going to be one of those iconic heroes in Deadlock. I think people are always going to have that. No matter how big the cast gets, people are going to have a special place in their heart for good old Mo and Krill. So there's something to be said about the classics here when it comes to the melee 1v1, and 2 of these frontliner players.
That's AVG and Yellow, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. 2 of these frontliner players. I mean, their ability to win in these melee 1v1s is actually pretty important for their actual role they play in the real game. So,
I don't even want to say the name that AVG is on right now, where we have the last Girardi versus Loaded. You can do the rest. The power of Steam names for the players that hopefully will be on the real names as we get in the game. But that's going to be AVG taking it for the Floormen. I mean, look, AVG was all sorts of pumped up, giving Jason details before the show, and now was also giving Tanner a little bit of hands in the one-on-one.
Much love to JP2 in the chat. Much love to Pen GG, who just dropped a 4-month sub prime. If you guys haven't already, drop your subs while we wait on the first ban. It's about to come in. Celeste should be banned out after watching Hoot dominate on her. Does NA get rid of the lady? No. The man with the tornadoes is gone, Jake.
That's Mirage?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Mirage still top tier. I gotta say, I love AVG in the community. Having a pro player who is so like open to voicing his opinions and like explaining the way he thinks about the game. Love him or hate him. I think it's hard to disagree with like how good it is to have somebody like that in the community who speaks their mind, is willing to kind of have that level of discussion. So definitely friend of the show here on the Floormen, but friendship's only going to take you so far. You got to get the win here in the challenger match, and we have seen many a time Bird with Clock is not a pushover opponent. They're looking to get more than just a challenger match in. They want to go straight to the money match in this reappearance here in the night shift.
Furries are celebrating around the world as Silver is the first one locked in, ZP.
I think the difference that you're going to see here is, I don't know if it'll be right away, but Billy is going to come in. That's a different Billy
all animal
we
stuff.
had earlier. Billy and Geist, I think, is going to be the 2 heroes that Floormen, they were able to play basically all the time last week. They're not going to have the same amount because Bird of the Clock also really highly values his heroes. I wasn't even necessarily expecting the Billy at first. But yeah, okay, it's Billy Geist. This is exactly what I thought would be contested coming in and is being contested. So you're going to see a different look from Floormen where, yeah, they were able to secure the silver for AVG, but the other parts that they were running all last week, they're going to have to look elsewhere.
What is the Geist countering here, Jake? Why do you pick Geist this early?
I mean,
because he went 0 for 3 in EU.
That's true. I still don't think you want to overrate too much on a small sample size. I think Geist is just a strong carry hero who can be in the front line in the late game, and it's pretty hard to like bring her down in one go. And that gives you a nice presence to build your strategy around. It's not going to be foolproof. Nothing is, of course, in Deadlock, especially as Floormen respond with the Ivy and the Venator. Powerful combo in the late game. Ivy's a great support to pair up with these heroes that have big health pools and kind of want that healing as well as the fire rate increase. And Venator is exactly that. He kind of wants to just be a tanky guy sitting up front, dealing out that damage, putting some anti-heal down, which theoretically should help you a lot against Geist and Billy, both who want to rely on that lifesteal.
This is my first time seeing the Ivy big screen here. That's a great drawing. Like, clearly Mina was traced. Venator, that's a hand-drawn. I feel like the Ivy's a hand-drawn here as well, ZP.
Yeah, we got a bunch of different looks as far as the drawings go, from the absolutely sublime in Mina to, they tried for some of the other characters like Billy. What's interesting to me is I thought maybe we'd see the Viscous band come on in. That has not been the case here so far. So they decided, no, we don't want to deal with Apollo. That's actually a little bit more horrifying. Kelvin Band coming in from Floormen.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the Floormen band. I'm like trying to figure out who these characters are.
I think that's Orange who banned out Kelvin there, yeah.
So Bird of
Orange is on
they
our
go
tech
Paradox
team.
here. No, they go Lash.
Lash. Okay, we got the super TF Flash. I'm here for it. You know, I think this does give you a really nice team fight, especially against Venator. I think Venator does kind of struggle to deal with the Lash. You don't have the best mobility on the character. You get kind of sent into the wrong spot in the team fight, and you could easily just kind of find yourself dying there, right, surrounded. Floormen respond with Yamato, though, a character that can shrug off those Lash ults with ease, has some powerful responses there. So I like this. It gives him a lot of burst potential, especially against Mina and Geist from a decent range now that they've buffed Power Slash.
As I look at it here, I wonder if Bird with Clock is setting up for the Graves pick. Okay, Calco comes in from Floormen. I think, honestly, getting Lash, like, I don't think you love the entire idea of, like, being Graves and dealing with Lash on the other end, just by pure virtue of the fact that, like, you can just get thrown in some really bad spots. But I don't think Graves got nerfed to the point that you're not going to see Graves picked in NA. But, okay, they go Warden at the very end for, you know, more M1 power. But this is interesting because you already have Mina and you already have Geist, so there's a lot of demand for farm right now for Bird with Clock.
I demand we go full screen on this Calico art next to Yamato. That's strength.
The Yamato is pretty legendary. That's some like oh my Paige.
Paige got them UK teeth, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. This is, I mean, these are truly masterworks. I do think the Paige is going to fit really nicely with the Billy. Bird with Clock, they have a monster team fight, right? Billy, you know, groups people up. Lash falls up with the Death Slam. You've got like Paige ult to double down on that, as well as locking everyone down. So I will say, if you get caught in that kind of a wombo combo, you are just absolutely dead. Yamato, maybe one of the only characters, and maybe with the help of Calico, who might be able to just break those combos and maybe get out of trouble. But Infernus and Venator, it's going to be a potentially scary game for them to actually get into the team fights. They're going to really rely on their frontliners to bait out some of those key ultimates and make the fight work. Infernus definitely having a resurgence this week, right? Coming back into form. I think a lot of people realizing, hey, the damage he puts out is no joke. Probably one of the best single target characters in the entire game right now.
ZP, final thoughts on this draft before I give a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes.
My thoughts are we got the return of DMB Infernus coming in, where DMB was able to play Geist all of last week, is forced onto a different hero because of the early Geist pick, and we've been waiting to see DMB pull out the Infernus for weeks now. A lot of us have been saying, hey, he's still probably pretty good. Maybe, you know, grab it later into the draft over something like a Warden. And finally, with DMB having no Geist available and no Warden, which Bird with the Clock also denied, it was just time. Infernus comes back into play, almost certainly going to be played by DMB.
Before we get started, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who tuned in since the start of the show. If you are just joining us, we started with Europe. We crowned a new champion. You can catch all of that action over on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. In the meantime, let's turn our focus to North America. And a big shout out to everyone who's subscribed. We just hit 40 new subscribers. We are now within 500 subs of our goal. Help us get there. Help us celebrate with the great people that did all of the drawings on the production team behind the scenes. For now, take your eyes to Calico as she convinces you to drop your wallet on a new Prime. If you don't already have Prime, use your Prime sub to give it to Deadlock Night Shift and put the money in our bank account. On the mic for this one, it's Yamato alongside Calico and her cat and Infernus, played by ZP's best friend. Let's take a look.
I don't know where to go.
Game's not ready,
Jake.
ZP.
Like, yeah, the game's not ready, so I'm just saying we're actually just zooming in more so
we have
onto
to go
Calco. Wait. We're shifting onto Yamato. Honestly, the problem here, the forehead was not big enough on this drawing.
Yeah,
like,
I was asking for a tight on the collarbone, and then I couldn't tell, is that a shoulder? Does she just have awesome traps?
She's a bit of a blob here, but you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for the impressionism. I will say, I'm looking at this draft for the Floormen, and I'm a little worried for them, ZP. I kind of think that they've built this draft with a mind to being ahead, maybe winning the lanes and tempoing from there. And I think if they can do that, it could look really strong. However, I think in a team fight scenario, it's going to be pretty rough, right? Like, I think the Bird with Clock has a pretty monstrous team fight ult wombo combo. And for the Floormen countering into that, they're going to need to have a lot of items to deal with those.
I also think they got kind of put into an unknown situation here too, where Floormen got thrown pretty far off their comfort zone. When you look at the heroes, I kind of, again, when I looked at what Floormen played last week and know what Bird with Clock generally like playing, I figured that you would have this hero pool conflict. And the reality is here, Jake, Floormen gave up a lot for the silver.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cost of doing business. I think it definitely a lot of pressure on Silver to have a particularly good game. Talk about a character that can, though, potentially survive some of those big wombo combos. I mean, Silver in the Lycan Curse form is one of the tankiest heroes in the game. So maybe can just have the raw survivability to get through that. And I think for the... Go ahead.
This is interesting, Jake. It's not Aiden on the Mina. I thought for sure it'd be Aiden Mina. Instead, Aiden on Geist, and Matt's going to be on the Mina. It kind of makes sense with historical hero pools if you go deep enough, but for the most part, anytime a Mina was played, it was usually Aiden in the past.
Yeah, also Goober going to be on the silver. We've seen more and more of this from him. I think it's a hero that it kind of does fit his strengths, right? The ability to tempo the game and bring the pace the way he does, I think, on a lot of different heroes. But it, it allows you to stay more on the meta where people aren't really picking like the hard pick initiators currently in drafts, just not feeling like they're worth the investment. And it's nice to be able to have that flexibility. Some parries though on the side lane. Yamato with the rebuttal is going to have just enough heal, and that's actually going to keep him alive and allow the kill to come in onto Tanner. So well executed by AVG, but that one was way too close to comfort for Rocker.
Yeah, we gotta get players onto their real names. Well, AVG, man. I'm just, we're gonna have to ignore the kill feed for a good part of this game. Courtesy of AVG. But
you don't like loaded diaper, bro?
No, I actually not the biggest fan, as it turns out. One thing I'll say though, I think it's interesting because I don't think we've seen AVG on Calico in quite a while. Like it's a bit of a deviation hero-wise from what AVG normally is on, which is more frontliner to carry. But oh man, Matt in a world of
what a parry.
And as the parry comes in, Arctic eating steak after steak.
Yeah, that's a huge parry. I think our DMB could have been in real trouble there on the Venator, and instead he's going to survive it. Now a bit of trades coming in on this side lane. Tanner wants to get back into the action. This is a Page Billy lane, right? Even though they lost a kill in that lane, they already did big damage on a Rocker. This one's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. And mid lane, even a little bit of a dive here being attempted. Goober following up on some of that damage DMB dealt, and Arctic ends up dropping. Mina's coming back in. It's absolutely blasted off the wave, though.
Oh, also, we were talking about here, DMB and the Ven, not the Infernus. So despite the long history of DMB and Infernus, like one of the most seasoned Infernus players, he just says, no, we got Ven draft. I'm the M1. Like, I will be Ven. Put League on Infernus.
Yeah, I do think the Infernus build being run right now is a little bit more on the tanky side and a little bit more like of an early fighting potential where Venator really plays for that late game. One kill in the mid lane though was found, though they were able to find DMB, maybe playing a little bit aggro on those towers. Matt took a lot of damage but got the job done in the end. That's giving Arctic a really nice start on the ward, and one that you really need now. With this character taking a few nerfs, it feels like getting some of these early kills in the lane, getting some of that tempo rolling is going to be pretty key to you ending up in that strong farm position. Of course, he's also got to look to Aiden on the Geist to just really hit a deep late game timing. I think he's really become that player for this roster, right? The one who's going to play for the ultra late game. You're going to give him that responsibility. He's looked insane on some of the more tempo options like Vindicta, but I think what this team needs right now is for him to secure the late game, and we'll have to see in this one if he can do that in the BO1.
A little bit of rotations across the map here. Silver in mid, slam fire. Looking for Arctic and just says, you know what, I'm going to jail. It's not fine. It's absolutely not fine, but there's no other options. Matt able to finish it off on the Mina. And a little bit of extra poke here. Look for the love bites. Not quite going to get the last hit, but certainly... Oh, does get the last hit. Okay. DMB just peaks.
Page even rotating in there is actually quite nice, right? It allows you to put a lot of pressure on this Guardian. This is pre 5 minutes. It's kind of surprising to see that much aggression. Definitely a bit of a map control advantage right now for Bird with Clock. We'll see if they're able to turn that into some Guardian takes as Mina looks to continue to get active. And uh-oh, that's not so good.
Is that DC? DC, Nostead? Like, yeah, something weird just happened with Matt there. Okay, they're back in control.
One of our observers lagged out or something like that. We'll have to see. Seems like he's okay. He's back into it now. And Mina grabs a nice movement buff, which is pretty great to find. Goober also being traded with, and the double heavy melee from Gibbs absolutely blasting them here in the mid lane. Activity continues to pay off for BWC, really pushing the pace in this early game. And for this Floormen draft, I talked about this, like, you really don't want to be falling behind into a heavy team fight style. Like, if Bird with Clock get enough of a lead where they can start forcing objectives, I don't know if you can really respond.
Floormen's ability to come back from a deficit, it's not great with the comp they have. You're absolutely right, where you don't want to fall too far behind. On the pursuit once more. Page Billy here on the left side. Motto. Flying strike over. And yeah, I mean, for Floormen, the challenge here is not falling too far behind. I think so far, Matt's done an incredibly good job of just being able to rotate around. And at 5.1k, also like, starting to get a little bit ahead on the Mina, which is incredibly dangerous given the fact that Mina, you know, her early game isn't as good as it used to be. And it's compensated for by a better late game. So one of the worst things you're going to have happen is your Mina have a good early game in her current form.
Here's the Mina ult over the top. Silver, though, evades most of the damage. Is very close to getting that ultimate. Needs a couple more creeps to unlock it. Goober really trying to push the limits after struggling in the early game on this mid lane.
They don't want to play nice. No reason I should.
Silver, honestly, I don't think it's the worst hero in the game to have a little bit of a weaker start on, right? You can still just get a lot done with the Lycan Curse, even if your items aren't the greatest. But it does mean that your late game damage threat into things like Geist and Warden won't be as threatening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, though, because I also feel like for Silver, you like getting out of lane at a good spot. Full attempt on the Mina. Mina just able to get away into the jail, and Goober's dead again! The punish is there. And the problem for Silver is that, for Silver, you don't love being someone taking a ton of jungle farm, so you like getting out of lane phase and good farm, and then your ability to rotate around the map like is pretty effective at that point. But Goober's gonna have to do some remedial soul gathering to be a threat in this game, the way that this lane phase has just been pretty rough so far.
Yeah, I really like the Warden into this matchup. Big stun, though, onto the Mina. I believe Shotgun connects there. Flash ulti, though, over the top is going to just send Goober into a world of hurt. Still healthy, though, on the Silver. He does get the ultimate off, but just caught in the Warden trap, burned down by the ultimate. Even all the tankiness of Silver isn't quite enough. It does do a lot of damage, though, and DMB hoping to clean up here with the Air Domini. Is he able to put that damage down, putting a lot of pressure on Live, who steps into the trap. Lash could find himself in trouble, but DMB also low. Doesn't want to risk death here on the carry.
Jake, how many times has Goober died in this first part of the game?
3 or 4. I mean, this is a pretty much a bloodbath early game. However, the game is pretty even on souls. So like there's victories elsewhere on the map to compensate. DMB getting a lot of solo souls out of this lane. So it does feel bad for Goober, but in the end, you know, if DMB is profiting, it's actually not the worst thing in the world. Matt, though, onto a very hot start on this Mina. Like a lot of the kills going his way. And we have seen Mina be a character that can take over games, especially with this level of team fight to back up when she goes for these like risky, aggressive moves. There's a lot of follow-up behind those if the team is there to support. So I could see Matt really getting explosive in this game, and Bird with Clock just booking a ticket to the money match off the back of that.
Matt right now is actually approaching server admin status to be, well, actually, no, not quite. Look at Floormen. I mean, AVG and DMB have like kept up reasonably. It's not as big a lead as you might think. But the point I was going to get to on Goober is that, you know, you put Silver at such a high draft priority that you give up Geist Billy, and your Silver has just been hard focused the entire game. You know, you have a lot of essentially draft power that you banked on when building your team that is just not there. Like, it's a very, very tough spot to be in. But looking here on the right, as Floormen looking to get a little bit more active.
Yeah, Lash with the Headhunter is going to be hard to trade with in this lane, but he's kind of low HP, so it's hard for him to really get in there and threaten. And here comes the assassination. AVG comes out of nowhere, and Lash in a hell of a spot. Infernus ult not even needed for that kill as Ivy comes in over the top, secures the Guardian take. And we haven't watched this lane too much so far in the game, but I think this is definitely going to be a strong point for the Floormen. I think Infernus is actually going to be a really key team fighter. A catch on a Warden would be exactly what the Doctor ordered. Desperately, Arctic's trying to run for the hills, but Silver finds her revenge there with the help of a rocker rotation. So that's a great one to kill off one of those late game cores for Bird with Clock and get Goober back into the game.
About to be 10 minutes. Buffs coming up here in a moment. Bird with Clock firmly camped out on the left, and also Meg at the right. Both buffs
get both
on the
That's
table,
big.
Yeah. And they get survival on Geist.
Those are like dream buffs. Spirit on Mina, survival on Geist. That is actually brutal. I will say a 5k soul lead has developed. Like AVG and Rocker finding some assassinations with the burst soul damage. See if AVG can find another. Mina's pouring in a lot of damage here with the Nox Nostra. Seems like Xeno has shirked most of it. He's still running for the hills. The Lash ulti tries to send DMB into a tough spot. Rather, that's Tanner and DMB, both of them. Tanner somehow dies in that trade. DMB eventually is hunted down. This one's turning into a real bloodbath CP here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams throwing down here, and neither team with a huge advantage here. Just but Goober picking up the scrap. Slamfire in the Arctic. Lycan Curse back out once more, and Goober quickly making up the advantage. Able to get another with the help of his team. And still not done yet. Diving forward, looking for Lash, able to finish it off. The help of AVG. And just like that, Goober is back in this game.
I was worried about them at the very start of the game, but like that kind of a mid-game winning trade is exactly what the Floormen draft is going for. And Ivy is going to pick up a Guardian as well. So Zeno really assisting with the macro. Has that healing Nova, which is really going to allow the team to push the pace and show up a lot more to these engagements. And he's going to fly over and try to assist DMB with this Guardian defense. But yeah, thinks better of it. Just Paige Billy already have that one done.
Not a lot of tools to defend this urn if they're even able to push up the lane here, which is very much a question. Floormen making plenty of space in the lane. AVG, the easiest dunk of his life, off on the right. And what was looking to
Walker.
be... Oh, wait, word. Cool Cheese just burned to a crisp. And Jake was looking to be a pretty even game is very quickly started to get away from Bird with Clock.
Yeah, kind of out of nowhere. Infernus gone for a very tanky build, pushing the pace on League. You kind of see why they went for this player-hero combination. They don't want to play for this late game. They want to really tempo this up. Goober in behind the tower. League continuing to push that damage down. Matt would love to find some trade damage, but AVG sticks around long enough to finish the Walker and still has ulti. So this does not feel like a realistic chase down whatsoever. Calico gonna use that return to Shadow. Is gonna fly up to the roof. Matt thinking about a chase, but this one feels unlikely.
Oh man, how things turn. I mean, Jake, just a moment ago we were looking at a 10K lead that is now ballooned to 20. And even with Goober getting finished off by Matt, man, oh man, this is a tough spot for Bird with Clock to suddenly find themselves in. And, you know, this is kind of a spot here where if you're Bird with Clock and you're shot calling, it's like, okay, slow things down a little bit. Don't give up a Walker, play for advantage earn. Coming up, Noxostor from Matt. At the very least, gonna put League on the back foot, and Matt.
His heals from Ivy are huge. Yep. Zeno just gets League up to like past half HP. The space created to take the Guardian, it is something, but Cool Cheese dies elsewhere on the map. Are you really going to be able to push left lane? Like DMB is just going to be holding down that Walker against the Paige Billy. And like you said, 20,000 solely. It's like this kind of out of nowhere. I'm kind of stunned about this one. Mina does buy up the Toxic as well as a stamina upgrade. So a couple key items, and I think this is a moment where we need to see big kills coming in out of map, but they're pretty hard to find at this point in the game. Like
Matt's getting jumped on right now. Well, take a look at Mina. It's three people looking for a piece of Matt, and Matt is all sorts of low. Is Matt even gonna be able to get away? Gets a little bit of assistance from the team, and most we can ferry out from the minimap here. And yeah, Matt was able to get back into base. Minute and a half till Urn spawns on the right. And again, I think for Bird with Clock here, Jake, the upside here is that you get advantage earn at 15. You can maybe run advantage earn, but you need to not have the game just get completely fly away from you in the interim.
Yeah, the explosive aggression here from Floormen continues. DMB leading the charge here, really going for it. Matt wants to punish him. The Toxic is going to bite onto this Venator, but with Zeno in tow, it's going to be a pretty tough kill to grab. And Matt's just going to have to settle for zoning away. Another trap onto Goober, but the Lycan Curse, just way too much tankiness here to really threaten this Silver. Fights are continuing, skirmishing all over the map, though, and Floormen managing to, I think, shape this game to their strengths, right? Using the Ivy now to have a big dive bomb onto the last, just absolutely assassinated. Sends in the Calico like a nuclear bomb there, dropped from orbit.
Matt, being one of the few people for Bird of Clock that can evenly fight, but is now again getting jumped on and was looking like a 2-on-1. Instead, AVG says, nah, I don't want any part of this. Instead, see me in left lane. Upsides here for Bird with Clock, though. Urn is spawning in 10 seconds. It is going to be advantage earnable. And while they're down one Walker, the two Walkers they have left are actually pretty defensible health-wise. Like, they haven't given up too much here. The problem is that just moving around the map is such a huge threat as, you know, bit of a deny buff there for DMB. Casting, kind of a sad RNG moment for Aven, but, you know, if you have the casting buff, at least it means that Matt doesn't have the casting buff.
Still double buffs grabbed, and with this kind of soul lead, right, Urn is picked up. However, this is that sort of unfortunate middle ground soul lead where, yes, you have enough strength to like easily pick up the Urn, but it's a comeback Urn. I don't know that you're really going to want to go into enemy territory. They're posturing for it, though. They're kind of walking up, and Bird with Clock are going to make an aggressive move on the left Walker right now. Prime put a ton of pressure on, so Xeno feels he's got to go for the dunk. He's got to attempt this to punish. Lash is here trying to deny it, knocks the urn out of the hands, and the pressure here, Matt finding exactly the opportunity he was hoping for to get aggressive, get into the fight. Still, the punish is good. Floormen grab 1 kill back. But they're just fighting all over the map right now, ZP. They're refusing to give this big 6-man team fight. A massive 3-man Lash ult pulls people into a tough spot, but Infernus has the means to get out of there. Potentially so do Ivy. They're just pumping in that damage. Matt goes down. All in, trying to follow up on the Lash ult. You understand the desperation, but 4 players now on the deck for Bird with Clock. Page off the respawn, but this is Yamato just still sitting on her ult. I feel like Rocker has not been forced to Yamato ult this game. He has just been able to throw out that damage with impunity.
No shadow transformations required. Urn dunked in by Floormen. The lead continuing to be maintained by the Floormen here so far. They don't give up a Walker in trade where, you know, for Bird with Clock, I think there was a world where if Floormen were overcommitted to the Urn, they were actually okay just doing Walker for Urn at that point. Get the flex slot, you know, play for a little bit later in the game. I think like 15-minute Urn versus Walker, it's about equivalent on value, but they, in the end, Jake, all they get is like a little bit of damage onto the Walker. They lose the subsequent fight and still find themselves quite a bit behind.
Jake, if they get mid-boss, is this game over for Floormen?
I think if it's a clean mid-boss take, Floormen are going to be in a fantastic spot. However, that is Bird with Clock's best moment fight. Like, I think going for a mid-boss flip is, you do have Yamato, right? Which maybe is enough, but still, you know, if your whole team groups up and you get caught with these big AoE ultis, I think even with this soul disadvantage, Bird with Clock's draft, that's how they find the comeback. So Floormen don't want to give him that kind of opportunity. They want to continue to find these skirmish kills. Goober continuing to look for more of that, pops the Lycan Curse, pulls a lot of attention on himself. He is the tankiest potentially to survive this. Tanner's going to go for it, but the help is here. Goober is down, but is this an overextension? Bird with Clock bringing numbers. They want to continue this fight. Finally, Rocker pops Shadow Transformation. Bird with Clock potentially just routing here. Big damage onto this Page, who just has to back off to the high ground. She lives for now. And with Matt not in this fight, Bird with Clock, do they still want to commit to this? I think Floormen are maybe hoping to find some more trades here.
Floormen, though, starting to run out a little bit, I guess. Bird with Clock getting their ults back online, and now Matt is rotating back in, maybe for the cleanup. Not going to be time to save Tanner. We'll see how the final parts of this fight potentially go down. Nox Nostra at the ready. See an airdrop to Vet DMB going off on a ride. And yeah, Floormen actually making the right choice here to get away. I think if they had stayed a little bit longer, that's something Bird with Clock actually may have been able to turn, just given the ult situation and where it was at. And even still, Bird with Clock looked to get a little bit aggressive here. Not quite able to land the jail on the Ivy. A little bit too slippery from Xeno in this instance.
I mean, that's
minute
like
and a half, Jake.
The first glimpse, ZP, of the strength of Bird with Clock in the 6-man team fight, or with most of the players. I think Matt was split pushing, clearing up a side wave. But hey, if you even just get that big group up, right, some of these powerful AoE tools make your team stronger than the sum of its parts. And Floormen, they're insane at finding these scrappy burst pick-off kills, but can they really contend on an objective? They're looking for that decisive fight where, with enough Bird with Clock players dead, it's a free mid-boss, but if you can't find that, and despite the soul lead, I think this game is actually closer than it would seem.
Also, one thing that's about to be a problem for, well, hold on, as we said, 3 members looking for Aiden. Aiden quickly on the way out. Not the easiest kill in any case, holding on to the soul exchange. But taking a look at where we're at right now, Bird with Clock in on the rotation, actually maybe looking for a pick of their own. See if Kulchi's able to find anything in on the Death Slam. Tanner going a little bit deep. Chain Gang pulled out, and
nice counter
going to be here. It's a little messy so far.
Counterspell from DMB. The chain doesn't get the pull, and I think he's going to be out of there. And meanwhile, Matt in massive trouble, being run down here by AVG, and the Torment Pulse gets the job done. That's a really huge kill, though other members have kind of risen to rival Matt in terms of their fighting power. Still, with 1 starter kill, might be enough for Floormen to push the advantage. They're looking for anything they can as far as a window into one of those big team fights. And as we approach 20 minutes, buffs and earn online. This is a moment where Bird with Clock, yeah, you're down 1. If you don't contest, though, things could get a little bit ugly, as it is a comeback earn, but giving double buffs is a pretty high price to pay.
Also, Cool Cheese is just full on support Lash at this point. I just, looking at the allocation, that is about as poverty-ridden as a Lash is ever going to get, which really isn't great on Lash as a hero. I mean, as Lash, you like the ability to have Ground Strike actually be threatening, but here comes Matt. Gonna force Shadow Transformation in out of Rocker, and Rocker
doubling
is
down.
just leaving.
I like that Arctic's chasing this, though. but oh, maybe he bought off more than he could chew. He went all in, and inside the small room, man, Rocker is king. Mystic Reaver up on the Yamato, man. Her spirit damage is nothing to scoff at. And Matt even popping the Nox Nostra, but he's just getting gunned down. DMB. Man mode there continues to take that trade and starting to pump big damage into this Walker. Ooh, okay, he's going to be fine on that one, and he's going to get the clean Walker take for 2 players, so that's a lot of souls going their way. Earn being right at the same time. The game's starting to crumble here for Bird with Clock.
Zeno's going to get the easiest dunk of his life. Chain Gang here, enough to punish AVG, but okay, while you're looking at AVG, take a look towards the urn. Captivating Reed, going to delay it a little bit. Lash from the back. Cool Cheese maybe broke, but still enough. Wait, grabs urn? No. Melee in from Zeno. Enough to force a drop. And Cool Cheese, you're not exactly tanky in this situation. Goes down. Cannot fully prevent the dunk. And now the rest of Floormen looking to punish those who dared to even come over. And Arctic, no way out. Once more, gonna burn.
Look at this build, man. No gun investment from Lee. He is like full tank here with the spirit damage to boot, and I actually kind of like it, right? He's been able to brawl with the best of them up against this heavy team fighting draft, right? That gun investment, you would have been really vulnerable. Instead, he's gone all in on the sustain, the survivability, and just the raw damage he can put out with the spells. And League has been a bit of the unsung hero. I mean, has he died this game? It's been an extraordinarily clean game on the Infernus.
If League died, it was in the first 5 minutes, and otherwise has not been the case. And I mean, look overall at the game state now, Jake. 3 rejuves the Floormen, a massive lead. There's not really a bunch of win conditions left here. I mean, ideally, maybe you just get the Death Slam of the Heavens from Cool Cheese, Chain Gang follow-up. I mean, you have a little bit of Wombo combo for Birth Clock, but is it realistic that that's going to pan out at this point? Not really. I mean, Bird with Clock now effectively are praying for a mistake from Floormen. And even if they make a mistake, they still got 3 rejuves right now, so they may need a little bit more than that.
And Goober just makes a huge investment into his tankiness here. The Spirit Resilience is going to make a massive amount of difference, given that like Matt massively biased towards spirit damage. Even Arctic and Aiden are going to do a pretty reasonable amount of their damage in the spirit form. So I like this investment for Goober, trying to like live through some of these big combos. And Rocker has Refresher. So, I mean, Yamato with 2 Shadow Transformations plus the rejuves. It's tough to see how they make their way into this one. And I love that they're fighting from the small room where it's really hard for Lash to get the connection. Looks like Rocker in on the backline with the Shadow Transform. He's just going to put a bunch of damage down on the Walker. Maybe that's the best they can do for now, but they kind of would look for more on this team fight. Cool Cheese, poverty mode, cannot tank even for a second here. And Rocker just eats him for breakfast.
Just every left click taking massive chunks out of Cool Cheese's back, and Rocker's not done yet. Another power slash, this time directly on the Tanner. Flying strike over into Matt. Rocker throwing hands with just about everyone available. And why not? You're at 3,200 HP, Yamato. You got 2 hits of Shadow Transformation. What's actually threatening you at this point?
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. And the game just completely out of hand now. And League's Infernus continuing to just run laps around them, putting pressure on the shrines now. And it's been a while since we've seen Bird with Clock put up any kind of fight. AVG, super low HP, might be dropping the first rejuve, but they're trading kills for it, which is exactly what you want in the situation. Is Floormen pushing to end the game here and now. A stone form from Zeno dunks down onto Aiden. Lashold is good, and it doesn't even quite get Yam into the base. No chance she's going to die from that. Refresher Shadow Transform. Bird with Clock are respawning quickly. They're in their own throne, so I think Floormen getting a little bit overconfident to try and play this aggressive, but they still have 3 rejuves, EP.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, burn a rejuve, not a problem. First stage patron gonna go down, and frankly, if you're Floormen, I think you just stay at this point. The stat difference is so high, but okay. I think Floormen, they're gonna play it by the book. They'd say, you know what? Let's just be boo. This boo. I don't know,
Buffs
Jake.
and Urn spawning. I think this is a good play. Actually, this is like for sure a good play. Buffs and Urn spawning. Everyone has a huge bag from all the money you've gotten with all those kills. Like, go spend your items, get your souls onto the map, and you might even be able to push the tempo and force another fight before the rejuve expires. It's a little bit tight for that, but this is a best of 1. I think this is absolutely the right call here from the Floormen.
Jake, as the CFO, how do you feel about putting up another bounty for finishing games under 25 minutes?
that would be spicy, honestly. I don't.
Right? Give you a little something to work with. If you're up this much, why not be a little bit risky? We got to give them a reward. Chat, help me work on something.
And then you could be the first team that loses your BO1 because you went for the bounty and died and then lost the game. You know, high risk, high reward. would suppose here. We just couldn't show what's about to happen to the page.
They still have the
actually
rejuves.
deadly. Unsponsorable as AVG dives in after Gibbs. And, Gibbs lived a little bit longer than expected, but still down. 3 rejuves still available. And this time around, Floormen, they will not be on the retreat. A dispatching of Bird with Clock as they get their rematch up against melee creeps right after this.
They're getting that defender resist on, but they just can't stand the test here in the pit. Still a few more seconds to use those rejuves, and they won't even need them. Floormen, tour de force here. Summary execution. Bird with Clock having their first appearance here in the night shift in quite some time. And that one is going to sting, man. They are going to be really reeling from that because I mean, we looked at that draft, but I thought, okay, the team fight is sick. I'm sure that's what they were thinking too as they built this draft. Like, hey, we can get those kind of fights. And then the game just snowballed out of control. Floormen brought a level of pace and a sort of tempo of strategy that I don't know that we've seen much in the past, especially in NA. People have been playing things slow for quite some time, and Floormen flipped the script, finding their own speed. And I think this portends really well for them to go into the money match with something that feels really innovative, feels really hard to respond to.
Hey, Jake, guess who's 0-4 on the day? Lady Geist. Hold that L, lady. Let's take a look at your winners. It's AVG, Goober, Rocker, League, DMB, and Zeno. I honestly think I'm just angry at Lady Geist because I had to play 3 of them earlier in Street Brawl. This has been the wildest day ever. And I saw chat saying, high key, I wish we saw multi-same hero. Jake, what if we had 12 Sinclairs?
God, what would happen if you stole the Sinclair ult? It just doesn't do anything. you just
keep stealing it.
You just keep
stealing it. All right, you guys could chew on that one as we take a look back at the highlights. I asked you guys what would happen if the mid boss went to Floormen. You said this game would be over. About 6 minutes later, it absolutely was. ZP, before we got to that, though, what happened in the first 10 minutes?
I mean, first 10 minutes, Goober was on the floor. I mean, he was actually living up to the name Floormen as Floormen in chief. I mean, the amount of pressure that Bird with Clock brought in to try and mitigate Silver as a threat in this game was admirable. And it looked like we had all the makings of just a Silver that wasn't going to do anything. And then suddenly we just had this long fight in on the left. And off on the left fight, Goober was able to be scrappy, pick up multiple kills, got right back in there souls-wise, and all the work that was done to mitigate Silver went to the wayside. And I don't know, we just had multiple skirmishes in a row after that. Everything went against Bird with Clock, and the lead went from non-existent to about 25,000 souls in less than 3 minutes. It was one of the quickest ways I think I've seen a game just go one team's way in a very long time.
Do you think AVG or Rocker's Yamato had a bigger impact? Because we haven't seen a ton of Calico, Jake.
I mean, I think it was really the combination, right? The Yamato, the Calico, and the Silver all together able to like jump in on top of these plays, like often assisted by Zeno bringing them in or by League kind of baiting an engagement, which is what Infernus is particularly amazing at, right? Like baiting people to try to kill him. He runs away, he re-engages, he's like, you're ticking out the whole time. This is a draft that initially I didn't see the vision when we were looking at the draft, but I got to give a lot of credit to Floormen because they brought something here that is really scary. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do going up against this. Maybe in theory you sort of sustain to the late game, but it's a lot easier said than done the way this game went.
Charles Medic in the chat says, Puggett, was that you in my game? I had 3 Geist. Well, if it was only 3 rounds and you were on the losing side, yeah, we were teammates, bro. Let's never talk about it again. Well, we take a look at these numbers that are good. They're shiny on the left side, right side, not so good. Do you keep playing the Lash if you're going up against Floormen, or was this just an off game that got out of his control, ZP?
I think it was definitely a bit of an off game that went completely out of Bird with Clock's control. They had like several bad fights on the left side that they were just not able to recover from. I mean, Cool Cheese, this was not a performance that was ultra typical, but it's unfortunate, right? Because if you fall really far behind on Lash, the hero actually stops functioning the way you want to, where Lash wants to threaten with scary neutral game, where just getting hit by a ground strike can chunk your HP. Cool Cheese was threatening no one this game aside from like
no
Death
damage,
Slam, you still
no tanking.
Yeah, I mean Death Slam you still have to respect, but other than that, I don't know. It was a bit tough. And even though Matt had a really good early game, it just fell apart so quickly that it was gone. And also, the fact that Goober ends up with top damage in the game after that awful beginning says a lot, both about Floormen's recovery and Silver's ability to
how
come
good
from behind.
Silver is. She was absolutely devastating. Meanwhile, I felt like the Warden left something more wanting there. Jake, is Warden going to be played more in NA? If not, what else can you do on the front line?
I feel like this is a pretty big indictment game for Warden because when the start went about as good as you could hope, right? Tons of kills onto Goober. Felt like the game was really starting the way they wanted, but it just fell apart, right? Like the ulti didn't feel impactful, and I think while the Warden was strong at moments, ultimately it was like the Lash and the Page just assassinated every single team fight. They felt like they couldn't really play the game because some of these Floormen heroes, like the Silver, the Calico, and the Yamato, just kind of like running at you with the assistance of Xeno dropping them into your backline. It's like that like scary style to play against. Like in theory, you want some of these big team fight tools, but when they're on like an underfarmed Lash or Page, they just become a liability. And the way Floormen played, it makes you think, hey, maybe this is a new way to sort of approach the game. And rather than prepping for these big team fights, you can just scrap it out, take out the enemy threats before they can really get their value off into the game. And maybe that changes we get deep enough into the late game. But I think there's something to be said for a Deadlock played at this kind of pace. Like it's a harder style to play. Like if you make mistakes and throw some big team fights, the game can easily get out of control, and maybe you're not able to really contest deep down the stretch. But if you're a team with confidence in your execution, you think we're just going to run the table in 20 minutes. It's a little bit scary. Like, do you really want to go up against that, especially as we look ahead to the money match? Even Melee Creeps, they might be one of the best teams in the world at navigating those kinds of challenges, protecting each other from those burst kills. But, they're going to need all of that skill the way Floormen are playing.
Goober dropping the 6-7 on us. ZP, as we round out this game, everyone's talking about Silver in the chat. So question, if I steal Infernus, can I burn her down? Like, how do I counter the Silver outside of banning her? Because she seems to be a super high impactful character over the last 2 weeks, right up there with Celeste.
I mean, overall, I don't think there is like a raw counter the Silver, aside from the fact that if you first pick Silver, you take high quality heroes in response. I think the Bird with Clock draft kind of did that. I think going with Geist Billy made a lot of sense. The problem is
0-4 Geist.
Yeah, okay, look, if Silver's on the other team, you're still gonna have to play well the entire game and not give her opportunities. And I think the game plan for Bird the Clock was sound. They just, again, things fell apart on the left. Also, I was zoned out for a little bit there because I was threatening AVG, telling him that Loaded Diaper was going to get changed out of the tournament if AVG did not change his name to AVG for our finals.
AVG stands for average, not to be confused with the other A guy. Let's take a look here at your MVP, though, Jake, as we stick on the acronym train. Who do we got today?
It's had to be Rocker here on the Yamato. I mean, just a huge performance from him. I was kind of blown away when we went to his POV and I'm like, what the? He has reverb. 18 minutes, man. Crazy tempo on the Yamato. 10-1 and 15. He's in more or less every fight after the early game. And with one death, like I noticed at some point, like I don't think he'd use the Shadow Transform, at least not that we saw, for so long, which is a testament to how dominant his game is. He was never really challenged after, I think like one early trade. And it was this crucial parry on Tanner. It kind of started the game off on the right foot.
He played his life so well at the start.
Yeah, and then we felt it in the late game, man. Like just absolutely walking them down, not really losing the HP. Has a refresher, doesn't even really need it. Like this game, he probably could have gotten something else.
I never saw a refresher until Street Brawl. Finally, I could afford one. And now I feel like it's broken and it breaks the game. How do you maximize the use of a refresher with Yamato? Because he never got a chance to abuse it.
I mean, you basically get to go in early, whereas is for Yamato, you get a lot of value if you use the ult a little bit on the earlier side, but you can more freely go, okay, I'm just going to engage with ult, and you realize if you get into trouble, well, you can pop refresher and grab another ult thereafter, right? It gives you a lot of flexibility for using it aggressively, and if you bite off more than you can chew, you still have the second ult ready to go. Also, you pump out a lot of damage between, being able to power slash, ult power slash, ult power slash, in between all of that. It works out well for Yamato, even if it hasn't been seen as much in recent times.
I first heard of Rocker when people left Hydronation's team to join Rocker instead of Hydration. Then Hydration even joined up with Rocker. Now you get to see why Rocker's really good, because he just said to use Yamato, and he also has 3 more games potentially to play, because he is moving on to your grand final battle. After this, we are going to see the great melee creeps, the cats in the suits, taking on the floor people. Will we go to a game 3? Stay tuned to find out if Viscous is still sticky, if the Goober is silver, or if the furries are all gonna be bummed out. And CNA finals after this. Can we talk about furries?
Slug shot's almost ready.
You're back and you're stuck with the night manager Puckett. I've got the crew with me. It's Jake and ZP, and one of us is getting fired before the show is over. ZP, we're about to get into the NA Grand Finals, and I'm excited about this.
Me too. We get another rematch where things have been back and forth across all of Deadlock. We just saw a new champion in EU today. NA, we saw a new champion last week. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss in Melee Creeps. But Floormen have proven that Melee Creeps are vulnerable, and NA has not enjoyed this level of parity in a long period of time. So I'm excited to see if Floormen can retake the throne tonight.
We've seen a whole bunch of new characters. We've also had the mainstays at the start of every draft. Silver seems to be prioritized. Celeste is either getting banned out or selected first. Jake, as we go into the grand finals, do Melee Creeps have any, I guess, player-specific heroes? Like Goober is known for his Viscous. Just showed you what he can do on the Silver. Now you got to think about multiple options. Are there go-to characters in favor of the Melee Creeps?
I mean, they could play all the top meta characters, but and to answer your question, two heroes kind of come to mind for me in the Melee Creeps in some of their wins last week is the Graves and the Dynamo. Graves has grown in popularity massively in EU, becoming like almost a top meta pick in that carry role. Although Melee Creeps usually have Fishcake run it, and it's a little bit more of a brawler for them. But also the Dynamo and Scout's ability to play the Dynamo and to bring like this incredible team fight, but also make it work in the early game to push the pace in the matches. I think Melee Creeps are a very hard team to download because they can kind of play anything, right? They have a lot of flexibility. Like Do can play these Spirit Nukers. He can just as easily play, Puckett's favorite hero, Lady Geist, and play for like a late game carry style. So this is a team that they always surprise us. However, what Floormen showed in that challenger match for me is something powerful and innovative and that the Melee Creeps have to adapt to, and I wonder if they're really prepared for it. I wonder if they've really seen it before, because usually that draft that Bird with Clock got is something that you would think that's pretty stock standard. You should feel pretty good about that, and they got absolutely trounced. So what are Melee Creeps gonna respond with? How are they gonna adjust their approach? I think people are just gonna have to see in the draft.
Jake, how do you respond to Token at 1 with their very first chat saying no lips on this guy?
What the hell? Is that me?
I think he's referring to you.
Because I have I don't know, man. I'm just tan, guys. I'm just tan. I just go outside, all right? I've been touching grass.
That's what you want to talk about is Jake's lack of lips. Let's talk about roster, shall we, ZP? Let's turn our attention to a team that also has a Lady Geist.
Yeah, I mean, Floormen, we just saw him, and look, I think it's kind of interesting how much they've evolved even over the course of a week, right? Where you look back at last week when they were playing Silver, they were saying, okay, we're going to put AVG in the Silver, Goober, we're going to prioritize your Viscous. Then they come out here today and go, no, actually, Goober, you are the Silver now. Let's see where it goes from there. Rocker bringing back the Amato. I mean, hero pool-wise, maybe part of it was because of the draft that got forced on them by Bird with Clock, but I feel like Floormen went a little bit more into the hero pool depth and brought out a different look here today. Also, I'd like to see them try and force Melee Creeps out of their comfort zone and go, hey, John, maybe you don't get to play Venator for 3 straight games in a row, and just force some changes out of the Melee Creeps end, but we'll see.
The Mina looked powerful, but it wasn't strong enough in the last game to shut down the Floormen. I'm kind of wondering what are going to be the go-tos for both squads. We're going to have the draft here in just a moment. Before we dive into that, is there anything that NA is doing different from EU when it comes to the items, guys? I know that last game, it was the fastest on the day, only 25 minutes.
I mean, I will say, like that game, I feel like we can't even draw any conclusions from because it was just so out of the ordinary, right? Like that's one of the faster games we've honestly had on the night shift, at least among the top teams, right? We've had some teams who came in and like maybe that was their first time competing in the night shift. They got kind of trounced and it wasn't a surprise, but this game, we didn't expect it to be, that one-sided. So I don't know if that's Bird with Clock having an off day, if that's Floormen coming in super hot. It's like too soon to tell, but certainly this is going to be the series where I think we get to see a little bit deeper into the minds of these top NA players and the way they're approaching Deadlock in the current patch.
I got something.
Yeah, hit me with it.
As I'm looking at the items, one thing that wasn't different for you was the silence wave. I didn't quite realize it in the middle of the last game, but 4 silence waves being picked up by Floormen before it was all said and done in the last game. Just about everyone was throwing out a silence wave by the end of the game. Even over for Bird with Clock side, they had 2 there, but also a bunch of Dispel Magic at the same time. So in terms of items that are strong that both regions are valuing, silence wave absolutely number 1 on the top of the list.
Mirage has been banned out all of last week. He's getting banned out this week. Is it the Scarabs people are scared of? What's going on here?
Yeah, the Scarab is kind of ridiculous. It's like one of the best 1v1 fighting abilities in the late game, and also the global TP, right? I think that is always what has made Mirage unique and is now way more flexible. You don't have to go exactly to an ally or enemy position. You can kind of go on a rooftop or somewhere nearby the fight and come in on exactly the optimal angle of engagement. And Floormen off the bans, melee creeps choose to get rid of the Ivy, and that gives Floormen a quick Celeste first pick. They are happy to snap that up.
Unicorn.
So for melee creeps, you have to think Silver's coming in here as one of the next 2 picks for sure. And yep, no delay there for the Silver. What I think here though for melee creeps, I actually think they probably need to grab the Ven. I think if they don't grab Ven here, Floormen will probably get it in the next 2 picks. Now, obviously you could go for something along the lines of the Geist, where Floormen also really value Geist. They probably would have picked in the last game if it wasn't picked early, but melee creeps say, no, we want Saya on the Kelvin. We don't want to risk it. But now if you're Floormen, you can clap back and do something like Geist Ven as a 1-2 that not only is good for you, but also hits John's hero pool at the same time.
So Silver's gone. What else would you put Goober on here?
What are we standing around for?
I mean, he could go for the Viscous. I don't hate it even against Silver. I think in theory it's not a bad matchup since you're pretty tanky. You have good ability to escape when she does initiate on you or save your allies with a nice cube. Still, I think a lot of possibilities open. They could look for more of a classic initiator, though that is a bit out of the meta right now. And Floormen, they go all in on the team fight. Pocket in EU, this is sort of seen as the Kelvin counter, right? You get that maxed out affliction, blocks all healing. So the Kelvin Dome, I mean, it still isolates people, but it loses out on a huge element of the value. So I love the Pocket here. This game, I think Floormen have the tools they need.
CP, did you hear Hoot talk about the Pocket versus Kelvin convo? He was saying he wasn't afraid of the Pocket at all. He's like, Pocket has to act first, otherwise my Kelvin Dome always wins.
It's kind of interesting for Kelvin Dome just because, like, look, you do have the advantage of who is going to be in the dome. You just can decide, hey, Pocket, you are not invited in that particular instance. But Melee Creep's coming out with the Calico ban saying, hey, look, AVG, we saw what you're putting down. We don't want to deal with it in this game. Now, for Floormen, I'm curious what they decide to ban out in turn here. Instead, they take down the Dynamo, knowing that, hey, it's a pocket pick that Melee Creeps have come out with. The crazy thing to me here, though, is that Ven is still on the table after the mid-stage bans. Surely Melee Creeps ends up picking it here before it shifts back over to the Floormen.
Yeah, it would make way too much sense. We'll see if it's anything else. But yeah, I think with the Kelvin, it's such a nice, powerful combo. You know, the Dome, trapping somebody in with the Venator. Even Kelvin Silver is super potent, right? The ability to, like, lock people down. And even if you're afflicted and you're not getting into that healing value, like, people could just die, right, inside that Dome. And the fight could look pretty awkward. So I agree. Floormen, they have some good tools as they follow the Lady Guys.
Melee Creeps win.
Puckett is already ready.
0-5.
He's straight calling it in the draft. Still picks to be made. Puckett has seen enough. Will Geist get her first win on the day? This is going to be a hell of a test. I do think the Kelvin Silver Venator is a pretty scary combo to group up with.
Yeah, I'm going to give Geist a little bit of a reprieve here and say that Geist is not the reason, but when I look at what Melee Creeps have gotten in the first part of the draft, it does feel like a draft win for Melee Creeps. Like, regardless of what Floormen pick here towards the end, like maybe they throw in a Viscous for Goober. I don't even Melee Creeps, they even take the Viscous on the tail
the
end.
Cube.
Oh,
you love it. You love it.
Yeah, I don't like this
Floormen are done.
Floormen.
They're cooked. They're cooked. I saw it with the Lady Geist. They should have taken the Viscous. Now what, Jake? Just go to game 2.
I want to see Graves. I think Graves is the last pick here for the Floormen. I don't know if they're going to go that way, but I think it's one of the few characters who can fight in the Dome. By like sapping all the damage and life stealing up, especially following up things like Affliction. And there's a bit of a lack of hard lockdown to try to chase her down. Maybe Viper can be that, maybe that could assist, but they're actually going to go with the Holiday. So they really want to play for this pick-off catch game, give Cooper something he's really confident on. And in fairness, I do think the way they need to play this game is like essentially assassinating the Kelvin. They need to prevent these domes from coming down. I will say that feels pretty unlikely with the Viscous behind to cube. Like you have like sort of a mutual double save there. And you know, I'm a little worried for them for sure. They feels like they've kind of thrown together this, like the Rem pick makes sense to sleep people through the Dome, but it's so much rides in the pocket this game. You need like an explosive pocket game, people just melting to Affliction. And if you don't get that, if Pocket finds himself a little bit weaker, you know, I think Billy is going to be left out on an island in this game into like you can, you know, go in on Billy and you're just going to get domed 3v1 by Venator and Silver and inside. And I just don't see how you actually come out of that team fight ahead.
Man. As I'm looking at here, I'm going to use Goober's own words here of Goober saying words to the effect of Holiday is bad right now because if you don't win in 15 minutes, she's not a hero at the end of the game. And yet Floormen have still picked Holiday, maybe because of how much of Goober's hero pool got decimated in this draft. On the other hand, for melee creeps, they actually don't have much of a front line, and they pick Viper last pick, where, I mean, they've won with it before, but I'm still not the biggest fan. It's probably gonna be fish cake on the Viper. The end of the draft here almost left a sour taste in my mouth for both teams. I guess overall, I still favor melee creeps, but
can we get Lightbringer to just draft for everybody? Love you all. It's Melee Creeps. It's Floormen. It's your NA Grand Finals. On the mic, it's Jake with ZP.
I will say I've been surprised by enough already today, ZP, that I'm not going to write anything off. You know, these are our top teams here in North America, and the game's
except for Geist,
all the
right?
time. Well, I'm still a believer. We'll have to see. I think if we get deep enough into the late game, we could see Geist having more impact. But I agree, this is a scary one. I think this is melee creeps really kind of taking the what Floormen went with last game of bringing insane tempo, and they're going to do it right back. I mean, everything about this draft says playing fast, playing aggressive, with John ready to back it up for the ultra late. So this is going to be a tough storm to weather for the Floormen. They're going to really need to pull out the stops to just keep this early game in contest. And I mean, for even like Pocket to get to the point of having a maxed affliction, right? Like that's the scary part of this game.
Well, I mean, the thing for Floormen is as soon as you pick Holiday, you've effectively locked yourself into you need to be the team to win early game. Like, if Floormen end up even or behind by 15 minutes, stick a fork in it. It's probably over. Granted, melee creeps are also kind of a weird spot where there is a world where if melee creeps fall behind, Floormen can just hold W, and melee creeps actually have a lot of issues with their draft. So both teams have some pitfalls to avoid, and man, oh man, that is a lot of damage on the AVG at the beginning.
Yeah, he's getting poked down. This is a super scary lane. Kelvin Silver, you know, like when they hit 6, I feel like you're just dead on Billy. Like you just cannot come up to the creeps any longer. And you know, Rocker's going to do his best here to put a lot of pressure on. But this is a tough lane matchup to find yourself in. His ability to navigate the early game is huge. I actually think AVG soaking the damage is, in a way, is quite good for them on the lane, but dying is not worth it, right? Like you need Rocker to get these levels, you need him to stay alive, and I will say if he finds this kill trade here, which I think he might be able to, that would be a great start. However, if Silver gets the counter kill, it's not going to feel worth it. In the end, that's just a lot of money going to Fishcake's pockets.
Still had a briefcase to buy a little bit of time, gave him the extra lease on life to get the health creep, and in fact, turns the tables on the Fishcake. Or by the way, wait. I just assumed it was going to be Fishcake on the Viper. It's Fishcake Silver, Ido Viper. Have we seen Ido play Viper?
Is that, there's no way, right?
No, can we get the Ido cam, please? Show us the lizard.
Let's see it. Maybe
Ido is playing for the Viper Pregnancy Enjoyers. Okay. It is an April 1st joy.
We have been trolled. ZP. This makes a lot more sense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, like, hold up.
Ido, you know, for me, this guy's like one of the best Silver players in the game right now. Incredible. Both aim and movement skill in one is what you need to succeed on this hero. And, you know, I think he's the guy to bring it. Being enabled by Kelvin, I feel like this is Ido's game to really take over here, given the tempo we're showing. Let's take a look here at the mid lane. You know, Goober said that you got to win in 15 minutes. Let's see what he's got. Still a bit more time to work with, but it's really, I think, when Holiday hits that level 6 and gets that ultimate online, where you really need to start pushing the pace and finding that kind of advantage for other players to take the reins.
I just feel like Floormen did not go into this draft at all with the idea of like, yeah, we want Goober on Holiday. I feel like the draft got a bit away from them, and they're just going to try and make the best of it. But it's put them in a difficult situation, to say the least. Lightyear comes out into... Oh, it's an Apollo. I don't want to fight it. A quick disengage out of League.
Yeah, relatively passive early game. I think I'm not super surprised by that. Like, usually the lane phase, we're not going to see too much action, aside from the couple kills here and there, but ultimately, game completely dead even right now. Everyone just looking for those, you know, tiny advantages. But I don't think we're going to see any like explosively dominant lanes. Nice little splatter from Scout though. Puts a bit of pressure on the mid lane and provides an opportunity for John to step up and put some tower damage down.
I'm just curious for Floormen and how they're going to turn this to their advantage early, because I just feel like there's the unwritten timer on them with the composition that they're running. Xayah, a little bit of Arctic Beam, Ice Path, way out of the line of fire, but the pressure comes crashing down on the John here in the middle. Kind of to be expected when you're running the holiday at the beginning, but where is this going to go? Is going to be the question here. Buffs come up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, kind of impressive kill to be fighting there. Geist uses her swap, kind of fight it out here on that earn buff, but it's ultimately not enough. Apollo is going to win the day. Grab a movement buff, which is exactly what you want. I mean, he has a pure damage build. All he needs is to really stay on top of you to continue to deal that. So this lane's only going to get scarier here in the side lane. But Celeste and Rem should be pretty capable of defending it. Great parry from AVG, though. Really punishes some overconfidence from Silver. And with ultimates no longer, not yet up, I should say, this one's a little bit scary. Floormen finding the advantage up against Kelvin Silver, and at just the right time as well.
Also, John went down in middle again as I was going down. So far, the Geist Holiday lane doing reasonable in middle. Again, something that you need if you're going to run the Holiday early on. Meanwhile, taking a look on the Xayah. Quick pressure in from Rocker. Heavy burst damage. Not enough to finish off Xayah, but wait. Rocker now, a bit of danger. Punish in from Ido, who's absolutely healthy and hungry for more. Lycan Curse comes out, but not so hungry that turns into a dive. Why? Because Goober rotated in. Goober goes for the lasso. Lycan Curse about to fade, and Ido went from full HP, the potentially some danger. Last minute dive here on the AVG. Can't quite finish it off.
Wow, perfectly played by AVG there on the absolute limit of his health. Getting those melee lifesteal procs just to stay alive long enough. And Rocker's going to even come back and clean up onto Xayah. So great rotation from Goober, turning what could have been a really scary comeback into the lane into a moment of stabilization. But DMB getting a lot of pressure and losing the mid Guardian for it. So actually, in the end, I think Melee Creep's going to feel pretty okay with that.
Tani Losan here onto Xeno. Looking for a little bit more, going to force out the nap time into the riposte, into I'm not taking a nap at all. The power of Apollo to deal with nap time early in the game on display there.
Yeah, styling on them, getting some value out of this movement buff. Another Guardian soon to be falling here. Oh, Holiday's in is going to clean up Fishcake for the trouble. So grabbing some nice counter kills and could find more. Great start so far for Cooper. He talked about, hey, if he's only early game, I mean, this is the early game you're looking for. Needs a little bit of help to clean up this Viscous. Can he get it done himself? Couple more shots. Oh, headshot. Big parry, though, onto the Apollo, and I think that's going to give him enough space. Isn't he going to be able to get out of here? Has to dodge every shot from here on out. Kill creep needs to proc in time, and with Celeste showing up, you're not even going to be able to chase down Goober. Really well played by the Floormen, but advantage still minimal.
Goober quite literally getting away with murder, and Leak looking to finish off. Does just that. Getting bloody all across the map, but also, Jake, again, you think about what both teams are looking for here. This isn't the worst for melee creeps. You're okay if this stays even at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I do think in the end, it's up to Floormen to push the pace. Actually, as I say that, though, there is a lot of late game scaling on the Floormen draft. Like, yes, Holiday is pretty weak in the late game, but you have 4 heroes who could kind of hard carry the game. And I even think Rem is not a bad scaler in the late game. His ability to support the really farm carries is real. So, with melee creeps having Apollo, Viscous, and Viper, 3 heroes that I don't think scale particularly well. I guess Apollo's okay, but it's really a lot on John in particular to bring the damage in the late game. So as I say that, I don't think this is such a cut and dried like early versus late game advantage.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I have a lot of faith in the ability of Silver, and especially then in the late game, to carry through, especially when you have Xayah on the Kelvin, but okay. Bit of pressure here on the DMB. Still has the swap up. So, Soul Exchange being available, Geist is never really that vulnerable. Rotation from Goober, though, into left end. Into the lasso on the Do getting brought to the danger zone, gets taken out before you can do any sort of Apollo evasiveness. Xayah down at the same time. And the rotations from Floormen setting up quite nicely so far, and it's going to lead to a Guardian.
Yeah,
you can't ban out Goober, baby. He's on fire, Jake.
Yeah, it's a great game for the Holiday. I mean, I think this is the game you need to have, but this is about the dream scenario, right? He's top farm on the server, and that's just from basically getting kills. Like, he has just showed up to every single team fight. And I don't think we're going to see that slow down much at all as they grab the first Guardian. And I mean, the souls are relatively even, but there's still more Guardians to take here for Floormen. We'll see if they're able to profit in that way. Ooh, bit of an awkward jump pad. Missed from Goober, but Billy comes in to bail them out of trouble and actually seems to have done enough. Although it's likely just to be a disengage from Floormen with the low HP totals they're working with.
You know that feel when you think you hit your mute key and went to cough and then you just hit the wrong key. So apologies for that. As taking a look at the game state, you know, Goober certainly making the holiday look good, but bear in mind, Goober's entire thing was hero real good, except pre 15 minutes. Floormen, though, isolating the middle Guardian, able to finish it off. And now, 10-minute buffs are up. Both buffs going to be claimed here by melee creeps. Floormen not making a priority. The urn, though, going to be much more in contest. Floormen already swarming over the left end, along with melee creeps. Full fight taking place here. Nap time coming out early into the fight here, courtesy of Xeno. See if that was enough of a setup here. Saya was looking for the urn. Instead, Goober comes in, drops a quick melee, looking for a little bit more. Lasso about to be back up, doesn't need it to finish off Saya. One barrel does the job, throws another barrel here on the fish cake. Fish cake sliding off and away. Lasso back up in 1 second. Timeless on, though. That's going to end Goober there and now.
They just cut him to pieces there, turning into a bit of a trade. Saya went down into that one, but Floormen really low, and with the life buff due, willing to continue to take this fight even after the health swap comes in. But with Rem on Lady Guy's side, I think DMB is going to be a little bit too strong to fight. Melee Creep still bringing numbers back into this as Pocket looking to pick up a mid walker here on the PIP. Is going to be some nice value, not yet finding the actual take, but a lot of damage done. And if he gets out with his life, this one is going to feel pretty good for a later cleanup. But as I say that, I feel like Kelvin's got this chase down.
Rocker at 30 HP in a dream, and there wasn't much to dream for at that point. Urn dunked in by melee creeps. So despite how explosive some of the early engagements have been from Floormen, melee creeps complete where it matters most, get the urn in the end. And they've been withstanding against some of the early game assault from Floormen. Not too big of a deal when it's all said and done.
See if Goober can continue his reign of terror. Still with a lot of farm to work with on this holiday. I mean, he's not going to be able to enjoy that kind of an advantage for long. So putting a lot of pressure on Celeste right now, who has a build for a lot of farming and a lot of damage, but not a lot of survivability.
A little bit deep. Looking for his exit now at half HP. A whole lot of Floormen in and around Do. 50 HP, no cooldowns available. And that is going to be finished off. Also, Mid Walker's gotten incredibly low here, Jake. Just something to note here. So for Floormen, if you can get another kill, you have an opportunity to get a pretty big positional advantage on top of the slot. You got to think it's on their mind now. Swapping over.
Wants to get into this fight. They're trapped in the small room now inside the Kelvin Dome. Made it in just in time. Is that going to be enough to win the fight, though? Floormen actually brawling it out decently well in here. This one is an absolute bloodbath. Hard to see for either team what's going on. Looks like Floormen, HP starting to drop. The Kelvin Silver combo proved to be enough. And the cleanup looks to be all melee creeps. It's a big parry, though, from the Geist. Means there might be another kill to be had here, but with Natalia Lawson cursing the Geist, the finish is good.
0-5.
This fight is coming out all for the melee creeps. Celeste does pick up a walker in trade, which is actually quite meaningful at this stage, but melee creeps are about to grab a walker of their own in mid.
And Mid Walker, a vastly better prize between the two, but Floormen respawns back up. They're looking for the chase down in turn. No lasso, maybe no problem. A little bit of movement in from Goober on to the barrel. Now looking for John. Another barrel and a prayer, but guess what? Fishcake's had enough. Slides on in as Viper, brings Goober low, but may have gone a little bit too deep. Rocker and AVG in pursuit. Not quite enough to find Fishcake, as that got pretty tense on both ends.
Fishcake's done really well this game to stay alive, right? We see a lot of Vipers like doing something, getting some value in the early game, but then really struggling towards the mid game. But, he actually could scale pretty reasonably well in Viper. I thought this was the sort of traditional homeless build, but he's actually built a lot of gun damage, and Viper does have a deceptively strong late game performance if you can find the window to deal the damage, but Floormen don't have the best control in the world to really deal with him. So melee creeps, I think they're really settling in for the long haul now. Both teams, I think, expecting this one to go the distance.
Which, again, kind of based off the draft, we'll see. I mean, some of the points you bring up about the late game Floormen can ring true, but we'll see how the Holiday performs. As Holiday, you know, at this point in the game, Holiday goes from, okay, I can kill you with barrel to my barrel disables you so my team can kill you. It is a very different role for Holiday just because of the way her scaling works. So Goober going to be changing off. Meanwhile, for melee creeps, they get to stay the course. And you talk about allocation. John about to hit 20k. Just being reliable, which is what you want your Ven to do. You don't need to be super flashy, just get rich and continue to be a threat.
Yeah, he's going to be happily jungling up here and into enough of a soul lead now where he could just show up with the Erdomini and be a real threat in these fights. Xeno caught lacking there. Great catch there from Do. Puts a little bit more damage onto Rocker before falling back. Rocker built a little bit of gun damage early, so he's trying to really be that hybrid damage dealer. We're going to see how that ends up working out for him this game. Definitely a lot of work to do. We talked about how important that affliction is going to be into this one. And they're taking every opportunity on the Floormen here to just push the chaos, giving up an earn pickup, but I think they're more than happy to grab a Walker just for pickup. And macro-wise, this is a nice win for the Floormen, unless melee creeps can respond with the Walker of their own, but there's already a couple players here for the defense.
Yeah, getting the Walker on the right hand is not going to be anywhere near as clean. In fact, yeah, melee creeps go, we'll get it another time. For now, we have earned control, and where is the urn at the moment? So I had the urn just a moment ago. Got dropped Floormen, now swarming over the turn themselves.
The Walker
yeah, yeah, Saya still has urn control, but Floormen, they're going to be contesting this with everything they have. All ults are available, and now diving in. Goober's going to be looking for a target here on the lasso. Xeno under a little bit of assault here at the beginning. Both teams starting to coalesce around the urn turn, and it's a sea of yellow and blue here so far. Saya, though, just able to walk forward, gets the dunk in the midst of the chaos. Exactly what melee creeps are looking for, but they lose Ido early. A big pick. Frozen Shelter gonna have to come out as Saya's still desperately trying to stay alive.
He's healing up massively inside of this, but is not going to be actually decisive in the team fight just yet. Still, DMB and Xeno are down. This one's far from easy for the Floormen. They need to bring in more damage if they want to win this one, but John's still healthy, and I think with this Goob Ball from Scout, it's going to be enough to send Goober running for the hills. Viper Sense's weakness, though, is going to kind of pounce forward, try to catch some final targets with that lethal Venom. Billy's going to scare them away, and it might just be a fallback from both teams, but it's not so easy. This melee creeps team has incredible mobility, are insane on the rundowns, and even losing the silver first, they clutch out that team fight.
Ido may be down, but no problems for melee creeps overall. Floormen still looking for the re-engage here off the scraps. May not be the worst fight to try and take. Do potentially one of the targets here. Puddle punch out. Do in on the flawless advance. Up, over. Looking for Holiday, and Goober is long gone. One thing Holiday can do at this point in the game, can still run with the best of them. Scourge still going on. John gets caught in the melee.
They stuck around too long, ZP.
Yeah.
Like, they came back off the respawn and got this kill into John, and that they're going to go for a mid-boss flip. I mean, why not? That's the most farm player on the enemy team with a very long respawn. Pocket, max affliction. Caught in a little bit of a tough spot with Silver, but with that Lycan Curse popping early, this fight is going to be a little awkward if Ido can't get value on.
Wait, Fish Kick's going to get there in time.
He does dive in. He does find that kill onto the Pocket with a Fiction Force solo, but Ido's going to be fighting without the ulti.
Petrifying Bola could be going huge here, but no, it's not thrown out immediately. Rejuve right now split between the two. Melee creeps still end up with two before it's all said and done. Fish Cake with two. Bola finally coming out a little bit later. All Rejuves, though, immediately burned. It is a bloodbath down to the pit. The Shining Wonder off and bouncing. Ido still at good HP, looking for some of the scraps that still remain. Nowhere left to go for AVG at the end.
Yeah, and this one turned into a nightmare scenario real quick from the Floormen. Melee creeps getting a lot of the cleanup kills. Saya getting out with his life, but can't say the same for pretty much anyone else on Floormen. As finding Rocker out of the pit in that fight was massive by Ido. I was a little worried getting the Lycan Curse popped early, but he ends up getting the pocket kill, and that means there's no affliction to punish those grouped up enemies on the Rejuve drop. So great value from Ido. He's going to be feeling pretty good about that team fight. This looks like, is that a lasso going wide from Goober?
One of the most painful feelings as a Holiday player, by the way, where so much of your power budget is invested on land lasso good, and it's such a long cooldown for the character.
Yeah. Especially at this point in the game where, like you said, you don't do that much without it, right? You really need to catch and pull people into tough spots, and we saw the value for that for the Floormen. Like, they earned an advantage from it, but that advantage more or less gone now.
Melee creeps starting to add on to their lead. I mean, also, you got to give it for melee creeps, though, on the contest there. I think for Floormen, trying to force mid-boss was the right call. Yes, you had to deal with some things that were kind of ugly, like Petrifying Bola, but overall, I mean, mid-boss threat gone for both teams for quite a long time. It's that one awkward element of mid-game Deadlock, Jake, where if you do mid-boss and no one leaves with a rejuve, the game gets thrown into a neutral state for about 5 minutes because you don't no longer have a huge threat for dying at 20 minutes the way that you otherwise would.
Still even earn, spawning in about 20 seconds here. And look at the damage. Oh my, fish kick. What the hell? He came out of nowhere here. It looks like he's got Merc Mag online, and that has activated this Viper who's been building up to this moment. Just shuts down DMB, the hard carry from the Floorman, and the Viper. It's been a build that I don't know that we've seen in competitive play. I see this a lot in my ranked games, and I think we might see a lot more now because it seems to have paid off. Fishcake just solos DMB and makes it look easy.
It's so funny hero pool wise how that ended up happening too, where Fishcake generally was on more frontline centric characters like Abrams, and just became the Viper guy for melee creeps. Just, guys, Viper's my actual love, my solo hobby. You know, whenever we need a Viper, just let me know. I'll be the Viper player.
Game one, I'm starting to look like Puckett was right, ZP. You know, you hate to say it, but Lady Guys struggling today on the absolute struggle bus with the pace teams are bringing. They're just playing at a tempo where DMB can't keep up. I mean, he had some nice moments in the early game, but the burst feels way too threatening, especially with people like Apollo and Viper who can really punish her when she's playing on low HP. Speaking of low HP, once again, Viper sets her down to an absolute minimum, and it's a tough catch to get, right? You're chasing so deep into enemy territory, and Fishcake's long gone.
Gonna be another easy dunk for Saya. And the lead continues to grow. Tani Losan in from Dew, strikes two, and nearly just cuts AVG's head right off. Super low is the Billy, and here comes the cleanup. Just saw Silver diving on in. Rocker finished off by Fishcake. And melee creeps out on the hunt. Lasso still in reserve. Ido gets the last hit on the AVG. A little bit of slam fire through the tunnel.
They're pushing down mid now. Little rescue beam. It looked like it might have been a lasso there onto John. He's just pulled right out of trouble. You'd be none the wiser, right? Like he's full HP. He's just continuing this siege. Has silencer up now, so he's particularly challenging to come in and fight, especially for some of these Spirit Nuker based characters. Goober back in on the HP, but I mean, he's just tickling with these barrels, right? John is not going to be dissuaded from pushing from that. DMB tries to continue to push the pace. They're both getting low. It's not an easy place to grab a swap. Scout throws the cube down, and actually that puts John in a bit of an awkward spot, sliding down the slope. DMB, what a late swap down to the absolute wire. Is this support going to be good enough, or will Billy be able to find this kill to John? Oh, what a massive ulti there from Saya, but the damage still being pumped in, still being poured on top of John. He whips the Iridomini out, starts to find these kills. The support is absolutely massive. DMB completely out of gas in this one. A wayward punch from Scout, though, is going to save DMB for now, but John brawling it out with the soul lead that he's developed and showing why this team trusts him to take that high net worth and carry the game.
Look, John just used the secret Venator ability, Pray for a Miracle, and the miracle came in the form of Saya. That was about the deadest I've ever seen a Venator. Gets hit with the Soul Exchange, brought down to 200 HP. It's like, okay, well, Ven's dead. Bad's positioning. Nah, Saya over there fixes the mistake and then some.
Do they have double rescue beam, ZP? That is devious. How do you ever kill this Venator? You could lasso, like,
you don't.
I feel like the rescue beam is like what does Holiday do as a character against rescue beam? I mean, you just, like, this is why I think they didn't want to draft the character. They sort of felt forced to. They had the best early game you could ever imagine, right? Like, frankly, it's like the 99 out of 100 best game, and it just kind of comes to nothing. The lead continues to expand for the melee creeps. They look unfightable. Maybe there's way back into this, but it's going to be scary.
Goober looking for anything, hungry, and nope. Riposte gonna come in. That's well, you got Ido towards the end. You got lassos, into chains, into 1,000,001 ways to bind your favorite streamer, and yet Ido just able to get on out of there. The support comes on in. Even with Floormen taking the initiative, they weren't able to find that. Do now counter into nothing. Itani Losan hits absolutely nothing. Ido, though, back at half HP. No longer the target in this fight.
It's actually a decent fight so far for the Floormen, the best they've had in a while, but that's not going to be good enough, it would seem, as they're just running out of gas. They had a decent start to it, almost finding Ido, but the cube turn way too powerful. and Ido running rampant. A base siege being attempted by AVG. I kind of like this play. I mean, the game is in such a desperate spot. I think you do just need to YOLO for buildings in this spot to get that rat play, but maybe the creeps are just way too quick. They understand how powerful they are in this game, and there's no rush for them, right? They're only getting further and further ahead, especially with Fishcake going for this late game scaling build, man. When he shows up with that Merc mag, you have to run for the hills. No one can challenge this, and he's got unstopped. Like, he recognizes he does not need more damage. He just needs to be unkillable, and he is that.
Well, one of the problems I think you're dealing with in fighting melee creeps now for Floormen is too many threats. Who do you focus on here?
Look at this damage. What in the hell? Like, dude, he's doing
slide like that.
Viper does this on mid-boss. Mid-boss is here, then it's gone. But, Jake, look at melee creeps at this point. Who do you focus on? Do you let Ven run loose? Do you let Silver run loose? Do you let the Viper that's actually ripping your face off run loose? No matter who Floormen focus on, it feels like the wrong decision because the hero that they don't go after is going to be the hero that is utterly destroying them. And that's before taking into account that we have a 40,000 soul deficit.
Yeah, and the double saves from Viscous and Kelvin, it's like there's literally no one you can get. You have to find somebody who's like alone and out of position, but this is melee creeps we're talking about. They don't give you opportunities like that to come back in the game. They're going to be clinical and continue to press this advantage. And I mean, with this offensive earn turn coming in, I think we are facing potentially the end of the game. It feels like you have to defend it. You give up these, like, what is this, like a 10k soul earn? It just feels so terrible. But at the same time, can you really take the challenge outside of your own base? I think they're gonna have to try. CP maybe if they can get like a 5-man affliction. I mean, that's sort of the level of play I think you need to really make this game feel possible.
All right. Here's the shot calling for the Floormen right now. Rocker, 5-man affliction. And Rogers is like, what do you want me to do, man?
Entire enemy team.
I think you're right, though. I mean, short of that, there's not much of an opportunity, but regardless, Ido able to find League, wasn't even in on
it's a 4-person.
They were just in the area. The dive coming on in. John pulling out the Ira Domini. 1 shot to pocket, 2 shots in, gone. Rocker immediately dispatched. 3rd shot doesn't hit, but they don't really need it. 2 down for the Floormen, and surely Shrine soon to follow.
AVG gonna go for a trade in the mid-walker. Actually going to be kind of nice, right? Getting a little bit of value, but these are rearranging deck tears on the Titanic, ZP. Like, I don't think you're really going to move the needle with stuff like this. I like Scout. It's going to keep this wave pushing in, ensure it continues to crash on the Walker. If you're going to go for the base Guardian Siege, but if melee creeps are unperturbed, right? They're going to continue taking shrines. They're going to send back potentially some players to deal with the Billy, although it's just due for now. Maybe he's just so confident that he can win that 1v1. He does have almost a 10k soul lead.
Second shrine about to go down, and Floormen, they just do not have the ability to stop melee creeps at this point. The stat difference is absurd. Maybe John goes down here, but John pops some metal skin, still has support, nice and healthy within the frozen shelter that Saya throws out. And I mean, that's the part that I think also twists Knife too. Melee Creeps has a roster that scales really, really well here, Jake. And even if you do get someone nearly dead, Saya's just there to drop the frozen shelter, to ruin your hard work on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even really taking damage in this fight, ZP. They still have triple rejuve, 30 seconds on the deck for 3 players here. And I mean, Melee Creeps playing with the house cash. Gonna step up, look for some more kills, gets that Liking Curse proc of the Guru, just has to play in the base. Maybe Floormen can get out into this Patron defense, but it doesn't feel likely. Xeno gonna commit the nap time, but with Unstoppable, Ido just gonna stay there, continuing to zone them out of the fight. And this is just all Melee Creeps up in the feed, winning this one out. Dominant game 1, holding a triple rejuve to boot. It doesn't get better than this one, although, wait, just enough of a defense to drop one of the rejuves away. But in the end, Floormen still gonna come crashing to a halt here. Melee Creeps just a runaway freight train here in game 1.
Good game.
I like you guys.
Good game.
Can't say we saw it coming, though. Impossible to see that loss incoming for the Floormen. They are face down after game 1, but don't you worry, North America. It's a best of 3, and there's no way this could just be a 6-map day. Could it, ZP?
It may be the case. I mean, look, we had the incredibly long day last week. Now this could be the universe just writing the scales and going, we'll give you a short day in turn. That being said, I don't expect Floormen to have as bad of a draft the next time around. I really don't think they wanted to play the holiday. I just think the draft warped around on them and they got stuck on it. Also, they probably got really thrown off a little bit by things like the Viper being as effective as it was. I don't think we really expected that, but certainly they will know to expect it for the next time.
Do we have any Lady Geist defenders in the chat ready to put their money where their mouth is? Maybe put up a little bounty for our winning team melee creeps if they pick a Lady Geist and win it? We give them a little bonus on top? Because she seems like she sucks, Jake.
I have to agree with you. It's been a rough day for her. I feel like just the teams that are winning are the teams pushing the pace today, like across the board, right? It's been teams who are willing to really be aggressive. And, I think we saw a bit of that in the very early game here for the Floormen. Goober had such a strong start. But I think you're right, ZP, that this one ultimately a lot comes down to the draft. Like, Kelvin Silver, you can't let this combo through. And this is Melee Creep's expertise. Like, choosing to ban the Ivy. I don't think Ivy is like truly a first ban worthy hero. But as the second pick team, you leave so many strong heroes in the pool. Like, yes, the enemy team grabs Celeste, but you get one of the nastiest combos in Deadlock right now, which is this Kelvin and Silver. And Saya on the signature Kelvin, the guy just does so much. He's always finding the way to make this value. And Ido on the Silver, same story. This is not just an incredibly dominant meta pick. It's also some of their best heroes, some of the best players in the game.
Look, I'll go a little bit further, Jake, and say that I actually think NA has gone a little bit into delusional land with the amount that they're valuing Ivy. You look at EU, and Ivy doesn't get picked or banned at the moment. I'm not saying Ivy can't be useful, but the point that you are first banning Ivy over getting rid of other options that clearly were a massive problem in this game is a little bit ridiculous to me. I think the Ivy ban was like way overprioed this time around, and we'll see if Floormen decide to go with the same thing on the second round.
Wasn't it? It was. I believe it was Melee Creeps banning the Ivy, right? And I think they just do it because they want to throw the ban away. They want to leave so many strong heroes in the pool that their second pick becomes a huge advantage. Like, they're gonna grab 2 of the 3 of those first 3, and they're just gonna have enough of a lead from that to tempo at the draft. And I think Do showing flexibility on the Apollo. Like, I think he's probably one of the better players right now who can both play like the late game gun carry and the heavy spirit nuker like equally well, and that's a huge asset to have when it comes to the draft. You look at also players like Fishcake. He made the Graves look good in the past. Now it looks really sick here on this very greedy Viper build that straight out of the pubs and into Night Shift looks just as good. So just the flexibility, the adaptability from Melee Creeps. I might have been worried for them going into this game after Floormen's performance in the Challenger match, but I shouldn't have been, man. This is Melee Creeps we're talking about. They are the most adaptable team in Deadlock.
They call that Viper Slippery Mama in my chat. Shout out to Fishcake making her look good. Of course, Ido, incredible on the Silver early game. And I want to give a shout out to the Apollo because I felt like those silences are massive. Can you tell me about his ultimate for those who haven't played Apollo yet? ZP, what does the Fencer do?
Yeah, I mean, Tylo-san, basically, it does more damage to people that are underneath half HP. It also silences you. It snares you after you get hit. It's basically cool guy anime finishing maneuver. And also, it's incredibly high mobility. So if Apollo has put himself in a really tough spot, he can also use it to get out along with Riposte and advancing or flawless advance, where, I mean, Apollo's entire thing is I have 8 million tools to move and I can use most of them to get away if I need to. And his ult combines burst damage with the ability to escape if necessary.
Great breakdown there. ZP has so much content coming your way, and you should check it out during this break. We're over on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. Drop a subscription over there. Drop a follow here on Twitter. And if you've already got a Prime, you might as well give it to us. We'll take all the subs during the break. We'll be back with game number 2. Lady Geist won't be in it. I guarantee you that. She might be in it.
Good game. Yeah.
I like you guys.
Good game.
You made me do this. You brought this on yourself.
Welcome back, everybody. It is shift 32, and I have a feeling we're almost done. Why? Because the Cats with Suits just took the first game against the Challenger, and the Floormen, they look drunk in the draft. So, Jake, aka our local look maxer, what did you see from the best in NA?
Look, I think this was a huge draft dominance, which is something that Melee Creeps, I think they've consistently been the best drafting team in North America. Like they because not only are they so flexible on so many players, but they really use that flexibility to keep you guessing and to, you know, put you in tough spots in the draft. And so, you know, for Floormen, they're gonna have to pull out all the stops in game 2. Maybe some adjustments could bring them a more competitive game. I think we saw in that first 5 to 10 minutes where Floormen can absolutely compete on an individual level. Like, they are a really strong team as well. But the tempo, the way that they played was just way too strong for Melee Creep. So I'm a little worried. I agree with you. This one, it looks a little bit scary, but maybe some draft adjustments could diminish that Melee Creep's advantage and bring us a game 3.
ZP, will anyone let Mirage be played?
In NA, it's looking like no. Even though I do think you can play around Mirage, even if, as we saw in EU, it involves everyone buying Dispel Magic effectively, I actually think at this point you'd probably rather deal with the Mirage than deal with the Silver. I think the Silver has been a continual threat over the course of the night, and if you're Floormen, at least show that, like, either you need to pick the Silver or get it away from Melee Creeps. Either way, I don't think you want to go up against Ido Silver again. It did not really work out well for you in the last time.
Silver has looked good by whoever has played her tonight. Lady Geist 0 for 5 against the Silvers. But I have a feeling you're not going to see either of them in this one as the bans are about to take place. We have Melee Creeps going second here. Floormen are going to be the first to ban. And what do you want to get rid of here, Jake, if you're Goober and friends?
I think they banned Mirage last time. I think it's a mistake as first pick. In theory, you should leave Mirage in and you threaten taking it first. I'd rather see them ban either, like, maybe the Kelvin or the Silver here.
Kelvin's gone. Good call. Z-Pizzle, what do you do if you're creepy?
For Melee Creeps here, it's kind of interesting on the ban. Maybe you ban the Silver, expecting the first pick Silver in turn. I don't think they necessarily want to deal with it. They also know that Goober can play it, and they really like the part where Goober was on a bad hero before, and yeah, they take away the Silver. Now for Floormen, you kind of have to do the first pick Mirage, I think. You don't really have another option. And, you know, Puckett is going to test your theory here, where I think Geist has been a victim of circumstance. Geist is probably going to get picked the first 2 by Melee Creeps if Mirage goes first for the Floormen.
Whoa!
Oh, God, no. Oh. Hey, why do you do this? I'm so upset over this. You just gave up Mirage!
All right, Jake, who banned the Ivy? Because ZP and I got lost in the sauce. So break it down for us.
Melee Creeps banned it first last time, which I was thinking was more so that they would have 2 powerful picks to respond with in the second.
There it is. Mirage, not
there it
Meta.
is.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we got trolled a little bit by the Meta. The Mirage makes too much sense, but this is an embarrassment of riches. Mirage has been first banned for the last few weeks after this change to the Scarabs. He's insanely good in pretty much all stages of the game. Much more of a fighting carry down, and you get Celeste as well. So these are 2 of the top prio heroes. Floormen, what are you going to pair with this IV? I would love to see maybe some of what they had so much success with in the Challenger match of some of these explosive ganker heroes combined with the IV for maximum impact.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think we're allowed to discuss gambling and how much money you should put on melee creeps right now, are we, ZP?
No, not quite.
Okay,
I mean,
got it, understood.
Billy coming in for Floormen is kind of expected. Interestingly enough, I think they could put off getting Event until later in the game. It's probably going to be John the Mirage, so... No, they said to grab it here. Maybe there's a threat of mid-stage ban for it. I don't think Melee Creeps is going to pick it, given the early Mirage pick. Either way, though, I think Melee Creeps probably rounds off the first half with Geist, if I had to guess.
Man, I wouldn't mind, though, even, like, some more fighting heroes. They do go with the Geist. See if
got it.
If Puckett's curse.
If she goes 0 for 6 with Mirage and Celeste as the opener, it's all Geist. She can never be played again.
I think Puckett's actually right. If she loses this game, the Geist
she's got to go.
is valid.
She's got to go.
It's valid.
Yeah. It's April Fools. They're just effing with me, I think, on the Melee Creeps or production side. We'll see if the Lady Geist is real.
It is real. Also, I feel like we've hit the IQ meme where it's like the low IQ, the high IQ are both like, yes, this is the way. It's the middle guy. Like, forget it. No, you're not looking at all the factors that's going on.
The way.
Also, Floormen end up banning the Viscous, which is kind of interesting because, taking a look at it, ideally you would have liked to have had Goober on the Viscous, and they're just taken away outright.
Let's get this show on.
Jake, what do you think of Mirage's little neck bind he's rocking there?
What does he actually wear in the game? I can't even think of it. I don't know. I think it's just like his
Is it an ascot?
Yeah, I don't know. He's a stylish guy. He's definitely one of the more attractive Deadlock heroes. I think it's fair to say.
Have someone like me fight for them.
Apollo for the Floormen. I mean, I think this is sort of like what you want to play around with the Ivy, right? Is more heroes that bring the pace that you can go for these high tempo plays with. And for the Floormen, they need to seize that tempo back, right? Like they got kind of blown out of the water last game. And maybe the Infernus can be part of that too. I think this is another character maybe underrated right now. Like where maybe Geist is overrated. I think Infernus, I was really convinced by that build from League. I thought he played a really cool game where on a conventional, more of a carry style hero, he's definitely playing to brawl a little bit more aggressively and hit a faster timing. And I think that's exactly what the Doctor ordered in this match.
As I'm looking at here, I was just trying to think in recent times, where's Paradox been? And it's a little bit surprised that Paradox has been kind of dono-walled over the course of the day. I realize that pick has gone lower in priority, but okay, as I said, Melee Creep, thank you. I actually think this is the play. I think getting Paradox late in the draft is incredible value as far as Melee Creeps go. And yes, I am evaluating the two teams here. I mean, we'll see if Floormen finish off with. My guess is,
You can only
oh, actually, wait, really? I was gonna say okay, Goober hero.
Goober.
This is unreal, by the way, given that Goober has spent the last week doing nothing but being I hate Holiday. She's not good after 15 minutes. And we get back-to-back drafts of Floormen go Holiday, and they even ban the Viscous. What in the world?
Goober was telling me, though, that he was putting builds up 2 days before night shift, hoping that the other teams would be baited on his Viscous builds. So Goober might be trolling us. He might have been going long con here leading up to April 1st. Maybe we just got to watch more Holiday, at least zoom in on that incredible drawing if we can, Solomon, because Low2 Dev, who we should all shout out in the chat right now, put it together some of the best caricatures we've ever seen in Deadlock history. You can see which ones have been drawn by him. I'm guessing maybe the Billy, just in the Holiday based on the eyeball here, ZP. What are we thinking?
The Holiday looks like a Salvador Dali painting, man. The clock, eyes dripping down the face. It is some wild stuff over here.
Also, we just had another revelation that came out here. Ido,
she looks like a cyclops.
Okay, look. Ido, despite being one of your favorite streamers, we have a new wrinkle to his PC and internet issues. Maybe part of the reason why Ido continually has internet issues is that he plays on Wi-Fi. He doesn't even have a direct connection to a modem.
Wi-Fi?
Ido, I just plugged in a 200-foot Ethernet cable, and my internet sucks worse today. Don't trust these guys.
In the year of our Lord, 2026, you can't be on Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah. All right, Low2 apparently also drew the Mirage, so Low2, if you could tell us what kind of things around his neck. In the meantime, here's a look at all of our hero redesigns. We challenge you. Submit your art and also your best clips. Low to Dev drew those 4. Can you guess who drew the best?
Who's your favorite, guys? I think my favorite. I think the 7 looks really good. Actually, whoever drew 7 is like there's some shading. Like
the 6-7.
Clearly, we have like one person, at least one person on the team here who's like genuinely crushing.
The Viper is insane too.
Yeah, like Viper and 7. Wait. That is baller.
No, zoom in on the Drifter. Shit. Give people nightmares. Screw all this Drifter. Like we haven't seen Drifter picked at all today. Like,
we're not allowed to talk about him, ZB.
No. We're zooming in on Drifter. Like, look,
oh my God,
Solomon's driving. If you saw that Drifter after you used Eternal Night, that's it, man. You're uninstalling the game. That is horrifying. Oh God. Well, what have I done on the
if you're stuck in a hallway, that Drifter and that Bebop are on opposite sides. Which direction are you running?
Dude, into the arms of my beloved Bebop, away from this monstrosity.
The Dynamo ears are pretty good too. We highlighted those earlier.
He does look happy. He doesn't look menacing. He just looks. He actually looks happy.
You know what it is for Drifter? I think it's like he's Drifter, but it's also there's some clown DNA in there. Like I could sort of see like the clown hair, or like maybe I don't know, man.
Some great work. Incredible artist, especially the silver shorts. The jorts are on point. The Wraith, incredible card work. And that you can tell was actually done in MS Paint. I think that deserves extra bonus points for the rigidness of the edges.
Pixelated.
Mm-hmm.
Viper's balling. I also like the Abrams. I think Abrams is kind of Chad Abrams is definitely money.
Which way is Holiday looking?
Holiday, like I'm telling you can't unsee it if you just the like she's just like a Cyclops looking straight at camera. You know what I mean? Like it's rather than like profile.
It's so much better
Cyclops
that way.
Looking right at you.
We just got to move the mouth over directly underneath the eye. There's the Chad Abrams.
That's iconic. That's iconic.
That or ZP. They're the same thing. The Bebop, terrifying. Excellent artwork. These were done by adults. If you could draw better, prove it. Submit it to us on the internet.
Please send us
highlight
your
your
MS
stuff.
Paint hero redesigns on Twitter. Just that would just make my day. We'd love to see it. I mean, I will say there's probably some community artists about to pop the hell off and send us some magnificent works of art. So it's a tough crowd out here in the Deadlock community.
What if we just all do Jake? Just zoom in on that beautiful face in the middle. What if we just had a community drawing contest of Jake's wavy hair? It's just... The match is almost ready. Jake, I won't talk about your looks anymore because we're making ZP uncomfortable. Let's talk about meat, ZP. I got 14 pounds of ribeye in my fridge right now. Do I chop it up into 14 one-pound steaks for Easter, or do we do the big roast to impress the wife's family?
You have to impress the wife's family. Do the big roast. It's going to be awesome. Also, Puckett, you're leaving out details of the story. He got the ribeye roast for $8.99 a pound somehow. Like, somehow he just, like, walked in and got the deal of his life from a butcher. Who gets ribeye for $8.99 a pound in 2026? I mean, I feel like you are guilty of crimes here. I can't prove which, but that's unbelievable. Really.
It's not a bad thing to flirt with good-looking men in trucker hats who have a butcher icon on their shirt, JP and Mr. Jake. I just called you JP ZP. I think we should just combine your names.
That's our caster combo name.
There you go.
Officially.
Yeah, no, the pro tip here, guys, is wake up at 9 a.m. Try and go to Sam's Club. Realize that you don't pay for the early hour. Get denied by Sam's Club. Go to Meijer, which was open. Get yourself the biggest chunk of meat they have. Ask him what discounts he can give you, and he'll put an extra sticker on it. Take it to the front, self-checkout. Don't talk to anyone. Just leave. Just gotta go.
get the meat and
get it and go. Yeah, it's a two-person conversation. Take the little official stamp, and you're out the building. The draft is done. The players got nervous. I think we're getting trolled a little bit here by the Floormen who are trying to drag out the longest loss they could ever deliver. Lady Geist is in. If she loses this one for the melee creeps, she's not allowed to be played next week.
We got an update from Ido, where, by the way, we have to start cataloging all the ways that Ido's like incredibly crappy tech has just delayed and hurt the stream over time. But the full update from Ido is his Wi-Fi is rebooting, and the ETA is 5 minutes until his Wi-Fi works again.
You gotta send this guy like a 5G router or something, man, just to soften the blow.
We're talking about Jake. We're talking about a man who put his video card in the reverse way. Like I don't put all his stats into play
that's
Deadlock
sort of
good.
Understandable if you've never built like PCs before. That's an understandable mistake. But losing the Wi-Fi, you know, it happens. Could happen sometimes. I guess as we look now more at this draft and like think about more deeply the way Floormen want to play, I feel like with the Ivy, it's kind of like do or die on, is this Ivy better than we believe, right? We're sort of suspicious of this early pick, prioing it so high in the draft. But on one hand, I also don't hate it for the Floormen because that global presence from Xeno, it does pay huge dividends and it does allow you to play like a different pace of game. That being said, Mirage also with the unique global presence to respond to that is, it's hard to find like the clear advantage for the Floormen. I feel like they need to kind of like grit this one out with just skill and execution. And your roast is green screening.
Wait, why is it getting destroyed by the greens? The green screen has devoured the roast.
Dude, look at that thing. That is a monster. Are you gonna feed like a family of 50 or what's going on here?
Oh, look at the marbling. The marbling
I'm
on
getting,
that.
Like I'm getting like the salivation. I'm down.
Also, I just want you to look at
guys.
these drafts and compare. If you have Ivy on one side, like, what do you feel better about? Mirage, Celeste, or Ivy? Because Ivy was the first overall pick, and you picked that and gave up Mirage Celeste. Like, I can't get on board with this value-wise.
Yeah, it's true. It's like maybe you would have rather had the Mirage yourself here, right? And give up the Ivy. And I think Mirage, it's like a little weird when a hero is banned this permanently because like no one gets to play it. And so you're actually just like not used to it. It's banned off so much that people don't really know how to play either with or against it. You know, at least not in the competitive setting where the potential of the global TP is so hard to pin down. I think this does inject a level of chaos because truly, is this, I mean, we've seen like what, 2 Mirage picks in the last 3 weeks since the rework because it has been perma first ban.
ZP, can I ask you about something that was unofficially in the chat? If we achieve a subscriber goal, is Ozzy Lion making stuff for us? Are we working with him on a new project?
So right now, in terms of, we have the Abram skin, which we have yet to release, which we probably will release soon one way or another, but technically that's our sub goal. And we are working or getting the process started. We still have to like give Ozzy references and whatnot for a new skin that should just be hyper popular based on the character that it's for. We're not going to say the character, but we have some good ideas for a brand new skin that is in the works. But yes, that will hopefully be a thing.
For those asking about stakes, because it was just revealed on stream, if you are near Columbus, Ohio, I really don't want to hang out with my wife's family. I got 13 pounds. If you guys come over to my place, you bring the drinks. I'll have the bonfire, the grill ready to go. We'll put on some basketball. Bang, bang. It'll probably be ready before this game and Ido's stream is.
Yeah, we might be able to get the pot roast up before. Might be able to get this roast cooking before Ido's back. TBD. Well, at least this is not like a 5-minute pause after the first minute of the game, which we have also seen before here on the night shift. So, you know, we're old hands here. No strangers to a little delay, a little vamp.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm about to pull the trigger and just say unofficial 5-minute break. Like I'll get a drink, Jake can get a drink or food or whatever, and we'll come back when Ido's internet is ready. Or make Melee Creeps get a sub. Puckett, you can call the break at any point. Like you have the power.
All right, chat. I need your recipes. How are we cooking her? Are we cutting her up? We chopping these babies into single steaks? We doing the big old roast? How do you prep it? Do we waste vegetables or do we just eat meat? Let me know. I'm going to go get a beer. We'll see you on the other side of the break for the next half. By the way, we can mention beer because this part of the show has people that are over the age of 21 statistically, so we can even get a sponsorship. So if you know a guy that works at a bar, let us know. We'll bring him on the night shift. We'll see you on the other side. And we are back. It's the NA Grand Finals here on episode 32. Melee Creeps up 1-0 on match point. Can they get it done with the Lady Geist, or is she going 0-6 and getting banned permanently here on the night shift? Stay tuned to find out.
That'd be crazy work, ZP. If you go 0-6 on a hero in the night shift, it's permanently banned.
we just kill the hero forever. Just nope.
Nuke the Siphon Orbit.
The seal broke. Oathkeeper ate her. The end. That's it. But taking a look at the lanes here, I mean, Jake, I feel like we have a little bit of the same story as we did last game, where Floormen, you have Holiday, you're on a bit of a timer, at least to get a significant lead out of the early to mid game and then hold it.
Wouldn't be Deadlock without an early pause. It's going to be Ido rocking to the Celeste this game. I think that's always a fun one to see him on, where, you know, so much movement potential. Shout out to the Prime subs, guys. This is a community run show, community funded. So thanks for all the support, watching on Twitch, sub and donating. It all makes a big difference for these teams as well, to bring some Deadlock esports action your way. Melee Creeps, if you're just joining us, up 1-0 here in what is our final match of the night, potentially our final game of the night, if Melee Creeps can close it out here and now.
And I mean, as far as the draft goes, I think Melee Creeps got away with highway robbery. You give away the Ivy and you get both a Mirage and a Celeste. Honestly, in terms of trade value, unbelievable for Melee Creeps, as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see if Floormen are able to make this work.
John on the Geist, I think, you know, it's hard to find safer hands to give a hero like Lady Geist to and show what's possible. Maybe you can even make a believer out of Puckett. A lot of threats for the parry here. John continually faking out these melees.
I'll say in general, like, I don't think Geist, like, I think it's hard for Geist to ever be a problem because their kit is just too solid. The problem that you get into is, by the way, John on the chase down, finished off DMB. The problem that you get into is that if you pay too high of a price for a draft, with Melee Creeps, they didn't pay a high price at all. They got it right before the mid-stage ban, so this was a bargain sale on getting Geist into your team.
Yeah, I will say DMB is probably going to be happy to get the Venator. I think generally teams would probably prefer the Venator, or at least in a lot of cases. Especially in a draft like this, where I think you're going to be really trying to push the tempo and find burst kills. Venator excels even when you're mostly focused on farming. Show up to a team fight, pop the Airdomini, grab a kill or two, and Bob's your uncle, right? So it just lets you push that pace. Goober, by the way, under a lot more pressure in the mid lane this time. Scout trading right back on the Paradox, who tends to be, I think, a little bit more of a consistent laner. And desperation for Goober as he just gets run down, even with Saya rotating into this one on the page.
That's an ill omen. When you're picking Holiday for your early game and the early game isn't going your way, oftentimes things don't go all that well. And oh my word, Prune with the 25 gifted. Unbelievable.
Excuse
hit of the
me?
gifted.
25 gifted? That's one of the biggest gifted I think we've ever seen here on the channel. That must rocket Prune all the way up those leaderboards. Huge shout out. Doing God's work to support the night shift here. We got Dutch Houda, I believe is how it's pronounced. Gonna need a check on that from our Dutch production. But Dutch Houda Kaas with a $25 tip straight to the prize pool.
Little bit of slam down here on to do, although, you know, if you're playing Mirage, the one nice thing about Mirage is that lots of ways out of some of the early pressure that may be heading your way, as things are still heating up here on the left. Honestly, just the pressure into the 2-minute camp, which respawns at about 3.5 minutes if you grab it immediately off respawn.
I just have a feeling this one's going to get wild, ZP. I think there's going to be a lot of fighting in this match. Especially with the Mirage, right? He can kind of show up to a lot more of these fights, and we're going to see how Do ends up piloting it. Lot to play for here as Melee Creeps looking to, you know, re-cement their dominance. Is a couple weeks of them maybe not being so clearly on top. But remember, they came off, what, a 20-game win streak or 20-week win streak? An insane run in Deadlock Esports. And this would be a hell of a way to get started once again here if they could shut down the Floormen 2-0.
Also in middle, a lot of pressure being put down between Goober and DMB, although maybe a little bit too much. DMB gets low in response, now just getting run down in mid lane after being at the Guardian. And yep, even close quarters for Ven. Not a guarantee of winning when the HP differential is as high as Scout had on DMB there.
Yeah, I mean, John getting everything he wants out of the mid lane here. It's going to have swap up very soon. Big gank, though. Onto this Mirage is another very high value kill if you can find the closeout, but with Page behind, it's far from a foregone conclusion. Billy running out of steam, doesn't want to chase into those Mirage stacks building up on him. I wonder what he's saving for on this Billy. I mean, he's only has the regen right now to start out with, so I'm kind of curious what items he ends up building on Rocker.
Yeah, actually same in terms of buy. Like, it's rare to get at a super high expense buy at the beginning of DMB, though. Finding Scout while we're looking at Do. Just go back and forth here on Mirage. The rallying charge nearly running in the Rocker as, okay, Saya just dropping nuke after nuke. Rocker just sidestepping for now. Not enough to save the Guardian as Do still just pelting away on the Mirage.
Mirage also saving. Everybody's saving a ton of souls in this lane. AVG would love to find the punish, but with the tornado, you'd think that'd be enough. Nice riposte, though, takes him in deep, and Mirage out of gas. Can he get caught with the Italio San? And the burst is good enough to drop Do. Parting passive proc from the grave does a little bit of damage to EVG, but he's getting happy to find that one. Still, damage done. I mean, they got the Guardian, and theirs is still perfectly healthy with not enough HP to push in and siege. So this is a pretty dominant lane win for melee creeps on the left side.
Yeah, if your melee creeps are happy to get rid of the Guardian early, I mean, not only is it going to give you, the ability to push a little bit more, but also frees you up more to do rotations in the middle without as much of a penalty at the same time. And speaking of middle rotations, a little bit of rotation here from DMB.
Oh, what a parry.
Oh, if you're the right, Stone Form in. Puts Ido a little bit of danger. Shining Wonder comes out in response, but Ido, it's never over till it's over in the Celeste. A little bit of extra HP steal off the Light Eater, and Ido actually gets out.
Wow, that's massive. I mean, that was kind of a crazy heavy melee for Ido to go for. League parries him and almost finds the kill. But nice counter gank from Fishcake. Ends up coming in to kind of save the day. Ends up with both teams just retreating. Saya taking a bit of poke in the mid lane with Billy assisting on this dive. With some shields, it could be a hard kill, but they have a lot of resources to bring to bear here. Saya, though, so evasive, lives quite a long time. That buys an opportunity here for Scout to come back in on the Paradox and maybe find some counters. He will find Billy for his trouble.
Skirmishing continue just as the donations keep rolling on in, nearly at 800 total. Xeno able to find the Guardian. Ido, though, now looking for League. Healthy on the Celeste, not the easiest hero to run from by any stretch of the imagination. But being near the Guardian at least gives League a bit of a reprieve.
Mirage is missing.
Scout finds AVG. The Paradox has had a great game so far. I mean, we talked about how we've barely seen this hero played. That being said, what a caster curse to provide. Saya, though, a parry slows down Billy for the moment, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop him completely. This Page is low HP, self-deploying all of her shields, but she is getting absolutely run down by Ivy, Infernus, and Billy, and that's a tough spot to find yourself in here, despite the mid lane Guardian.
Floormen bringing 3 over into the middle again. Pretty good results out of it. Lost Cooper at the beginning, and okay, John hiding 5 seconds away from a soul exchange and decides, yeah, I'm gonna fight League here in the middle of the Sinners, or at least drop a bomb as a part
Snatches
of
the creeps away.
Yeah.
Little robbery.
I see Mirage.
The interesting thing, though, Jake, while things are relatively even and it's been back and forth between the teams, warning signs for Floormen. John has come out pretty unscathed at the beginning, 4-0 on the Geist. And also, you're running the Holiday. You need to be in a better position than I think where you're at the moment. Like, you're still in the Holiday power spike zone. Lasso comes in, and surely Scout's going to die at the end of this. Drops a swap towards the end. Just needs a little bit more, and yeah, not getting out.
Kind of lives surprisingly long here on 1 HP, but in the end, you're just 3 players surrounding. Here comes a counter gank, though. Big damage coming in from Fishcake because he looks to hunt down for more kills. Holiday with the pad, though, is going to get out of dodge. With the nut damage, they are going to be able to still finish off this mid lane Guardian. Are there going to be trades to be found here? Melee Crypts would love to find some of those kills to kind of bring this one back, but there's a lot of Floormen players around in the neighborhood of the mid lane. This one could turn into a team fight very, very quickly, and I think Floormen aren't too scared of that prospect just yet.
No, not at all. And again, for Floormen, they need to be a little bit more active of the two teams here while their team comp holds up. And by the way, you talk about Silence Wave going to the meta, just I feel like you keep pushing the bounds of how early you buy a Silence Wave. And in this instance for Fishcake, real early, sub 10 minutes. Well, as we mentioned, 10 seconds away till buffs are out. Melee Creeps historically better at going to buffs in time and certainly have the left buff completely camped out. Of course, left is also going to be where first earn is coming. Gun buff immediately devoured by Ido.
Spear buff, though, it's going to be a nice find for League. She's going for this. Again, this tempo fighting build. We saw this build before in the Challenger match where he doesn't build any gun items at all in on the Spirit and the Vitality. Be the best fighter he can be. Fighting Celeste, though, is a pretty tall order, even for somebody with as much burst as Apollo. Both backing one another off, and I think that's 2 Silence Waves from Melee Creeps. In fairness, though, this is a great game for the Silence Wave. There's a lot of heroes that really rely on their spells to be able to get out of these gank engagements. So Melee Creeps want to continue pushing. They want to look for all those cheeky burst kills to give them the edge. Now they're trying to bring the Earned over to the right side, and it could be a 2 or 3v1 here for League.
It's a bit of a fast break. I think Saya's going to be able to get a pretty easy dunk. Low HP, trying to defend the Guardian. Xeno up over the top, and Goober with the finish. But while this goes on, dunk for Saya.
And they found DMB as well.
Yeah.
I guess Calico found the kill on a DMB. Pretty big, right? And now you're going to turn this into a Guardian siege. So, you know, as the dust settles, I think this is a massively winning trade for Melee Creeps. Concussive Combustion comes off, but I'm not sure it hit anybody there. League maybe biting off more than he can chew. So that's starting to turn the damage in, and Infernus does get that next dash off, but it's just not enough to get away. John finishes off that kill. You're bringing more numbers into this one, but doesn't look like such an easy fight, even with those numbers coming in.
It's a full collapse from Floormen. Goober about to join the fight, has Spirit Lasso ready to go. A little bit more extra firepower, but while I say that, AVG and Rocker both get caught, so it's a little bit too little too late in on the rotation, and now, you know, you take a look at Goober and Xeno just immediately about facing out of the fight. Melee Creeps radically up 10,000 souls when the dust is settled. And again, for Floormen, picking a comp here, Jake, that I think was a little bit more reliant on the better early game just by pure virtue of going the Holiday. They find themselves in a very unenviable situation. And on top of it, too, you know, soul allocation wise, John remains a pretty big looming threat.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, EP. The vibes check on this game is Melee Creeps returning to their dominant performance, right? Returning to that place of just winning over and over again. And I mean, this looks like they've never left, right? So far, this is a really tough one for the Floormen, getting kind of run over. League doing a lot to create space into this one, though. If he can live out of this, he put a lot of attention, put some nice walker damage down. But he also has a lot of teammates in the area. They could look for more on this, but they're starting to bleed out across the map. Fishcake continuing to find more kills on the Calico.
Rocker could even be in danger. Xeno having to rotate over on the Ivy to give a little bit of assistance, but no matter how you slice it, Melee Creeps taking more and more territory, deeper in the Floormen territory, getting more camps, finding League, his scout, off just a little bit of a invade. And look at the positioning on the map right now, Jake. It was just Melee Creeps firmly taking camp after camp away from Floormen, extending the lead. And I mean, for Floormen, you're sitting here praying, going, I sure hope we get an advantage earn in the next minute and a half. But I don't think Melee Creeps is even going to give them the pickup, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like we are kind of in that advantage earn territory, or quite close to it. They're looking for the fight here and now, though. Rocker finds a chain gang to pulls players in, but does he actually want to take this fight? With the help of Xeno, though, coming in with the ulti, getting a lot of lockdown on this Calico, but it's not enough for the kills just yet. Saya is incredibly low. Definitely still a possibility to fight this. He brought DMB in as well, but it's just not the place or the time. And you're trying to split your resources across the map. Melee Creeps are more than happy to fight you with even numbers.
League, Concussive Combustion, looking for Saya, at least gonna get that. John, though, leaving at full HP with the soul exchange in tow. If there's anything you're not going to chase, it's going to be a Geist that is this far ahead, where, you know, John just wanted to give a game to make Puckett think. Perhaps.
Guys, staving off her permaban by winning one game. John, I mean, off to the start you want on Geist, just to say he's quite farmed. Although I still think the true peak of this Melee Creeps draft is much later into the game. And that's the scary thing, right? Is they're already starting to win and finding these winning trades in the skirmishes. Not going to bother defending this Guardian, just focused on the farm game. And it's because I feel like late game, you got Mirage, Geist. Like you got Celeste, you got very, very scary late game threats and some good tempo heroes to support them and find catches, find saves for them. So Floormen kind of grasping at straws. We talked about Goober on the holiday. You picked this for the first 15 minutes, and ZP, that time is elapsed.
Yeah, and the time not only elapsing, you also find yourself behind as it's done so. Now, if you can get the advantage earn, you can right some of this. It's not going to change the holiday equation, but at the very least, you'll be more even. But both teams looking to contest this next earn. Xeno taking to the sky, immediate airdrop onto Ido. A bit of grabbed ya and gone. Fish Kick actually isolated in the middle of this fight. Now note, Dew hasn't teleported over here. They could with Traveler, but now they're looking at the Walker. Meanwhile, you got Rocker. Chain Gang coming on out as Shining Wonder. Gives a little bit of reprieve for Melee Creeps in the middle of the fight. Only one down here so far. League, though, looking to contest earn turn in with Xeno. Saya on the way out. AVG chases down Ido while this goes on. So with the allocation here, Melee Creeps give up earn priority, but get a Walker in turn.
They get the Walker, but honestly, I think this is a big win for the Floormen. I think this is exactly what you wanted to do, is because it's going to turn into a Walker trade here.
Yeah.
It's going to cost AVG's life to finish that one off, but you got earn pickup for an advantage earn, and you brought back most of that advantage from a winning fight. I guess, well, as I say that, League also dies, going to escalating these costs, but this should just be a free dunk for Xeno. And I think this actually does go a long way to equalizing the soul count in the game. That being said, as we've been saying, it's more than just the soul count. It's that strategically there's a yet further way to go. Floormen, we think they need to push the pace, the tempo. I think the Ivy and the Holiday are really strong at that, but this hasn't shown it in this particular game.
Headed to Broadway.
Yeah, and I mean, comp-wise, Floormen are still in danger, but in terms of the very least the economy end, by getting both Walker and Earn, I mean, Melee Creeps definitely misplayed that. I think I look back at that and look at areas where they could have went about it differently. I think Dew probably should have Travelered in way earlier in that fight. I think that fight is actually firmly won by Melee Creeps if Dew gives up the Walker and simply comes over. But if Dew does that, they also don't give up a Walker in turn. So you go from losing Walker and Earn and getting a Walker in turn to just probably getting Earn yourself with no Walkers traded whatsoever. Would have been way better for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, it shows some of the risk. What a long-range lasso. Huge catch on the Fish Cake. Are they going to be able to find this burst? A clean kill once again. Starting the fight on Calico, who's looking for some adventurous burst kills and gets clapped down. DMB finds Saya. Caught lacking in the side lane. Saya running for the hills, and wow, just gets popped. Great flick from DMB. Now Geist here trying to run this one down, trying to turn the tables. There's no zip here for defensive players, but I mean, Venator is a pretty scary hero to kind of chase down these tough sight lines. A swap in the mid lane onto Billy, but Billy just sort of unperturbed. He's going to walk this one off as well.
Scout with the quick swap. Also, John did not keep pursuit of DMBs. Decided to let that one go. Lost half the HP on the chase. One save the soul exchange for another day. Ido, meanwhile, getting burned up from afar from League. Not losing too much HP in the process. But Floormen being a bit scrappy here, Jake. Bringing things back to even. Melee Creeps opening the door a little bit for Floormen to make something happen here.
Yeah, these last couple fights have been really patiently and well executed by the Floormen to be able to find their way back in, right? Opening on some key picks, making it so Dew and John aren't really compelled to join the fight. That being said, I feel like they are winning pickups without dealing with the true problems in this draft, which are Mirage and Geist, right? It's not this moment in the game where you should be worried. It's 5-10 minutes from now when Mirage and Geist start really showing up to the team fights. I don't think Melee Creeps are really going to feel bad about getting picked off here and there, as long as when their carries do join, those are decisive winning moments. That's going to be the key. Now, though, Floormen definitely have a better shot in those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the team comps, the problem that has to be just really hitting you for Floormen is the idea that, well, hold on, Ido on the chase down here for the Celeste, leading the way. Maybe not a full committal here, but certainly making a little bit of space. But Goober is getting weaker and weaker as the game goes on because that's just how Holiday is. And Dew is getting stronger and stronger because Mirage is one of the best scaling characters in the game. it is a really, really big problem as Do on the retreat. Brought League a little bit low. AVG still in the chase down, and Billy out of nowhere as Rocker drops a chain gang. An even bigger chase down here in the Mirage, but gets caught. Rocker getting absolutely melted down with the support of Saya and Scout combining.
Oh, Rocker gets absolutely rocked on that one, and great save keeps Do out of trouble. Mirage with the Echo Shard now so incredibly hard to chase down and finish off. He doesn't even get all that low in that fight. I mean, I see why they go for it. This is like the kill you've been dreaming of finding on the map, killing off the Mirage before he can TP into the fight. But so many players from Melee Creeps were ready on the rotate. They had a great read on that play coming in, and now 20 minutes, buffs and urn spawning. It's an even urn. It looks like pretty fraught to contest for the Floormen, as it should be more or less a free pickup here for Saya.
Also, that's a 20-minute DB on Saya. I mean, it's not the earliest DB we've seen, but it's definitely in the earlier end when you'd invest into that.
Yeah, it definitely makes things a little awkward for Infernus, right? Especially since he doesn't have the gun build. It's a little bit hard for him to apply the afterburn. If it gets dispelled off by a Divine Barrier, you might not be able to bring it back so easily. Some nice movement, though. I love that double crouch from John to drop down to the next building and really continue fighting for this position.
Floormen still desperate to be scrappy, make something happen. Airdrop in from Xeno, bringing AVG on a long ride.
They're anticipating a gank on DMB, which I actually think I like that vision of like, hey, DMB's way deep pushing these waves. Maybe you can like bring some assistance to him before the counter gank even comes in. But in this case, they're not really dealing with DMB, just letting him push that wave in. There's no objective to take there. They're not worried about the Venator, and they know he's a pretty hard target. Big lasso, though, pulls John deep. This could be the opportunity they've been looking for, but they need to find the burst. The silence waves are good. Is he going to be able to get that health swap off? Yes, he is, and that drops AVG incredibly low. Here comes Mirage as well, layering in the damage. Floormen thought they found an opportunity. Instead, they may have only found death here. Infernus, one of the last men standing here, trying to brawl this one out, but John just standing tall, delivering. Ivy stun is good. Another silence wave follows up. They might finally be able to drop the Geist here. It's a big prize, but 3 players die for it. It doesn't feel worth it, ZP.
At what cost? At what cost, Jake? And the problem with that is that the lasso onto Geist makes sense if you can kill in the interim of the... Okay, a little bit of burgering here. Parry, Goober, dead. Look, that play makes sense if you could drop John before swap comes out. And the idea was lasso plus silence wave, that's going to be good enough. It wasn't good enough. You didn't have the damage. John gets a swap off, and everything just goes to crap immediately thereafter. It was not the game plan. The game plan there was John dies before swap, and John quite simply did not die before swap.
ZP, why was Lady Geist the only one dead?
She did God's work, Puckett. She did God's work.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
On John as the next fight already breaking out. Floormen coming out of the map. Still some players off the respawn here. They thought they could maybe catch Melee Creeps being a little bit greedy, splitting and farming the map, but Melee Creeps was ready for it. They'd still have 6 here. They are still absolutely ready for a continued team fight to occur in the mid lane. And with that kill into Xeno, losing Stone Form is actually pretty meaningful when it comes to contesting mid boss. Bit of a risky call, but Melee Creeps are going to go for it. They want to end the series here and now, or at least get a decisive advantage to this game, and the Reju Crystal is dropping fast.
You got to keep eyes on Rocker here. Chain Gang being dropped up into the middle. Floormen making every attempt here for this Rejuve Crystal. Split here so far. Scout AVG. Scout ends up with 2 before it's said and done. Melee Creeps at the advantage. Dust Devil over Do, laying in the damage. Melee Creeps with a huge advantage in this fight here so far. And Floormen now on the way out. Rejuves for both teams are gone. Melee Creeps, though, with more momentum. Both Do and Ido looking for some of the cleanup. Down into the brawl hallway. And Goober goes down. League super low. So is AVG. Melee Creeps a little bit wounded, but Floormen far more.
Is Lady Geist alive? From Ido.
I swear to God, Puckett.
Puckett is the #1 Lady Geist hater. Get him a badge. Sign him up. But Mirage is doing God's work this one. I mean, Do absolutely cleaning house. I will say, John, I mean, the number of silence waves in this game, it's a little bit scary for him, right? It's hard for him to get that health swap off. But, you know, his contribution may not even be all that needed. That being said, a push on a mid lane walker might be a bit too adventurous. Melee Creeps trying to get a little bit too much done. Floormen continuing to double down, continuing to push this pace. Rocker basically making this defense solo. Looks like the mid walker is going to go down, but Rocker might extract a nice blood price for it.
Still, if you're melee creeps, you enjoy getting some of these extra macro objectives. And okay, I know a little bit of limit testing too much there. It's like, yeah, you're Celeste, but you're also against people that can aim.
60-second spawn, EP, and you get mid walker, but I actually think it's a big mistake for melee creeps. I think that walker would have gone down anyway at a later time and maybe for free. Now, Floormen have a real power play on the map. What are they going to do with it? Pushing mid walker feels a little bit impossible, but
wait, what is this?
Getting farm.
Goober, if Goober's able to get a good lasso here, that'd be one thing, but instead it's more so of a coordinated jungle invade. So they're not going to get as much from this as you might have thought. It doesn't quite turn into a dive on the mid-walker, which, by the way, is probably the right idea because you have 34k Mirage on the other side. Like, the ability for Mirage to just lay in damage as you do a walker siege is kind of unreal. Like, even up one, I don't think that's really the play that Floormen wanted to do.
Yeah, even John gonna do a little bit of invasion here. Earn control. Does go to the Floormen though. That's like the real value they get. As Roro Tofu with $110 into the prize pool. Much appreciated. Huge dono there. Buffing this one up as melee creeps are definitely in pole position to take it home, but Floormen have shown real fight. You know, honestly, like a few minutes, 10 minutes ago, I would have said, man, this game is just out of control, same as game one. But it really hasn't been that way. Like, there's been some serious brawling coming out, and maybe yet more into this one. Saya's being a little bit scrappy on the roof, trying to snatch away a lot of those orbs, but in the end, the lion's share goes to Floormen, and this soul lead is down to a paltry 10k.
Changgang in from Rocker Du, though, absolutely unperturbed, laying in damage from the back once more on the Mirage. Mirage hitting pure raid boss status, looking to take down Rocker and more. Gets damage onto Rocker on the DMB. Ido on the fall through, but the Mirage now a true threat as the rest of melee creeps creates all the space in the world. A little bit of Dust Devil juggling here on the Goober, wondering, good lord, why am I still on holiday? And League just goes pop.
Mirage is just unhinged, man. The Echo Shard as well. He's got incredible lockdown. He's so hard to catch with those tornadoes. Both tornadoes and scarabs are max. So I mean, this
please prepare the Do MVP award.
For real, man. Do is out of control this game. Game one. I mean, this is what I talked about, right? One of the few players who you'd feel just as confident giving him the Apollo, having him play like a really fast nuker kind of a tempo style, and then you can put him on the Mirage and he's playing the hard carry, and it's like you haven't even lost a single step. He's one of the few players who really defies the role categorization, I think, as well, you know, basically as well as anybody else in North America.
Floormen on the verge of getting taken out 2-0 in the money match here this week. And Jake, as I look at their comp and look at the scaling of the game, I don't see a lot of hope here. I mean, on the upside, maybe you get a lasso onto Do and you're able to take Do down. But, you know, even if you get the early pick, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get the fall through. We saw the bad side of that, where John get hit by the lasso. In theory, the setup was there, and John lived long enough to get the soul exchange, and everything went badly for Floormen. They need to do that sort of scenario again, but ideally without the turn. And I don't know if they have the damage at this point to take down either Do, John, or any of the other priority targets that they would kind of need to open a fight with to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, I think a lot rests now on finding some kind of a massive team fight. You just still have Billy and Infernus, so I feel like there's always going to be hope for some sort of like crazy AoE dump engage that actually gets Floormen back into the game. So melee creeps, they need to be cautious. That we've already seen in this game that things can go awry. Like, you know, you got a big lasso, pull somebody way out of position. Even with a lot of defensive tools, right? You're not going to live in like a 6v1 scenario. And Floormen have stayed at least out on the map here, still getting a bit of jungle out of this one. So with the 20k soul advantage, you know, you could easily throw this one away as melee creeps. They have to be cautious to log this one down in 2. And I think if you give up this game, it would be mentally really rough as, oh, another lasso attempt. This time goes wide. Those are I feel you, ZP. Those are the ones you really need to hit at this phase of the game. And the counter punch is immediate.
The counter. Immediately, melee creeps sense blood in the water and just drown Rocker in response to the missed lasso. They know they don't have to worry about it, and the aggression gets ramped up to 11. And now, I mean, you look at mid boss is up in 45 seconds. Rocker's still going to be dead for a few seconds while it comes up. You can just, you know, pressure for an extra pick here, and all else fails, just start mid boss as soon as it spawns.
Yeah, and using the Mirage to great effect here, Dude's going to clear out the wave around the side lane Walker that they're still holding on to so that they don't have to worry about that macro. And if they do find a catch here, the man of that name, Dude, is going to be right back into it, man. He's just going to TP into the fight. So with no lasso, you know, I feel like Melee Creeps can really go take a risk here. That being said, Billy's up in 20, so you want to be a little bit cautious. Yes, you have a power play, but it's hard to really progress the game right now. 15 seconds until buffs in her.
Floormen hoping for any form of miracle to keep their hopes alive here, force a map 3. But once more, all eyes got to be on Goober. If it's going to happen here, Jake, it's going to happen off a lasso. But can Goober find that lasso, A, and then B, even if Goober does find it, is the follow-through going to be there?
Coming out, but look at the surround coming in. Melee Creeps flanking from all sides. The earn pickup is going to be hotly contested here. Celeste up on the high ground. Goober, great movement, is going to peel back into this one. Looks like that's a movement buff, though, onto the Ido Celeste. That's going to be a tough one to tango as the fight gets going. Silence Wave comes out. They're trying to burst down Scout first, but DMB is dropping in fast. Venator down first would be the worst case scenario. Floormen really relying on him for the damage, and he has hit the deck. ZP 70 seconds without the carry. Melee Creeps, they lose Scout in turn, but this is a trade I think you take any day of the week.
Yes, I mean, if you can trade Paradox for Ven, you do that. AVG picks up the urn in the middle of the Chaos. Xeno lands a pretty good stone for him, hits 2, but Floormen are just losing the actual trades right now. Do is still doing tons of damage, and Ido in on the chase down, puts League on the back foot, running for his life. And Floormen in exchange, I mean, they have the fast break on the urn. But is AVG going to be able to dunk in time? I'm looking at the minimap here, Jake, and we got the Traveler in from Do. Guess what? Mirage is here. It is very much against you getting the free dunk.
They try to peel back and wait for some spawners to come in. Big stun from Xeno Stoneform, but Melee Creeps bringing more numbers into this one. AVG already incredibly low. This one looks so difficult. I mean, they got the dunk, but he must have gotten most of those souls denied.
That's also the problem. And also something people underrate. Denying souls off earn is pretty powerful. Even at the pro level, something people do not prioritize enough. Looking at John though.
The Walker's kind of
ready to go.
I mean,
wait,
the
wave soloing mid boss right now.
This is crazy work. This is actually crazy work. He's gotten it so low. I mean, I actually think this is gonna work out. And now the team's coming in. They can clean this one up very quick. And you've got to fight this one. League has concussive combustion. DMB's back in the fight. This is going to be your last best chance for the Floormen. They need to at least clear these rejupes.
Here comes League.
Themselves a new lease on life. Concussive combustion comes in. The counterspell is good. 2 rejuve crystals already grabbed from the Melee Creeps. They're looking for the third as well. Stoneform from Xeno, though, while it's still in contest, is going to get 1 for the Floormen, and the kills are actually coming in. Floormen holding the last rejuve, actually maybe finding the answer, maybe finding the win in this team fight.
This is actually winnable for Floormen here so far, but Shining Wonder comes out a little bit late. It's all close quarters. Ido doing all sorts of damage off the Shining Wonder. All rejuves are gone. DMB living on a pixel of HP here so far. Melee Creeps, though, they were low HP at the beginning. Winnable here for Floormen still. DMB able to find Scout at no HP. AVG on the cleanup. Floormen somehow, some way, have been able to turn this more to their edge. Melee Creeps overestimating just how much they could do at lower HP.
Yeah, and the Mirage, the proc is going to tick out on the AVG, taken from beyond the grave. If they lose a shrine here, it doesn't feel like much of a victory, but I think that shrine hit is going to do just enough to save it. Huge deal if this lives, even on a small amount of HP. Really is a game changing, right? You don't have to worry about those waves crashing on you. So that, in the end, is a great fight for the Floormen. It's not enough, I think, to equalize the game, but it does give you just like that one last chance and a few more minutes where there isn't an obvious team fight to force with no mid boss.
Okay. The one win condition here, and far easier said than done, is can you kill Do? Because I'm looking at a 50k Mirage right now, and I'm scared if you're for Floormen. It is not what you want to deal with at this point in the game whatsoever. I mean, you're at the point where you're basically at the near full Mirage build. You can have perma uptime Kevlar. I mean, Mirage is horrifying. This is why he's been banned or first picked all day long, is what you can do if you get to Mirage at this state in the game.
I will say we should credit Xeno. Like, the Ivy is actually doing work in these fights. Like, it is a meaningfully powerful pick here. I see why they drafted it. It's just, it doesn't compare to Mirage in this particular game, right? It's just the nature of being a support versus a core. Like, you can have the great impact on support, be a key part of your team's success, but an ultra farmed core that's taking over the game, it's just going to dwarf your impact when it comes to these critical moments in the fights. I feel like, though, the Infernus is actually really showing out this game. Like, a League, I think, has made me a full believer that this is a top-tier pick in the current metagame.
I mean, the concussive combustion alone in mid helped create the scenario to give a little bit of room for Xeno, the stone form, get the last rejuve hit, which was pretty important. Like, even losing 2 rejuves, the last one gave Floormen enough of a hit, and there's a world where they could have at least gotten 2.
Really want to see Fishcake build like a Dispel Magic or a Divine Barrier. I feel like he needs a little bit more escape. There's like Silence Waves in this game. There's stuns in this game. Like, maybe just some like debuff resist, because I feel like Calico wants to take those kind of risks this game, and he's been getting caught off a fair amount. Counterspell on the lasso, beautiful from John. Reads the play. Dispel Magic plus Tornadoes gets Mirage out of this one, and I think this is an ill-fated dive. Floormen agreeing. They're just going to try and run out of this one. And look at Scout is coming back in on the fast zip. Maybe can find a catch here. Would be, oh my god, he gets both of them. And it cancels the flight as well. Now they're caught in enemy territory, and there's a fight as well breaking out in mid. This one is going full chaos ZP.
The swap canceling the airdrop, forcing a bit of the fight. Floormen trying desperately to re-establish. In on the chase down is still Scout. Carbine, this time gonna miss. Forced a little bit out of position from Stoneform, courtesy of Xeno. And now both teams feeling each other out. Floormen actually able to restabilize a bit. And if you're Floormen here, Jake, you just want to take a deep breath, wait for the next lasso attempt. But this is part of the problem for Holiday in the later part of the game, is that not only do you have to land the lasso and have the right positioning, but you also have to hope that the other party doesn't have a counter spell and hits F at the right time right as the lasso's coming in.
Swap's not ready.
Could be a hard earn to hold. Floormen do not have a walker on this left side of the map. If you stay too long threatening the urn, Dude's going to take this walker for free. So we're going to see definitely a macro challenge here. How are Floormen going to deal with this one? Melee Creep's going to start putting the pressure on, threatening the urn dunk, forcing a response out of Floormen if they want to contest this dunk at all, which I'm not sure they will. They're not really in position for it. Maybe this is just discretion, the better part of Valor here, which is recognizing maybe you're not ready to take a fight in this position.
I don't think the urn does enough for them in this case. If you're Floormen, you want picks. Like, mid-boss is coming up in about a minute. You'd much rather save your resources and hope for a pick somewhere on the map. Like, do I think it's likely that you're able to get Dew outright? Maybe not, but that is still one of your best opportunities to flip the script here. It really, at this point, much more of a play for mid-boss if possible. And, you know, if you're melee creeps, the number one thing you are iterating to yourself is don't give up the free pick. Whatever you do, don't be in a spot that you give up a free pick, because that is the only way that Floormen get back into it. And a true even 6v6, I think melee creeps win pretty comfortably at this point.
There's so many defensive tools now in the toolkit. Like, even Saya is pretty significantly farmed. It's full aggression for Floormen. Great catch into Ido, but is the damage there? Celeste more than happy to be here in the thick of the fight. And with that rallying charge from Saya, this one is turning around quickly on the Floormen, biting off way too much into this one. The Mirage Tornadoes keeping everybody locked down. Ido delivering the pain here up into the front line, and then he's more tornado than man here on Dew, continuing to go deeper. And with 2 heroes on the deck for 60 seconds, mid-boss spawning right now, this could be all over but the Cryon ZP.
Jake, man hooks fish, fish capsizes boat, Deadlock edition. Not the result you were looking for after a lasso. It just turns into absolute pain. You don't have Chain Gang or a Billy here for the contest. The best he could do, maybe League's coming in with the concussive combustion. Here we go, up, over, boom. This time around, though, all 3 rejuves go the way of melee creeps. Xeno and League unable to pull it out of the fire, and the battle is devastating. The Dust Devil goes zoom, zoom in off the Echo Shard. 4 shots of Tornado and a whole lot of pain in from Dew.
I need that replay on the Ivy, just getting lifted higher and higher into the air. And even a Traveler TP back to get the mother of all waves here. Yet more souls for a poor 60k net worth Mirage. Like, what the hell, ZP? That is one of the highest net worths we've ever seen in the night shift, and he is putting it to work. This is 30. We're not even that late in the game. This is 39 minutes. He is absurdly farmed.
Is 60k souls enough to buy Wyoming? I'm feeling like the answer is actually yes at this point, Jake.
You can be the governor, bro. It's like 30k souls. Like it's pay to play on this one, and he's gonna just get more farm, clearing the map out, sending a push in. But the rest of the team not worried about the macro. They're here to finish off these shrines, already damaged from that earlier creep pressure, and the patron is gonna be dropping so quick. You don't have Dew in this fight, so I think you're gonna drop and maybe just chill and let Dew maybe finish the walker before really committing to end the game. But it's hard to find a way to lose this one on melee creeps, considering the advantage they have.
Yeah, I mean, the win conditions were already slim before the last fight. Now they're almost non-existent. And also, I mean, what a heartbreaker that is, where if you're Floormen, you're sitting here going, wait for Goober to land the lasso. Work on the lasso. Goober lands the lasso, and you end up dying as a result of the lasso being landed. I don't really know how you internally process that. I mean, arguably not the right timing, especially with Saya being close enough to do a rallying charge, and Ido maybe not being the most ideal target, but it's all in all, that was what Floormen were looking for. The execution and timing was lacking, and that was when you were at a 20k difference. Now you're at a 40k difference, and I mean, Dew's hit the point on Mirage where you're wondering, what in the world do I do for my build? Like, it's that part where you're so overfarmed that you wonder, I don't even know what items I need to prioritize now. Like I just have to sell stuff I don't want to sell.
You just buy a Boundless Spirit for the hell of it at this point in the build. You're like, yeah, this is a pretty good item. I mean, I have a lot of spirit power in this, you know, max out level. I'm sure he's full maxed. He's been full maxed probably for about 10 minutes, let's be honest. Nice gank attempt though onto League, but he's good on the zip, has the safety zip with enough time on it. It's gonna have to be one final fight to close out the game. One last chance for the Floormen to make their hold, but melee creeps taking absolutely no prisoners as the siege comes in. Dew's not quite into this one, but still with 2 rejuves, it's gonna be hard to kind of step out and find the punish.
Actually, that's the real BM, is like, let's just end it without the 70k barrage. That's how far ahead we are.
He's just TPing into the pit. Tornadoes. Perma-lifting DMB, who's just unable to really play into this one, lifting everybody. Rallying charge comes in, and now true test of the Mirage. What can he deliver in this final fight? Stepping up off the patron, starting to put some damage down on these defenders. As you can see, HP bars dropping low for the Floormen. They're struggling to stay into this one, staying in the pit, and because they must, only that patron invulnerability is keeping them alive into this game, and they're not able to find anything into the fight, man. It is just all Dew. He doesn't even drop below half in between the tornado cooldowns. Now he's stepping up into the fountain. Kitten King dropping. Melee creeps do it again. Back on top here. Champs once again on the night shift.
And somehow, Lady Geist, the only character to never catch fire for the melee creeps. Congratulations to Saya, John, Scout, Fishcake, Ido, and Dew, who I have a feeling is going to be our MVP in just a moment. All this is just jokes, by the way, because I got rolled by 3 Lady Geist because it's April 1st, and Valve thought it'd be hilarious if we had multiple of the same hero. It was an interesting experience. I'm glad we didn't see it tonight, and I think you're pretty glad this is over if you were on the other side of the fight. The boys from Floormen simply outclassed in the draft in both of these sessions. Holiday didn't seem to be enough. What else do you need to change if you're looking to take the crown next week, ZP?
Don't first pick Ivy. Like, I get it. Xeno's pretty good on Ivy. The Ivy looks good at ports in this game. The price you paid for Ivy was too damn high.
Celeste and a Mirage.
Yeah, you gave up Celeste Mirage, and those created problems for you the entire game. Also, I don't entirely know what went on draft-wise where you decided, okay, we need to ban Viscous. Maybe you were thinking that Floormen were going to take it, but you put yourself in a situation where Goober had to play Holiday back-to-back games, where Goober himself has been very deep on the trend of saying, I hate Holiday after 15 minutes, and yet you play Holiday twice. The draft was a massive issue for Floormen here, overvaluing some things, undervaluing other important things, like getting Goober onto a hero that you actually want Goober to play, where, by the way, yes, they didn't really get the opportunity to do so, but think back to the Challenger match where Goober got to play Silver. It was a pretty good time, wasn't it? It wasn't Goober on Holiday, which Goober got stuck on 2 maps in a row, so yeah, for Floormen, to me, the answer is simple: fix your draft.
Jake, do you think this was the Floormen trolling their teammate Goober tonight?
Maybe it's a very deep committed April Fool's joke. I think more likely this is just what Melee Creeps has what enabled them to win so many weeks in a row. It's so easy to say, you know, fix your draft or find the way through, but they are just so smart with the way they approach it. I still think they're like kind of leagues ahead right now in NA. And then the execution they have to back it up is also top tier. So I don't want to flame too much on the Floormen. I think they still played a decent game. They still made this one respectable, but Melee Creeps understood the win conditions, created better opportunities for themselves, had more solid drafts. And it's just a well-deserved victory, about as dominant a statement as we've ever seen from the Melee Creeps, and that's saying something. I mean, this is a team that has been extraordinarily dominant historically, as Dew drops 71,000 souls. That is disturbing. That is
demanding we pick Calico, the fish cake, to be our MVP because of the 10 eliminations. Is that Calico's role here? Because
I mean, this is a very sick stat line from Calico, I will say. Like 10-20, he's in a ton of the fights, getting a massive kills and pickoffs. He's the one who sort of gets this to be late enough in the game. But come on, it's a 70k Mirage. I just think that's like too funny not to drop.
We have never seen a 71k soul performance in a single game. This game going 41-56, almost a 42-minute finish. ZP, what was the final build for the richest Mirage in night shift history?
I mean, okay, you take a look here. It's like, how many tier 4 items can we slap into this bad boy? You got E-Shift, you got Ricochet, you got Boundless Spirit, as Jake had called out. You get Toxic Bullet, Superior Duration, Escalating Exposure. I mean, really, whatever you want. We don't even cover, I think, all the items in the graph here. Like, the graph isn't big enough.
With the E-Shift and Transcendent cooldown and double Tornado, like, how often are you vulnerable? Like in what percentage of the time are you truly like hard immune in the Tornado or the E-Shift? I feel like it's like 30-40%, like, which is obscene, right? Considering how much raw damage his character puts out, even when he is vulnerable. It is a hell of a thing to actually take him out in the fight. So, I mean, Dew showing off why this character has been perma first big first ban, and probably will be until a patch change comes in.
Let's go to the first 10 minutes, though, because it was back and forth. And actually, as we cut to the 27-minute mark, we got a lot of Apollo highlights. Things were going okay for a minute there for the Floormen. Where did it get really bad for Melee Creeps?
Yeah, as we go into game 2 here, I mean, we didn't even catch the first few minutes here, but I think the biggest omen of bad times for Floormen is that Floormen were running a comp that probably should have been better in the early game, and it also wasn't smooth sailing. I mean, Floormen ended up like 10k behind pre 15 minutes as the team running Holidays. So that was already bad. And the fact that they were able to bring it back to even off of the Urn fight. It was basically the Urn fight where Dew stayed, split push to Walker, and then Floormen not only won the Urn fight, but turned it into a Walker at the same time. So they got Walker Urn, and all Melee Creeps got was Walker. And that brought things back to even. Like, that was a mistake by Melee Creeps, but that was also the only upside of the entire game for Floormen.
Jake, what did you witness here from the Mirage? I feel like we're just watching the Dew montage.
I mean, this is like not even so much to say, man. Like, he's just doing his thing. He is so giga farmed at this point. I play position 1 when I play. Like, I play the farming carry, and I love to see somebody hit this like credible stat check territory and just take over the game. So just great stable play from Dew. And like I said a few times this cast, I mean, I think he's one of the few players who we see play the hard carry role, and also like in game 1 playing the Apollo, pushing the tempo there in a ton of the fights. Kind of the dream player to have on your team, right? You see why they brought Dew onto this roster, because he really just adds on to that layer and layer of flexibility for the Melee Creeps. It's part of why they always have the draft advantage, because it's incredibly hard to pin down who's going to play what, how their draft's going to shake out. They don't even have to be fully committed themselves as they're drafting these heroes. They always have options, even down to the last pick. And I think that's what made them win so many times in the past here on the night shift. And it's going to be crucial for them to continue to hold on to this championship.
Ido dropping 70,000 player damage helped lead the way as well for Melee Creeps. We're going to take a look here at your MVP. We have a feeling we know who it's going to, but we'll make it official. And ZP, tell the people what we witnessed tonight.
What we witnessed here, I think, honestly, was Floormen at some level, I think, overthought the draft. Where, by the way, people in chat are going over and over about Goober this, Goober that. I think for Goober being on holiday, Goober had a pretty good performance. I don't think Goober necessarily was the one behind the draft or how they got to this point.
You don't think he banned his own Viscous, huh?
I probably not. I think overall, There's probably reasons as to why Floormen thought that this was the approach. In the end, I don't think it was the approach. I think in terms of actual execution, they were able to play pretty close with melee creeps. If you look at the last map, like they got closer than I think the comp would have given them credit for, especially into the mid game. I think though, if they come at this with a different draft, maybe we end up going to 3 and it's a different night altogether. I can't get over really on the last draft either. We get Ivy, you get Mirage Celeste. I don't think you can defend that move.
That's pretty rough. I feel like we can't even like criticize Goober's play. Like game 1, obscenely explosive early game on the holiday. Like he was just getting kills left, right, and center. Did everything to generate the massive advantage. And it just, yeah, exactly. It didn't matter. Once they kind of lost that steam, the character fell off, and it was like, I feel like picking it again is like, you can't expect to have that kind of early game every game. Like that is the dream for Holiday. And then just like a slightly more moderate early game, and we're in a much worse scenario where, you know, the late game threat of Mirage and Geist is just like bearing down on you. Still great lasso, still great catches. Like the execution was top notch from Goober. I think they're just waiting for, we need a Holiday patch. We need some items changed to kind of get her back in the meta, because I think we saw from today's games, she's just not it.
Oh boy, here is the reign of terror from the cat suits. It started back on episode 12. They have taken over the throne, and they only slipped up once to the Floormen. They've gathered it back in the last 2 weeks, and they're looking to make it 3 in a row as we enter night shift 33. ZP, what's going to stop the creeps?
I mean, realistically, they're a tough team to keep down for an extended period of time. They have a really deep hero pool. They have some of the best skill in North America. I think recent games have shown that they're not invincible. They can be weak. They can be beaten in a given map, and given enough tries, they can be beaten in an actual match. But to beat them consistently week in and week out, it's a tough task, and no team has really cracked the code just yet.
Tino, if me saying you spelled like a toddler hurt your feelings, you are in the wrong stream, brother. That was a weak one, and we bring the hotness every Wednesday. You guys can catch us live at 4 p.m. And a reminder, these are the items we want you to buy until then, and the characters that you should be selecting in your games. We saw a lot of Rem. Did he have a lot of success? He was kind of 2 for 2. On the other side, Venator, Lady Geist, which one had more impact tonight, Jake?
I'll give that to you, Puckett. It's undoubtedly the Venator, you know, as I think a much stronger pick in the current meta. But Geist, you know, it's interesting. Like she had a rough night tonight, but I still believe, I mean, I've just seen too many performances of Geist hitting that like 50, 60K soul threshold and just being like an unkillable Titan on the battlefield. So, you know, I feel like though, if people are going to continue playing these really fast tempo styles and really try to dominate the early game, I agree with you. I don't think Geist fits in as well with that kind of style. But when you play, like as we saw melee creeps do in this final game, they're kind of just icing you out, getting super deep into the late game, and they really show the impact of these like heavy carries.
All right, ZP, for all of us who don't understand what this graph means, walk me through it.
Just
the
talking
best.
Guys, talking about the win rate on the day, and Ven's pick rate combined with win rate, pretty good. Celeste also high win rate in the day. I think, is that a 100% win rate for Silver when Silver was actually allowed to be played? Like,
and Calico too on 100% win rate. I guess only in NA, I believe, being played in those a couple of those matches. I think
Celeste
the Kelvin
is looking
Silver
pretty darn good today.
Yeah, and Celeste, I think Celeste is just top tier, even if you have to grab her first. Just insane damage in the team fight. One of the best spirit scaling like damage characters, like of the spirit nukers, I think has the best late game scaling probably in the game, right? Like in terms of you really could carry the game ultra late, especially when it comes to like AoE damage in the team fights. And I mean, Ido really showed us that, even picking it first, right? It's like, what's the counter, right? We've seen teams sort of respond with like the Mo in the past and hard lock her down, but no one was really able to find those responses today, and I don't think that there's any kind of easy answer for her incredible mobility in the hands of a player like Ido.
ZP, we learned a lot by watching the pros, but everyone in the chat can learn to toughen up by just talking a little bit more shit to each other. Don't take it personally. Hop in the server and play more games. You'll get through it, everybody. Jake, to wrap things up here for night 32, what did you learn here on the night shift?
Just a great day of games, man. It feels like Melee Creeps, maybe that loss was just a blip on what is going to continue to be a dynasty here in North America. We've had a lot of competition in NA, but Melee Creeps are kind of putting themselves, I think, head and shoulder above the rest, trying to create that little bit of a tier gap between them and their opponents. So incredibly well done, great, well-deserved win for them, and it's nice to see the boys back on top. They're a team that it's hard to root against.
ZP, we've got a lot coming from the Night Shift crew. Anything else you want to tell the people? I know we're on a hunt for one of the great clip finders.
Yeah, right now we're looking for someone to help us out with clips. We're advertising that over the course of the show. Also, that's something to look forward to later this week. It probably won't be a full official cast, or maybe it will be. We'll see. It depends on what's available for production casting. But at minimum, I will be bare minimum watch partying the NA qualifier for next week, where it's going to be FPS Lounge taking on No Earnings. It's going to be a best of 3. The only reason why our challenger match on given show day is best of 1 is that it just could be too long of a day otherwise. But this is on a separate day. It's going to be a BO3, and we'll see who gets to get in Shift 33 from NA.
By the way, Megs, you are my top pick for the top clippers, so go ahead and apply right now. Shout out to everyone who has been here since episode number 1 and those who are here for -30. That's back when we were in the Fight Night days. Jake, ZP, a great night of casting, and we aren't done. We'll be bringing you more Deadlock every week, every Wednesday. Until then, ZP, when's the Graveyard Shift?
Graveyard Shift, we got to figure out a guest and a time, but we're looking, it's probably around Thursday, Friday, as usual. We'll see who we get.
I have 2 weeks off Call of Duty. Come see me on the servers. Street Brawl. I'm going to load up Lady Geist. I'll see you there. Deuces.